Welcome back, everybody. It's the NECC coming back at you, most importantly, with playoffs. It's quarterfinals time in the Legends. It's PSU taking on, or PU taking on Kettering University. Purdue Gold, Kettering coming into this 4 and 5 seeds as it stands. Let's actually take a look at our bracket really quick. Because, John, I love talking about all the other games that are going on before we start here. Mainly because I want to set the stage before we start the series.
So you've got Illinois State playing up against Bradley here for Legends 1 through 8. Then we have our main broadcast covering Kettering Varsity versus Purdue Gold, which is a bit shocking to me that they are the 4th and 5th seed because I think at one point they were like the top dogs. Purdue Gold have been defending the #1 place for NECC for, I think, several semesters now. So it is a little bit jarring that they are in 5th, but hopefully they can, make that Cinderella storyline despite having a bit of a newer roster now on their main squadron. You've got St. Mary's Rattlers versus UBC Esports. And then last, but most certainly not least, Fisher College versus the Barton Community College, who I know quite well from the NJCAA, but getting to see them now on the main stage here for NECC, definitely something very interesting, I'd have to say.
Big step for them and big step for Fisher in their first semester in the NECC. Let's take a look at our rosters. We'll start with Kettering as we move forward. It's Bucka, Prismo, Derp, Amplify, and Illusion. Whole lot of computers and chemicals between them, mostly computer engineering with a computer science and chemical engineering major. A whole lot of seniors as well, upperclassmen at least, 2 juniors and 2 seniors at that.
Yeah, one of the main things that could actually be an advantage here for Kettering Varsity in this best of 3 is that a lot of their players that were with them last year, they're still around. This is their now final year, where if you take a look at Purdue Gold's roster, they've got essentially brand spanking new people. They were on the, Purdue Black roster last year, and I believe the year before that as well. But again, the main roster that you're used to seeing, they've all, retired essentially from their competitive scene. We'll take a look at the Purdue roster now in a couple of seconds to see who the main 5 is now. Again, if you're familiar with, their sub team that was also Varsity, then you'll know some of these names quite well. You've got Baja, Swouse, Yellow, Marcato, and Arvo as well. They played a bunch inside of NECC in the past, but again, not on the main roster. So this could be an advantage here for Kettering. Might be quote unquote easier competition, but these guys can still shoot as hot as ever.
Well, let's take a look at where they shall be shooting into our map selection / map vetoes. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Oregon, Chalet, and Clubhouse are our 3 maps. Theme Park, unfortunately, banned out by Purdue, so Clubhouse with Kettering selection of defense will be the decider. But let's talk about Oregon. Let's start things up there. I haven't seen Oregon played in so long. It's been, oh my gosh, a whole week, fellow.
Yeah, and that's mostly because we didn't have really anything else to broadcast before then. So, it could almost feel like yesterday. That is a long time in Siege terminology. I'm a little upset that we didn't see Theme Park. That was a map that Kettering and Purdue have played against each other so many times. And it's a map where Kettering actually looked a bit better than Purdue. I'm a little shocked that wasn't one of their first immediate decisions to go there, but instead they opt for Oregon, which is also a solid pick for Kettering. It's one of their favorite maps. Chalet then being transponced by Purdue. This was Purdue, one of Purdue Black's favorite map picks, so it makes sense that their new main roster is going to opt for that. And then Clubhouse, a fairly default map to go at the very end towards the best of 3. So really these map bans do make a bit of sense, except for the immediate Theme Park ban, which to me, that doesn't make any sense because, again, Kettering's roster, it really didn't change. They still should be theoretically good on that map.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about that one. I do believe it was Purdue Gold to ban out Theme, and then because of that,
Kettering got just towards the very end.
Club. But I'm still surprised they didn't select it rather than just through to possibly go through as a decider. Curious decisions nonetheless. We'll take a look into Oregon, our first map of the day, of a possible 6. Of course, UTD Green taking on, or UTD Orange taking on the Fanshawe Fuel in the Challengers Division / Conference. That will be to follow, but we'll start on Oregon with Kettering and Purdue Gold. This is the quarterfinals of the Legends Division, at least for Rainbow Six Siege. First ban, Jackal. Actually, I'm a little surprised about that one.
Especially coming out of Purdue Gold as well. I know that Arvo in particular used to love to bring out that operator, so maybe old habits finally being taken away. Definitely an interesting one as well for Oregon. You can see Jackal sometimes picked out if you're going to do a full top to bottom clear, like on a basement floor attack, for example. You can work that vertical with your secondary shotgun and use the Inox scanners to double down on that info. So for that one play specifically, he's pretty decent, but besides that, he's not in play too much. But the same cannot be said for Maverick and Cade, as when they are available, they can be pretty highly on this map.
Final ban coming through with a Kaid opening defensive ban, a Mira closing. I can't say I'm too surprised about the defensive bans. Maverick being off the board on the attacking side does give a massive advantage to the defensive side, but in all fairness, there is also impact EMPs and regular EMPs available, considering the Thatcher being on the board and not banned. I'm not going to say there are too many outliers in this ban phase. Maybe Jackal's the furthest reach I'll go in terms of statistical outliers, but overall it's about as straightforward as things get. And a positive note for our producer, his cat will be making an appearance on the defensive side.
Nice.
That's important, by the way.
Oh my god, I realized why you made that reference. Yeah, we were, for context, when we were waiting for everyone to get the map bans finished, our producer Brad was showing off his cat, and he called out his other cat as well, who was named Warden, hence why Dan made that comment just a little while ago. But we'll get into the actual setup here that Purdue is opting to go for. Seems like they've got a pretty decent extension heading on their way through the elbow position of the map, having a shield both for the barrel doorway and elbow itself, so a lot's going to be prioritized there by Kettering if they want to attack from that portion of the map. But for Kettering, speaking of them, seems like they're opting for a plethora of that hatch destruction. They have both the secondary hard breach charges here by Verdant on the 0, and you've got Amplify on the Habana, not only to help again with those hatches, but also have some extra range breach as well. So if you want to go up from, Evox, for example, to break out some of those walls from barrel, that can be done pretty easily, having that range breach, and also getting some of those back walls open up from Freezer as well, without getting yourself really overly exposed. So for Kettering, they've got a lot of really good options for the late round, so long as they can get there.
The one issue you have for Verdant is the fact that they're playing on the 0, and with this bottom side defensive hold on Oregon, there's not a whole lot of soft breach through meeting or through those main doors that gives you a whole lot of opportunities to put down those Argus cameras and gain a decent bit of an advantage. So Verdant will probably have to push down either blue stairs or go around construction side to gain any efficacy out of those cameras that Sam Fisher wields. Derp sees that the hatch is open, making sure they can cross their T's and dot their I's, and will back away because of it. Yellow also backing away, maybe not so much to their success though. Derp already holding one of their 3 possible exits, if not 4, considering the main stairs exist. But Yellow just waiting patiently for the time being, as, well, they've now been drugged out. The question is, do they get out? And the answer, seemingly yes.
As of right now, looking to have a pretty clean fallback. Doesn't seem like Kettering is prepared. If he does end up walking down to the armory stairs, another drone will locate his new position now. And he's kind of stuck, it seems, as if once you have that player cross in by Attic, they can look through both the kill holes that were made in the prep phase by the Alibi or the doorway that Yellow could swing from. And there it is. A technical 1-for-1 trade, except it's not Bucketify the kill. It's Amplify his teammate, who's not too far behind him. That roam presence now eliminated. It takes now about a minute 10 here for Kettering to try and set their way up down below to maybe find some more damage here in this round, Dan.
It's not a bad start by any means for Kettering. You already have full information that Freezer's not only A, fully clear, but B, that the backside of it towards Pillar is as well. They've cleared out as far as the laundry side itself. Derp is at the bottom of the stairs. 50 seconds left. They're in a fairly good position. They're getting hatches open, lines of sight in their favor. Derp, without much information to play off of now, well, is waiting, but does start to drone themselves in. With Mercado not being seen around this bomb chassis, at least not as of right now, Prismo's Twitch drone, however, now seeing them, there will be information available for the attacking side. As they start to push in, they have to find an opener before they aggress.
So there goes the nade tossed out to break the shield. Like the transition there by Purdue Gold to focus more over on this portion of the map. The smoke grenade to isolate out Derp. That's going to rack up a free kill there for Maracado as Purdue now reclaim that man advantage. And there isn't much time left here for Kettering to set up in this final execute of the round. Verdant losing a lot of HP will still win that 1-for-1 against Arvo. And Prismo gets an altercation down as well. A 2 versus 2 all of a sudden. Once again, Kettering, they're so low on time and they do not have control of the Freezer. That's left out to dry over by Freezer. And Purdue Gold just playing off of that timer, still secure round 1.
Weird round for Purdue to pick up right off the bat, especially given how Kettering pushed that. Not only did the Twitch drone gain the information as to Mercado's whereabouts, they either A, didn't communicate off of it, or B, didn't even try and play around it. The nade off the side of the doorway through the long double door just A, didn't land, or B, was intentionally thrown to the right side and still didn't find all that much. Mercado was easily able to avoid it and still find a kill there, and just like that, basically the entirety of the attack fell. While yeah, there was still a whole lot of time left on the clock, they just didn't have the positioning, nor at that point the HP, nor at that point the diffuser to work off of. By the way, Purdue Gold is going to what is usually a tertiary bomb site as a secondary bomb site. Meeting and Kitchen will be played second, as is mostly not the case. It's usually top and bottom floors cleared out before the first floor is even in the conversation.
I think to Purdue's credit, they might be expecting kids to be a little more challenging just based on the way Kettering like to attack. Typically, you don't have as much of a room extension that you need to clear out when attacking kids. Even if you have someone, extending over by kitchen, depending on where you attack as a team on the offensive side, you can sometimes ignore that and just kind of get into the bomb site as quickly as you can. Considering, the comparison there between that site and meeting room, you are kind of forced to clear out the top floor, at least to the extent of Addict. So at Purdue Gold kind of realizing it did take a lot of time and resources for Kettering just to clear out one roamer, if they now have multiple people stacked up here on that top floor, making sure no one can get control of Addict to get that stage wall opened up, for example, and then getting vertical down over by, kids room, for example, that could lead to a lot of openings there for Purdue Gold to just take the advantage from the very get-go. And although it didn't take the early round to secure that, opening advantage by Purdue Gold, once they did secure it towards the late round, having that case control, the round was set in stone.
Use a bit of control early on here for Kettering, though. I have said this in the previous round. They had a fairly decent bit of control in the previous round. Didn't do all that much with it. Mercado playing with the MP5K instead of what is usual on that Wamai, that being the AUG in hand. Yellow down below, also an MP5, just without the K in their back pocket. But Bucka, dropping down outside of the attic and towards Hell, is able to already find a decent bit of damage on the Swouse, who's forced to back up and already forced to drop. Naded out of position. A great start, and as soon as I say it, Verdant dies.
Overall, a pretty impressive clear by Kettering, though. They had everyone attacking from multiple angles, securing cutoff angles to make sure that rotate couldn't be as helpful there for Purdue Gold. They still lose one player, but they've got about a minute 20 to work with, so not completely impossible, so long as they have the right info. And out of all the people to die was only their Zofia. Derp can still wield a lot of that verticality if he sets himself up in the right direction, and they're looking to close out on this one. Mai still playing on that top floor, so the man advantage that Purdue Gold had going for them is no longer there in this round.
Most importantly, it's the Wamai gone, so no extra discs available for the Purdue Gold defensive side to lock down long term. And Kettering, at this point, can now aggress fairly free and clear of utilitarian defenses. Beiji goes off, trying to spray it down as dirt, but no longer in its area of effect. It'll dissipate from, well, the ability to shoot it away. And they also have not cleared out Small Tower. It seems like a meeting attack for this Kettering half. They not only have to clear out Arvo, but also try and push in without wasting all that much time. Ash Charge goes off, Yellow's close range, but it's a C4 from Arvo that takes Bucka away. 30 seconds left, man disadvantage once more for Kettering.
And Amplify, he's got no more coverage. He has to play off that split position now being wielded by Derp. It's got to be the perfect swing out here by the sledge. Arvo gets down from the backside. That could be off the back of Derp, but he's swiftly traded out now by Swouse. Prismo now forced to drop down the hatch, gets the one up on the Maestro. 2 versus 2, technically speaking, but Amplify doesn't have a lot of info. He gets that confirmation, but his teammates finished off. Now proper 1-for-1, but he might have the range to stick down this defuse, but there is info with that bulletproof. Swouse knows where the Thermite's currently lying in wait, and is aware he's now dipped out of the bomb site, still playing by the back of Big Tower, currently trying to close in that gap. The castle barricade not broken, so he'll have to go peeking from that back breach, and no vertical, I think, above as well, unless the hatch has maybe been opened up during the preparation phase, but it's not going to matter. The gunfight goes down by Amplify, and although the hatch was opened up, sure, the castle isn't going to have to really worry about that challenge. He dies over in the back of Big Tower. Kettering not able to secure one just yet, but they made it pretty darn close in round 2. Actually, they did. I switched the teams up. My mistake.
Yeah, Kettering picking up that second round. It was actually off the back of Amplify going to tower stairs and forcing the aggression. I really like the call for two reasons. Number one, the hatch was open, so you'd fully free and clear lines of sight should the diffuser not have been placed where it actually was. And the soft breachability on the close side of that reinforced wall in the attic position was also fully open to start up the round. So, should they have played from the near breach, they would have been able to not only A, play vertically through that soft breach, but B, see the diffuser while still being able to easily disengage and find the kill should it have been required. Obviously, it wasn't because of the aggression around towards the tower stairs rather than straight towards the diffuser, but still an applicable conversation that Kettering played to their prep strengths and knew exactly what they needed to do on the attacking side as the tertiary bomb site falls, and Purdue, instead of trying it again, will instead go to the top floor as expected.
Seems like their setup's going to be pretty util-oriented as well. I think the only person who might not fit that category is Baja on the dock, but you still have that bailiff to make a bunch of rotations, so he's still incredibly useful. Not only that, but you have that deployable camera as well, and we almost saw Purdue winning that round off the fact of knowing where Amplify was in those final, 5 or 3 seconds in the round. If you had Swaus just a little bit closer on the castle, he might have been able to kill a Thermite still on that diffuse. So could have been a potential win there for Purdue, all things considered. But like you mentioned, they're going to opt for the safer selection now of heading into kids. Not only for Baja having all that exponential utility, but still having all those dock stims to heal himself or other teammates up to full HP and just being an absolute juggernaut. It just adds more fun to the chaos just to try to swing things with full HP and a pretty good gun at your fingertips. Kettering looking to take things over from the master side first thing, and also having Derp on the backside here with an exponential angle. Almost kills the dock, but the favor is returned, and there it is. Having the help of that dock stim heals Baja back up, and the ADSs to catch off that grenade, but Derp still wins the gunfight the old-fashioned way, just a quick headshot onto that dock.
You can't have a stim for a headshot, unfortunately. That is a one-shot, one-kill, seemingly every weapon in the game. Clean start, at least to open things up for Kettering. Only losing one player, that being Prismo. Not a great position for them to be in, considering the Twitch drones are already off the board, and there's still some defensive utility they could have worked around, given the ADSs, and maybe the Prismas, should they have wanted to deal with them. But instead, that's not the case, nor is Verdant staying alive. Clean opening and return from Yellow will find that 3v3 man count back in their favor, but just like that, Bucka finds a return just the same. About 70 seconds left, and Kettering have played a roller coaster with their man advantages, now back into +1.
Say, having Derp on the bomb side as well could maybe open things up for Amplify, but as I say it, Swaus will shut him down. A good kill by Bucka, though, still playing by White, but both attackers are playing in from that position, but Yellow, he misses out on a very important opportunity and is now forced to rotate in this potential 2v1, but the Thermite plants out in the open! The leg spotted by Yellow, a major kill collected by the Alibi. Bucka forced in a 1v1, might not be in a position to plant now, as there's still info. They might be aware he's rotated back into kids, and he might be vulnerable once again, just sticking that defuse out in the open. He'll get off it. Yellow hears it and will just wait, play for that timer as Bucka rotates once again. The yellow ping's there for the attacker as he tries to close the gap once again, goes for the swing and guesses correctly. Good kill by Bucka, but oh my goodness, did Purdue almost bounce back in that 1v2.
Another round in which Purdue are very close to bringing it back off the back of a clutch potential play later on. That, as I said towards the beginning, was a roller coaster of a round for Kettering. In not a single engagement did they have a man disadvantage, as I can't speak English. However, it was either a man advantage or directly after it was traded and they were brought back to a 4v4, 3v3, 2v2, even at the end a 1v1 when push came to shove. In the end, they still win the round, so trades did indeed go their way and the opening kill wasn't even important. But it was close, and honestly too close for comfort for Kettering, but hey, picking up 2 of the first 3 rounds, especially on 2 of the 3 primary sites here in Oregon, pretty good start for the attacking side of Kettering. I don't think they're going to complain too much.
And I think that round would have played out a little bit safer for Kettering if there were 2 factors to consider during those last, 40, 30 seconds. A, if Kettering had more time, that probably would have made Amplify feel more inclined to go in and plant the proper way, not just walking up from white stairs and planting out in the open, but instead hopping in through big window and planting behind those bunks. That would have been a much safer position and probably a spot where we would have seen an actual post plant in a 3v2. Not only that, but if Derp was on higher HP, as the fact he's in the bomb site and can't really get any major help by Bucky, he's the one holding a lighter angle there, he is expected to potentially die since, again, he's just one shot away from death and he is out in the bomb site. So if Amplify loses coverage there, that could be 2 players gone for the price of 1, and you have to reclaim the diffuser. Amplify probably making a better decision there, all things considered. It's just where he planted almost allowed Purdue to find a major opportunity in round number 3, but dawning back now into round number 4, Purdue Gold now having a round disadvantage, pardon me, are going to have to look trying to find a way to reclaim that, and maybe they could get that over in a laundry, but so far that roam facet has already been dealt with to a slight extent, and now completely, as Derp expects, or at the very least hears the walk-up from White, since it's such an audible cue walking up any kind of staircase, and he's able to net that first opening kill, but Bucka, I think the favor's been returned to him. He's been DBNO'd. Oh, never mind, he fell down the 2x4. Silly goose.
No, I'm pretty sure he got shot out, because Swouse aggressed and dropped back down while reloading. I'm going to give Bucko the benefit of the doubt of the fact that they actually got shot. Because if they dropped on the 2x4...
I hope he didn't drop.
If they dropped on the 2x4, then he would have been on the other side of the stairs, going down rather than coming back up from the bottom side of the loop. We're gonna say Bucko.
I think
hesitantly
you're correct,
you're okay for the time being. Hesitantly. So we may go back.
We'll ask.
We'll go back and maybe take a look, because we have interviews after this, by the way, if you are looking for a brief insight into the mind of the players. All playoff games will have interviews, should the teams consent to them. Derp is actually going to kill Bucka, so retribution for either being downed by themselves, so they're in position, or earlier on. Too early of a nade for Derp, cooked about half a second too long. Could have killed Baja, unfortunately for them, did not. 60 seconds, and Purdue Gold still stagnant, chilling on the bomb site, doing, well, too much, apparently. Mercado's dropped. A technical triple kill for Derp, considering they've killed their teammate.
Hearing the Habana pellets go off, maybe expecting to be forced away, was looking to take a gunfight before it actually gets opened up behind him. Not the worst idea, but it does net Derp another 1-for-1. Man advantage now brought back, but the shield is still being a bit of a threat here. Although they've got utility to burn away some of those ADSs, they don't really have anything to actually destroy the shield. So Baja isn't being forced back all too much, but it creates enough space for Derp to rotate. That's his triple kill now on the Iana, but the rest of his teammates have dropped dead. Derp now required to ace in this round if he wants to clutch it, but he cannot. Purdue Gold, so far, they might not be able to win on meeting room or kids, but they do just fine on the basement.
If I'm Derp right now, I'm complaining in the VC. I find a 4K in the round, and somehow they still have 2 players alive at the end of it.
True. He did kill Bucka.
Gotta feel bad for him. I was looking for the 6K. I really wanted it. Didn't happen. Kettering, unable to pick up the bottom floor again. Now, if history was to repeat itself, and we go back to the exact same sites in the exact same order, Kettering will walk away with an attacking 4-2 split on their own map selection. So Purdue Gold should be a little hesitant to celebrate that victory. I think one more round victory, and they're in a decent spot. If they win both of the following 2 rounds, and both of the final rounds of the half, they'll be in a little bit of a better position, but I don't think they're going to complain with a 3-3 halftime split, considering it is a dead even split.
I would tend to, lean towards agreement there. Although Kettering, sure, they had a couple of issues here attacking medium room, they still got the round win. At the end of the day, that can be all that you ask for, especially when you're at the disadvantageous side of a map. And now looking to maybe remedy some of those mistakes as well. You've got Verdant now on the Osa to help provide more coverage for Thermite, as again, if Swouse was a little bit closer, he had info that Amplify was planting the diffuser with 0 coverage. He might have been able to shut down that plant from happening and closing out the round as a win for Purdue eventually, maybe having us at a 3-1 round count rather than this even 2-2 that we're seeing right now. So Kettering having a little bit more of an insurance policy heading into that potential execute is definitely a good sign here of improvement here for the offense. But for Purdue Gold, it seems like they really haven't changed much in their round. They do have plenty of impact, so breaking those OSA shields shouldn't be too complex, but only having 1 Nitro Cell, that might be the biggest issue overall. But again, if the OSA shield is the main thing you're worried about, then it shouldn't be too challenging depending on where Purdue is actually set up.
Who would have thought that Purdue Gold would be counter-stratting Kettering while attacker repick is a thing? especially considering, well, Verdant could have just switched off, not knowing, obviously, that 6 impacts would be carried into the round itself. There's already information as they start to push forward. Talon Shield seen, the Osa's whereabouts gained, but that 1 C4 we were talking about, or you were talking about, already gone, as is Mercado. So you're losing 3, now 4 of your, now 5 of your 7 pieces of, what, explosive utility? Most of it gone. Yellow's HP half gone as well. Kettering, I don't know how much more of a dream start you could have had, but if you have one, man, that dream's got to be nice.
Only person you had to be really worried about is Baja, because he can do a lot of denial for just, you know, a bomb site entry and a plant if it ends up getting there for Kettering as well. That is the only major concern, but the rest of Kettering's attack has gone pretty smooth as of right now in the first half of this action phase. Arvo now dropping the hatch, looking to maybe get a cheeky flank down, and currently both Claymores here by Prismo are in his back pocket, so this could actually be a good attack coming out by Arvo to maybe get that element of surprise, but so far no one by Kettering is all too close against the mute, and just shortly they might catch info on him from the hatch, but Amplify looking to swing this one. The thermite being dropped. That's case control now for Purdue Gold. A massive play found by Arvo, and he just gets out of dodge. He knows he's overstayed his welcome, but that kill on the thermite is more than enough, and now Verdant gets shut down as well. The Osa gone too. There is almost no chance of a post plant happening here for Kettering, as they're now on the back foot.
Yeah, they have to not only grab the diffuser, but push from 2 completely different facets of meeting. They've completed this before and got the diffuser down, but it came down to a 1 versus 1. Spouse, as they drop down, it's Derp to find an opener, but 2 immediate returns with Derp in a 1 versus 3. Has to spray as they drop, but they will be dropped. From the meeting stage, a well-timed push in and well-timed aggression from the entirety of Purdue Gold will at minimum give them a tied-up halftime scoreline, but they're not done. They're looking for the lead as the split changes.
And we talked about the adaptability in the early round there by Kettering as well, being able to have the Osa to help assist, not only set up for the post plan if need be in the late round, but also help deal with Addict at a much faster rate. Sure, Kettering didn't have any struggles dealing with that top floor last time, but it did take them a lot of time, which stretched them very thin when it came to them rotating around the map, both through Split, Big Tower, having someone maybe go in through Z Hallway. So they try to bring out the Osa to help speed that up. Sure, it works, but one thing they were still forgetting about was having any kind of info or flank watch, more specifically, for those back stairs. And with Purdue Gold realizing that was just a non-factor for Kettering, not in just that round, but the round beforehand, they acknowledge it directly. Arvo drops down the hatch and finds a very important pick, and realizing once again that Amplify usually has little to no assistance in that mid-round, it nets him basically a free 1-for-1. That equalizes the man count, and you get case control. The rest of Kettering start to scatter. That leaves them open to more vulnerable gunfights. Purdue Gold are more than willing to take those engagements. They somehow get back the man advantage, and now Kettering all of a sudden have no utility and no man advantage to help secure a safe position to actually let that execute thrive.
Safe positions are overrated. Just play inside the chaos. That's all I have to tell you. It's just as easy as that. I do think Chaos will play in the favor of Kettering in this round. Last time it was Chaos that played in their favor. They played off immediate trades, albeit Purdue Gold was close, but just not quite when push came to shove. They are trying to push out this trophy goal as quickly as possible. Yellow still prepped to try to progress, will look to do so immediately, but Arvo does so from below. Bucka, the hero of the previous round on the top floor, is already dead, so Purdue, one of the VIPs, already taken down, but the hard breach of Amplify and the second fragger, alongside Derp, the top fragger, are still well and truly alive on full HP, looking to have an impact on the round, and a positive one.
Drone just begins to creep their way up the armory stairs. Someone probably looking to play off of that info. Maybe even a Rotero drone just to force back the alibi, confirm that she cannot rotate back into the bomb site. Could be a pretty interesting way of confirming that kill, but so far no one's really here to engage off of that previously gathered info from both the regular drone and a Rotero one flying out as well. Prismo trying to play this one as conservatively as he can, waiting for that final confirmation before he charges his way in. The swing comes out by the alibi once again. The thermite will fall. That lack of a proper response here by Kettering has cost them now 2 bodies as the alibi just still continues to linger over by trophy room. They expect that position by armory, but they fall back as no one's there on master balcony, and they try to rotate once again, still playing as aggressive as ever. They've overstayed their welcome, sure, but no one's kicking them outside out of Oregon just yet, as they almost net a third. Prismo now desperately low in HP, and Yellow just continues to readjust. This might not be it for the alibi, Dan.
No, not at all, and they still have nothing to clear the alibi out of position. In goes a Rotero trying to clear anything out as they can, but Yellow, just straight to the breach, finds another, finally shut down, but so is Verdant. The flank from below as Arvo finds the immediate return. Derp in a 1 versus 4 still has a Surya gate to go through, only a single drone, of which is currently unavailable to them. And, most importantly, a flank to deal with, of which they have absolutely no idea about. Arvo finds a triple kill on the round. It's a double for Yellow, a full house of frags for Purdue, as they turn what was a 2-1 disadvantage into a flawless rotation and a 4-2 lead.
Buddy ace as well for Purdue Gold, and like you mentioned, the reverse in the first half to make sure they keep the default round count favoring them, rather their opponents on their own map pick of Oregon. I gotta say, the coordination there by Kettering, it was attempted, but it wasn't timed effectively enough. Having someone back you up over by Armory on the staircase and that window rappel, if not done correctly, that can lead to a lot of, isolated positions that Purdue Gold can still challenge quite comfortably. And before isolation on the Armory side of the map was even a factor, you still had people in Master kind of half peeking, expecting Yellow to maybe overswing and just get a bit too confident. Sure, he got confident in his engagements, but he wasn't really trying to overstay his welcome in that position until he found those 2 kills that Kettering kind of allowed him to get because they were just a little mistimed on when they were trying to push out that one alibi and one alibi alone. And once they just focused so much into that one portion of the map and lost too much off of it, it just didn't seem like there was really a plan B that Kettering could fall into properly and still get the round as a win. And then you look at the coordination factor by Purdue Gold in that round, having Arvo be calm to go rotate down into lobby to help assist over by Armory, just perfectly done by Purdue Gold. The complete night and day contrast there in that coordination. And that's the main reason why Purdue Gold have all of a sudden been able to take back these rounds, just simply off the fact they've got the coordination on lock.
Swels trying to remove the coordination, and the head of the Jaeger on the other side just takes a few 2 seconds too long to swing, and Prismo will make it out with their life, only for the time being, as they still occupy the top of those freezer stairs, and has to rotate right back up. Swels being pressured from above as well, certainly not lethal to them, at least not at this current point. But Kettering's defense very well set up, and most importantly, very well spread out to try and slow down whatever semblance of an attack Purdue Gold can set up. The issue, they're taking a little bit too long to do so. Barely any of what is a very extended roam has been cleared out, and there's already a minute gone in the round.
Bucka is just over by Big Tower. Having those gridlock tracks deployed, I don't think that gives him a way back into the fight without giving away his position. So for the time being, Marcato is relatively safe to get that vertical down as well. Purdue Gold, minute 30 left to work with here. Still trying to find that opener, and Arvo secures it there with the F90, I think it's called, of all weaponries that you don't tend to see here by the gridlock, but a pretty good one of that. A solid gun to have in the right hands. Purdue Gold making that a pretty quick fact of the matter, as they still have a minute 20 to get all this vertical down, and still, I was going to say, they still had nades for a little while till we find another kill, but they don't anymore. But they're still looking to set up this execute from Big Window and White Stairs, and I think as well trying to rotate down through Big Tower, but Bucka, still playing in that position, catches Yellow off guard and does find a refrag at the very least.
I was waiting for Bucka to try and push around that green hallway and try to aggress in towards Kitchen because of the fact that Mercado was just waiting and opening everything up. Bucka instead will try and play towards the outside. Arvo hears the barricade being broken, but Baja's just planting the diffuser. And there's not a dang thing that Kettering's doing about it. They have no information, they have no aggression for the defensive side, and not only does Baja get the diffuser down, but can vacate that premises. Finally is taken out by Verdant's DP-27, but with 35 seconds on that diffuse timer and verticality now playing in the favor of Purdue Gold, alongside the now rappel held by Arvo, it's down to a 2v2. Amplify looking to long arm this as Prismo has the assist, and there's no way for Arvo to deny this. A roller coaster of a round, Kettering win it, and bring it back to within 1.
Purdue Gold, it looks so good on paper, but at the very end, you just didn't have enough players to watch over that diffuser if somebody were to cross over against Arvo's position, and unfortunately, With a 30-round, magazine, you tend to run out of ammo quite quickly, so being forced away to reload, just unfortunate timing for Purdue Gold, and great response by Kettering to synchronize both the play, getting that defuse down, and making sure there were no extra angles that Purdue Gold can work for to actually keep that diffuser on lock, more specifically the Jaeger playing over by the bottom of the white stairs to kill the Ash, still looking through that single window. But all things considered, with Purdue Gold just having so much control of that middle floor, being able to get so much vertical down, it created just so much phantom pressure by Kettering that they just felt inclined to fall back out of kids, which gave so much room for Purdue to get in the bomb site for free in a 4v4 and get the plant down. So all things considered, if they had maybe one more player alive, that could have been a round win for them right there, Dan.
Certainly possible. Honestly, it probably could have been one if they just stayed on that bottom floor. The aggression is very well timed on that defensive side, and honestly, I have to give it to them. Understanding where they were trying to play on the Kettering defense, just aggressing off the back of it. They had the information that the gridlock was still on that kid's window, and the fact that the Ash had just vacated the premises, trying to play vertical later. Well, clear out the Ash, your job's done. They were able to stick the defuse through, not even having to worry about the gridlock, of which probably would have been taken out anyway if they had aggressed any further than that kid's dorm's bedroom. Nonetheless, it's a victory, and they'll now have to deal with that on the attacking side, of which now Kettering is heading to the bottom floor. 30 seconds in, and, well, Purdue at least are in the building. Better start than the previous round, albeit they were in the building last time and still lost a few opening engagements. Derp low, and Derp is dead. Not the smartest idea to still sit below a vertical hole, but hey, if you want to die, you do you.
To be fair, though, I think his fate was set in stone. Don't think he had the hatch opened up to fall off of, and at that point, if someone's on the top floor, could probably imagine someone's holding that cutoff, so his options were, I think, limited would make it an understatement. Can't fault the guy all too much, but still, an opening kill with no one to trade here for Purdue Gold. That is a pretty solid start on the attack. They've got the top floor fully cleared out. They can set their eyes not only on the bomb site, but the rest of that first floor as well, as Kettering are still having a bit of an extension over on that side of the map, but seems like now from that extension, from losing that first engagement by the hand of Derp, they all fall back and are looking to play off of this plethora of utility, not only with those shields and MMI magnets, but also having those Shamika launchers, which could completely deny multiple locations of this map that Purdue Gold would want to attack from.
One location is around towards this freezer side. Verdant doesn't actually see the fact that there is indeed that Ayana on the other side. Mercado prepping what is a Candela to go long range. Only lands inside of the freezer, so Verdant will still be able to see for the time being. A follow-up nade from Swouse misses just the same, so whole lot of utility used. Very little found off of. And finally they do indeed find a second nade. That was from Yellow all the way towards the main stairs, but it's Arvo to find the opener. 5 versus 3, now 5 versus 2 as Arvo finds a double, wasting absolutely no time as they just walk onto the site almost unrestricted, but Bucka finds 2. The bearing 9 of the double, Amplify with one of their own. It's now a triple and a quad for Amplify, wasting absolutely no time. The bearing 9 finds 2 on the back side of it. Kettering, from absolutely nowhere, bring back a 2v5.
And I'm not even too sure how exactly Bucka racked up that triple kill. Impressive play by him. For Purdue Gold, however, I don't know if it was just a lack of info or just simply not knowing who was supposed to check that corner to confirm the kill on the Echo, because everything else was accounted for by Purdue Gold. They had enough utility to break down those shields, force away the Tachanka, have those Candelas to help create space after the shields were gone, and they had a Dokkaebi with logic bombs to help lurk from the backside down backstairs just to catch people as they're trying to either fall back or re-engage on the people attacking from both Laundry and Freezer. That was a well-coordinated push by Purdue Gold, so again, it really concerns me if they just didn't have any info for the guy tucked by the back of that Laundry machine, that being Bucka, who racked up a nice triple kill, or if they just didn't calm as to who is supposed to check for that in the late round. Either way, it nets Kettering a very important round win as they now tie us up going in round 9, but now, after winning 2 successful defensive round wins, they're forced to go into Dining Room out of all sites. Interested to see how Purdue Gold actually wants to attack in this position.
I'm gonna get your opinion on this one. What is Kettering? have to keep consistent, because Purdue Gold have thrown 2 questionable attacks at them, but neither of them have looked completely incorrect, but it seems like Kettering are pulling these back from very odd positions. How do you set yourself up to be in a good spot later on if you don't know what that good spot is really supposed to be?
I think what you want to look for is that potential passivity factor, because your late round is fantastic. Again, you're playing into the strength of Purdue Gold making mistakes because they're limited on time and resources. That's good in the late round, but if not only you can play off of that, but have at least a stable condition before that factor, like keeping your players alive as they fall off the roam, that could be major. They're looking to do so as Bucka tries to fall away off that rotate, but wants to find some blood before that actually happens. He gets rid of Yellow, someone who is incredibly important for an attacking site such as this. Thankfully, you still have both the Zofia and Thatcher, but as I say that, I curse Marcado to Davy Jones's locker, as well as Bucka just takes him overboard and makes him walk the plank with that UMP-45, looking for even more damage, but so far can't confirm it.
Opposite situation as to what we saw Purdue in the previous round, where they went from a 5v3 to open things up, now into a 3v5, and Kettering with a clear and obvious advantage, and Purdue, not much they can do about it. They do have all 3 Selmas available, alongside now just 1 Aerojab. They seemingly want to aggress from that meeting position. The issue, they still have not cleared out that top floor roam. That can become so deadly later on. Congratulations, Purdue. You've gained site control. You haven't done a dang thing about what's preventing you from not only A, planting that diffuser, but B, being able to long-term hold that down, assuming you even get it down. Also, I'm just realizing, thank you very much, Max, meeting is not a site, so...
Yeah, not for right now.
Yeah, no.
That is why I mentioned the question of how are Purdue Gold going to attack this.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like they're attacking it fairly well, unless Swaus can brew up some sort of magical play from his black hat of mysteries. He's got out the explosive lifeline here to break down that castle barricade. He's waiting on his teammates, though. Oh, the stun for the assist as well. I like this play here by Purdue Gold. Sure, it's going to get a bit sloppy, but this could be what they need just to surprise this, I guess, nest of defenders, really wake up the Hornets here. Prismo scores 1 kill, though, and Baja on the plant gets shut down, leaving only Arvo pistol in hand, but it does nothing to deny the DMR from just ripping him to shreds. Kettering look to take yet another round on their defensive half, and I did mention the passivity might be their go-to to secure that win, but it was the aggression by Bucka after already trying to fall back that netted them an early start, and a good one at that too, having the 5-on-3 instantly.
Yeah, Kettering, not only that, but they were also playing so spread out that Purdue Gold gained fully unrestricted access to the kitchen. Congratulations. This was a similar situation as to what I was bringing up with meeting, when I was under the false sense of the fact that it was a site, and then I realized I'm a moron, and it wasn't a site. But it ended up becoming the exact same position. It ended up becoming the exact same position with kitchen dining, where they got into the kitchen. They, A, had not cleared out that top floor room, of which already had soft reach holes to play towards any default plant. They also had dining control. They had security control with Verdant to split the attention of Purdue Gold. So Purdue Gold had to worry about the X, Y, and Z axes, while also taking 4 different fights on 3 axes. Certainly not a recipe for success if you're looking at that mathematically.
5 seconds left.
Or even from the kitchen.
The kitchen,
because they were in the kitchen. And it's a recipe.
Oh. Recipe for disaster. Oh. Anyways, for Kettering, I talked about the passivity by them and what they should have done heading into the new round. I think the main reason why Bucka actually was being a bit more aggressive on the castle there was, A, he had a very long angle that was, relatively speaking, favoring him because of how he set up that position on the top floor, but also nobody else was engaging him from multiple angles. You see his position right here? He only has to focus on that window, as no one's big tower just yet, to cut him off. He only had to focus on that trophy entryway from Master side because there was info that nobody was going from construction heading into big tower, so there was no one there to stop him if he were to continue to play there. It was just a 1-for-1 gunfight across a long corridor that Bucka was already anticipating to engage from there. So really, he's at an advantage no matter really how you slice that pie. And once again, it's Arvo just pushing in by himself to deal with that roamer, and Bucka, aware of that, is going to just take the gunfight. He's going to win the 1-for-1 and once again put his team in an advantage of that 5-on-3, almost a 5-on-2, as with the intuition, he expects Marcato to be inside a kitchen, whether that be with info off the hatch player or just hearing the guy, and he almost shoots him in the head through that wall too, but it's still a 5-on-3, massive advantage for Kettering.
Kettering playing, hey, how many times can we make it a 5v3, no matter who it actually favors? Derp trying to make it a 5v2, looks away at the worst possible time, so will not be able to pick up the 5v2, at least not for the next 2 seconds or so. Looks away at the worst time again, somehow has the worst luck in first-person shooters. So that's Call of Duty timing, by the way, not even Rainbow Six timing, which is a whole other beast to work with. Misses their first keep barrier, second one is indeed successful, and as Swouse attempts to try and play from behind, they will be taken away. They get rezzed by the Adrenal Surge, and then are taken away again. So just a second bit of redundancy there for the defensive side. 1v4 for Baja as they walk in towards the site. They'll walk straight through Shamika grenades, but luckily do make it through unscathed. They don't make it through the gunfire, though. DP-27 will rip them to shreds as the Pancake magazine will take them out of contention. And understandably so, Purdue Gold will call a timeout as they face map point.
Definitely needed at this point. You have to make that decision not only for the timeout, but also to figure out what you're doing wrong. I think the big issue here for Purdue Gold is what I mentioned when Bucka was going on a killing spree, 2 consecutive rounds in a row on their defensive half, and that is just Purdue Gold not fully taking that consideration of Bucka being a potential threat and only putting maybe one guy to focus on him at the time. Sure, you have a lot of tasks to focus on in the round for the attacking half for Purdue Gold, especially when attacking kids and you want to go for a vertical take like they attempted there. But if you still have a roamer playing about for the late round, that can just lead to even more challenges. So taking care of that problem now, or just at least setting up flank watch with those track singers like you did last time you attacked that bomb site to make sure Bucka can't really get too far without being located, it makes an incredible difference for your attacking, I guess, just general play style and effectiveness. But with Purdue Gold just pushing in one-on-one to deal with Bucka and him just being in his element there, it didn't allow a lot of opportunities for Kettering to actually, lose Bucka in the early round. And he's playing on the Bandit, not even tricking any walls. So if he dies there, it's not a big deal for, Kettering. They're probably anticipating him to either find one and die or just find nothing and maybe fall away. So it's not a huge issue if he's alive or not, or just still roaming about. But Purdue Gold, if they lose someone, like that Sledge or the Buck, for example, off the bat, like they did, then that's their win condition, basically.
Win condition for Purdue is back-to-back rounds, one of which is going to be on Laundry Supply. The following, the top floor of kids' dorms and dorms being hall. No, that's actually not the case. It would probably end up being either meeting kitchen or kitchen dining. Kettering favoring kitchen dining last time around, so you'd expect that to be the case. Not the worst case scenario for Purdue, but it's still not looking good. Even if Kettering loses the bottom floor, they're probably either going to go there, or if they feel more comfortable in kitchen dining, because they convincingly won it last time around, you'd expect them to go there. What would you call? Let's put you in the shoes of Purdue. You're attacking what is almost certainly the bottom floor, unless Kettering, for some unknown reason, go kitchen meeting, which they're not doing. What do you set up for your attack to try and deal with the Bearing 9 and Mark 14 that dealt with you in previous iterations?
I mean, like I mentioned towards the end of that round, we didn't quite catch how Bucka found that triple kill, but we knew where he was in the last 20 seconds. So you could imagine that maybe better info in the late round would be the good idea for Purdue. Not only that, but still just having that anticipation as to how Kettering is going to defend in the early round. They're going to be on that roam facet for a good chunk of time, but then fall back and still rely on that utility. So having util dump of Thatcher EMPs and pocket EMPs for Swaps and Marcato, I don't think that's a horrible change. And maybe with those EMPs available, that could also help enable you to have more time to drone, as you're not focusing on burning through multiple shields that takes over a minute of time while still looking to take gunfights. As again, If they knew where Bucka was and they coordinated it a bit better to kill him when he was stuck in that corner, especially having a Dokkaebi hitting you from, highway, hallway, could maybe creep into supply room, for example, while someone's pushing laundry double, that Echo is as good as dead. Whether he brings one person down with him or not, he's probably going to die getting double shot from 2 separate angles. So again, for Purdue Gold, if they can coordinate that execute a bit better on top of having more info, it could be a better round for them, and they might not be sent to Chalet just yet.
Another note, by the way, is the fact that Arvo's on 14-6, so clearly has been picking up the fragging role, whether it be just inconsequently because of the fact that they happen to be mechanically good at the game for this specific round, or, well, they've actually been placed in the fragging role intentionally. Also, just quick note, by the way, there are 3 different bearing 9s on the board, with all 3 of who carry a bearing 9, with a breach ability on them. Also, there seemed to be a spider crawling across the screen. Did you see that? Please tell me you saw that, because I'm not crazy.
I'm not going to confirm with you. You're going to have to just think that one up for yourself.
I'm going back in the VOD and clicking this. Anyway, I was going about the bearing 9s. There's a Supernova, a Spaz 12, or a Spaz 15, whichever one that the Thunderbird wields, because nobody ever plays Thunderbird without the spear in hand, and the DP-27 of Verdant. Odd decisions in terms of weaponry on the defense.
And you're not even going to talk about how fast Purdue Gold just cleared out an elbow extension. That was under a minute. Just throwing 2 EMPs from the ground, the AoE effect was big enough on the primary EMP to break the shield and force Purdue away. They still have the roam game alive that I mentioned earlier, so they could try to play for a potential retake in the late round. And there goes that first engagement. Prisma losing a bit of HP, but the Kona stations are there to stim him back up. And now Derp will be here to challenge a little bit as well, now moving a bit closer away. Amplified through the hatch, spots out yellow, so that push in from Blue Bunker, not too successful just yet. And now Purdue Gold, they're focusing not only on this middle floor position, but also that looming threat over by Blue Bunker. So all things considered, Kettering, they are still in the driver's seat, despite having that early round success for the offense.
How in the world is Amplify still alive, by the way? Yet to be dealt with around the sandbags inside a meeting. A 2v5 for Purdue to stay alive in the map. Not only does Mercado have to play through a breach of which is so poorly set up they can barely see a dang thing, much less the backside of their hand, but they have to do so with Swouse, who's trying to aggress in through the green hallway and really doesn't have all that much help to do so. Derp still playing a long angle with a bearing 9 in hand, won't be able to find all that much off the back of that, but it's an L8 and a PDW up against a battery of bearing 9s alongside DMR and the AUG. Mercado is just going to hold W in, give away the fact they're anywhere near close range to the E-Box, and basically give away any semblance of a false sense of security there was to Kettering. This should be the end of the map. Verdant finding an opener. Mercado will fall. A follow-up is there for Swouse, but they're taken away just the same. Kettering a 7-4 half with 5 straight defensive rounds to close it out. They make do with regulation.
I did mention it though, Dan. I said not only do you have to focus on that info game in the late round, but still be concerned about that roam position done by Kettering, as if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They did the exact same thing last time that site was in play. Sure, they didn't, win the opening gunfight, but they still wasted enough time to fall back on that utility, which did becoming a bit of an issue, not utility-wise, but just not having enough time to gather any info. So not only are you going in the mindset that you're still going to lose a player on that middle floor, but if you do net some sort of kill while doing so, then you're actually not breaking even. You're having somewhat of a positive position there. Not only was 1 kill found, several were found by the defense, and it completely halted the rest of Purdue Gold from entering in from Blue Bunker and backstairs, as they now have multiple threats that they have to reassess for since they didn't do it from the get-go.
Well, there is a caveat there for Purdue Gold. Yes, they lose, but they do so in a 7-4 fashion, which is fairly close. It was the map pick of Kettering, but it was Oregon. Nobody calls Oregon a dominant map selection if you're going to pick it. Everybody knows how to play Oregon. That's also a similar situation to Chalet. While it may be a niche pick that nobody ever plays, which is not actually the case, that was just entirely satirical, hopefully it goes in their favor. Because, well, a third map of Clubhouse certainly needs to be the great equalizer if Purdue want to play any further part in the Legends bracket. We're going to take a break, and then it's Clubhouse. No, it's not Clubhouse. It's Chalet, Purdue Gold's map selection to try and send us to Clubhouse as a third.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got Purdue Gold still trying to keep this game afloat and hopefully bring us to Clubhouse. If not, Kettering will take this matchup 2-0 as they did end up securing their map win on their selection of Oregon. How do you feel heading into Chalet, Dan, where at least on paper, Purdue Gold, they've got a lot more experience under their belt for this map, but it's still a fairly default map nowadays?
I'm hesitant. I don't know exactly if Purdue Gold are going to be able to bring this back. Again, this is the 4 and 5 seeds we're talking about. This is as close as things get in the Legends division, which is already a close division, by the way. Nobody really leading as frontrunners other than, well, obviously the frontrunners themselves. Redbirds are like kind of far ahead than everybody else, but that's honestly to be expected. They came into the season as favorites. They walked away from at least the regular season as first place. We'll see if it plays into their favor as the other matches transpire, but for the time being, Chalet is our map to worry about. Again, Purdue Gold's map selection try and send us to Clubhouse as a third. Now, Purdue technically chose Clubhouse, at least between that and Theme Park, but Kettering's kind of nuts on Theme Park, so that's to be understood, because that's a word.
Funny enough, the more I think about it, I made a very minute point at the beginning of Oregon saying how much Purdue Gold love to play the Jackal. And funny enough, the biggest thing they struggled with when the Jackal was banned was actually clearing out those initial roamers off the bat. But they're still looking. They are still banning the Jackal. Now, again, I don't think this is like a horrible ban. You know, he can be very versatile put in the right hands. But I do feel like it might be a bit more unnecessary on a map like Chalet in comparison to this one, especially when Kettering opted to ban the Nook. So lurking is going to be a lot more challenging, if at all, something you want to probably ignore for the attacking side. But I digress. Still a ban being done by Purdue Gold, Mira following suit as well. So their ban's not changing whatsoever for their map picks. And Kettering still keeping things a little bit more on the vibrant side, now opting to ban the Azami as well. So at least their ideology change is moving on to a new map.
As you'd expect. And also the Azami was played a little bit by the Purdue Gold defense, so that would be understood to take away. Now, Kettering, keeping with their similar chaos, they'll open up with Master and Office and bring the Echo. Now, don't be surprised if Echo just casually doesn't have the MP5 SD, of which is one of my favorite guns in the game, by the way. Amplify does, so screw my point. But still, you were looking at it and saying, well, I was looking at it and saying, I'm concerned. Because you never really know what Kettering's going to bring. I saw a DP-27, a Supernova, and a Spaz-12 with 3 bearing 9s as secondaries. What, the last 2 rounds on Oregon? I was a little concerned.
Still won the round. So,
True.
All things considered, they know what they're doing. Shocking, I know. They were at one point, I think, like a top 4 team in the collegiate scene. That was all the way back in the Purdue land, where poetically enough, to secure that like 4th place spot, I think it was that they beat Purdue at least on one of the 2 maps that they ended up playing, or actually out of the 3 maps, and they made it an incredibly close game. Not only that, but dawning all the way back to like the collegiate championship I casted back in like May, they also beat Purdue Gold. That was on Theme Park, one of the maps funny enough too, which is also why I'm shocked they didn't want to go to Theme Park in this best of 3, but I can't be really too picky. They did very well in their map pick of Oregon, which I also wasn't too shocked to see that happen too.
With Theme Park off the board, though, it's the more defaults. Those being, in order, Oregon, Chalet, Club. Oregon already done. Chalet underway, with Derp taking just under 50 damage to start things off. Has an escape route down towards Wine Cellar should they require it, but wasting no time still getting aggressive. Flashbang is avoided, as they still want to aggress, and their escape route has actually been taken away. There is somebody on the bottom side of that Wine Cellar, but Bucka, from a country mile away, removes Yellow's head from the rest of their body, and already finds Kettering the opening pick of Chalet.
One less set of grenades as well, so having this clear start from the bottom floor working their way upwards is going to be a little more challenging, as now they have less positions to really work with while having that vertical control. Swouts as well almost losing their life as they're brought down to just under 50% of their health pool, as Buck is still not missing those shots with the DMR. Will now begin to creep his way back up above. Calls out the logic bomb pardon, so he doesn't really seem to be all too concerned about any attackers trying to pounce on him, as the rest of Purdue Gold are still concerned about wanting to push in from those solar stairs, and now having their flank watch taken care of as well with those air jabs. But again, for Purdue Gold, they don't really have a lot of utility to really start pushing back those positions like Owl, like Master Door, and even Bathroom perhaps, depending on where they're setting up in this final minute.
They're setting up for a relatively straightforward take. Amplify holding the headshot angle, but Swouse removes Amplify's head from the rest of their body. Arvo, a follow-up, will do the exact same to Derp. Prismo there for some redundancy, but Baja picks up the lantern. Well, finding kills. And 45 seconds left, a 2v4 from a 5v4. With 3 shots, sometimes all you need is 1. And Purdue have found 3 individual 1-shot, 1 kills. Oh my goodness. Just a walk straight through and a double for the Mark 14, as they're wasting no time retaking. Now back to a 2v2. And Purdue Gold have lost any semblance of an advantage they had 2 seconds ago. Finally, it's right back in their favor.
Now they know where Bucka is as well in this 1 versus 2. Seems like Baja sticking for that plant. Bucka looking to close out on this Hibana, but they get off it quickly as ever. 10 seconds now left on that timer as Purdue Gold continue to rotate against this. Aruni left now in the 1vx. Good shot, though, by Bucka. One more, and he's got the ace and the round win on lockdown. Hibana gets off the plant, but they're not gun up. What are they looking at? Bucka, a major kill found, and Baja not able to get off the plant in time to be in a proper position. You can't fault him. He played the objective and had no coverage, but Bucka, he's got the ace, and Kettering already up with a huge mental boon.
Still insane. Kettering coming back from what was a 2v4, Purdue Gold making it a 2v4 in such a dramatic fashion, and then Kettering saying, oh, wait, we have Bucka, who, by the way, was the hero in a few rounds back on Oregon, and seemingly picking up right where they left off here on map 2 of Chalet, already giving Kettering a clear and obvious advantage, albeit it was down to a 1v2. Bucka had to ace overall, and the rest of Kettering seemingly couldn't tell their heads from the rest of their bodies. However, they still have time to do so as they go to Bar Gaming, my personal favorite site on the map. Hopefully the rest of the team can now come into the fray, as we have bear traps on the board for Verdant, and Derp switches to the Mute. I like the overall composition for the site, given its positioning and, well, the way overall plays.
Gotta give credit to Purdue Gold as well in that round. Sure, they lost it, but they took every opportunity that they could to re-secure the man advantage. You had Kettering with a major lack of discipline in that late game. They were playing all the right positions, but they were just overcompensating, over-swinging instead of just playing behind that natural cover or utility they still had backed up to make sure no one could get in the bomb site or bathroom, for example, and that costed them a lot of lives. But when Purdue Gold were once again put in that 2v1 and they had info on Bucka after they isolated out Verdant, they did rotate into the opposing bomb site and did try to play a mean post plant, but again, a lot of that natural cover that I was talking about favoring the defense. But once again, Purdue, same story for them. That lack of proper discipline towards the very end, it costed them that most important life of the cover for that planter, and that allowed Bucka to sweep away with a full 5-man kill streak. Nothing to found like a care package, for example, but a round win, I'm sure, will suffice here for Kettering on their opponent's map pick, as now Purdue Gold are looking down to attack this bar extension held by Kettering with a couple of shields and a bit of love too.
A weird setup for Kettering, though. You can see the full prep to try and lock down Mezzanine long-term. Prismo, if I'm reading my X-ray vision correctly, is the only one remaining for Kettering on the top floor. A little curious, considering how much utility they invested into this, given the Mute Jammer and the reinforcement around towards that far side of the library, but it's just at this point the library hallway being locked down. Seemingly every magnet in the game, alongside just a few ADSs also available at the top of library. That nade actually is clipped, so no shield taken out, and Bucka actually finds the opener. Still did occupy the library side, and finds the opener off the back of it. Kettering have found 6 kills in this map, all of which have been gained by Bucka himself.
The man's looking for more as well. Still playing as aggressive as ever here by the top of Mezzanine. Seeing if anyone wants to try to challenge him from that ego window. A fitting name for the way Buck has been playing so far in round number 2 and 1 combined. A flank as well, being racked up here by Amplified. This could be so damaging. Purdue Gold, they are so focused on clearing out both Library and Blue from mostly just Piano and having a single guy by that Library double window. If there is no one cycling any cams, if there are any to watch the flank, might have Amplify score a couple of kills here. He's waiting, though. Such great patience by the Jaeger. Amplify gets the case player. Bucka no longer being the only person to find kills for his team, but it's not going to matter. They're still as effective as ever. But Arvo, he's just in the bomb site, but oh, not for long. The Frost just simply hits those, and even if they died, the Dokkaebi, they did not have case control, so that site control would not make up a single difference there for Purdue Gold, and the outcome for Swaus, it might not matter either. Sure, he's found 1 kill, but it's a 1v3 with only 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Bucky's still alive. Oh, no. First shot's missed. The aggression should be outside.
That's cursed now.
They decide to stay inside. Feels bad, man. trying to find the 4K, or it would have been the 3K in this round with the ace off the back of it just for a kicker. Nonetheless, still looking good, and just a single shot required.
There
Does
it
about
is.
45 damage, as it should with the Mark 14. Even long range, the damage fallout is not all that bad. One shot, one kill, as has been the case consistently for Bucka, as they find 8 of 10 kills through 3 rounds, or 2 rounds, and Kettering, off the back of it, find back-to-back rounds. Now head to kitchen dining. They do not want to trifle with the bottom floor at all, and understandably so, but their setup was just so good, and Amplify, most importantly, was just playing disciplined. Instead of trying to re-aggress like a chicken with their head cut off after finding a single kill on that flank, they decide, oh, I'm going to back away, force them to switch their attention once more, and then possibly re-aggress later on without just holding W straight through.
It always... What's the word I'm trying to look for here? It's always nice when you can fall off of that roam, but not have info that for your opponents, I should say. So they're not completely aware if you have or not. It always creates multiple problems in their head that they're trying to solve with only about a minute and a half to do so, give or take, after they've already committed so much to that round. So it's just always nice to see that done correctly there by Amplify. Now heading into dining room, like we had mentioned, basement floor not being a main site of contention here for Kettering just yet. Their lineup looks fairly similar to what they brought out last time when defending Master, funny enough, except I just think they have a little bit more utility stacked up. And also Bucka now on the castle. We saw him pop up with the UMP-45 in the past on Oregon. Let's see if he can do it here, heading now into Chalet.
You know, you said ever so eloquently earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'm questioning why Kettering are fixing something that at least wasn't broken, that being Bucka carrying a Mark 14. Also, nade being prepped, Verdant I don't think is going to survive all that long. Luckily, still does, and somehow the hatch also survives that engagement with a grenade, but nonetheless, is still on the court for the time being. Amplify on towards the Aruni. I'm not too keen on this decision. However, with Bucka going towards the UMP, I think it should still play towards their playstyle of just precise gunfire with not too many shots required to finish it off. Still a questionable decision.
Thermite charge going off in the background. Bucka not really seeming to want to fall off just yet, looking to maybe work a kill or two if there's no info that he's still playing by the half wall. Interested to see if Purdue Gold want to actually try and push in off the rip. I don't think they're going to want to. They want to try to secure some sort of control by Piano first and foremost, but Amplify playing with that long-range DMR, able to scope down at least onto one player, that being Maricotto. The Rotero drone is no longer a threat in this round. And Purdue Gold, they almost netted one refrag there in the hand of that Sledge of Yellow, but still not able to close that gap. Kettering just have to hold on for a little bit longer, and they'd probably double the value of this roam extension. And there it is. Derp gets rid of Yellow. And like I mentioned, it's only a roam extension. They're not defending Master as the actual bomb site. So Purdue Gold, they are really in deep trouble.
Not only that, but they still have yet to clear out Bucka. A drone went right by him, yet didn't actually fully clear that position. Swaus and Baja have a combined 40 HP or so. A single shot from just about any weapon will take both of them away, especially this Mark 14 from long range, again playing just a small angle, so difficult to deal with from so far away without having that pre-info. Baja is shot through the wall, so luckily will stay alive. Has been shot through the wall by that Mark 14 already in this round, but it's Swaus to fall as the follow-up, and from the top side of Mezzanine, it's Derp to find a triple. Baja, low HP, just a single shot from falling. Now certainly from any weapon in the game will swing in towards 45, and it's Derp to take the mantle of multi-frags as he finds a quad, and Kettering complete the rotation near flawlessly at that.
Just doing such an impeccable job on their defensive half. But for the most part, they only have to focus in on a couple of angles, and that's, the back breach of Master and that Piano double doorway as well. It didn't seem like there was any external pressure being gathered by Purdue Gold. We didn't see anyone on the solar windows to have that, fall back in case someone wanted to rotate it down that staircase. They didn't have anyone by Master window. There was no one by the single doorway, from main balcony. So there weren't many options that Kettering had to really focus on, except the two areas that I mentioned off the bat, and those are still pretty heavy choke points that Kettering can just set up crossfires to deal with, especially because how close both Master and Piano are to each other. They are just right next to one another. So if you have people like in the backup bathroom, if you have someone by a rotate, for example, too, and still playing directly in Master as well, with the lack of that, external pressure by Purdue Gold, you can just make mincemeat out of that attack just by, again, just stacking up multiple players, looking down the barrel of, one location. So it just really only made sense that Kettering did so well playing on that extension because Purdue Gold weren't really pushing them away whatsoever, it seemed.
No, and they were trying to, but they invested so much utility to just not push off of it. And the lack of proper droning, not clearing full rooms, for instance, because there was just a castle sitting completely unrestricted inside of the office. That was Bucka, by the way, who didn't find a kill for the first time in 3 rounds. But
shocking.
It didn't really matter. Kettering is still able to pick it up. Derp found a quad, and now vertical angle's being established, but Yellow has now seen it. Does take down the Prisma that was below, but with the Jaeger setting up this position, a nade prep from below could come through,
wow.
But Derp swinging finds an opener onto Swouse. Where in the world was the Iana? Please tell me at the bottom of West Main, because that has to be that position. No. Yeah,
it was bottom west.
What? How in the world does Arvo not die there, but Swouse does? Somebody give Swouse a lottery ticket, because after how unlucky they just were, they might as well go win a few $1 billion.
Yeah, hopefully get some, good karma in response to all the negativity there. I gotta admit, though, for Yellow, that was an impressive readjustment there. Looking on the vertical to confirm that frag on the Jaeger, and then just spots out the alibi in his, left retina, and just is like, oh, gotta kill him, and he gets the refrag immediately. Good work by him. But the rest of Kettering, they're still stepping up after the loss of Derp. It's almost drive them to continue this aggression, as now it's basically Yellow alone in an island, just stuck in dining room, now being yokai'd as well by Amplify, still rocking the Echo. And now you've got Baja as well here to assist, but a little bit late in this round. But thankfully, Yellow hasn't died. It's still 2 people stacked up. But as I mentioned it, there is the, again, cross-contamination by Kettering, and it just completely withers away the rest of Purdue Gold. Currently 0-4 on their map pick. It's not looking good for them.
Hey, luckily Yellow hasn't died, though. Yeah, it's not looking great.
Yeah?
Bucka just casually has 10 kills, which for all of you mathematicians out there is 2 more than the entirety of Kettering. It's not looking all that good. Has still yet to die, is the only one in the lobby to currently hold that title, at least in this second map. And Kettering are just showing dominance. It's like Purdue Gold, every time they walk into a gunfight, are ripped to shreds from 1 or 2 angles, of which they're just not droning out. The drones are coming through, sure, but just not the correct positions. The swing from Derp early on in that round should have been detected, considering they were all aggressing towards that kitchen dining trophy side, yet didn't have pre-placed drones to find that information. I like the decision to try and nade out the Jaeger when they knew they were up there. I also like the readjustment, as you mentioned, very well timed. But the fact that it wasn't prepped beforehand, especially given the fact that Derp had not rotated down there within the last 2 seconds, that was pre-prepped as you saw them drop down with the Bailiff in the prep phase, should have been there for Purdue Gold, and just was not. Now, Kettering, with a clear and obvious advantage, for all of you who have not looked at the scoreboard in the last calendar year, it's looking pretty good for them. And now, looking to show that this dominance is just not short-lived to probably close out the map sooner rather than later.
Especially on the defensive half, too. We talked about how, although it was a 4-2 half for Purdue Gold on Oregon for their defense, that is still considered by many to be default, if not a 3-on-3, which just favors the attack a little bit more. That's an obvious statement, though, to say. But on Chalet, it tends to either go 3-3 or 4-2 favoring the attack. So it's the exact opposite, but now Kettering are the ones in that driver's seat. And Purdue Gold just haven't found a way to really deal with that roam facet, whether it be in the early round when you have someone like Bucka just being a constant nuisance with these long angles with that DMR, or someone in the late round like Amplify, or more specifically, like the entirety of Kettering that wasn't Derp last round, because everyone got active in the mid to late round just to confirm those last 2 kills onto Baja and Yellow. Now looking into this position, it seems to be roughly the same thing for Kettering, except Purdue Gold are a little more aware as to what might happen because they've seen this before. So now they're trying to gather more info, forcing away Kettering at a much earlier time, but that's costed them a lot of that time factor. It's a minute 20, and they have not even began to poke and prod at that util extension, Dan.
One positive note is the fact they still have a whole lot of utility to work with. Yeah, 75 seconds on the clock, but Kettering have been pushed off, finally so, from the top of the library, from that mezzanine position, but Prismo trying to reaggress. Magnet set up to try and deny any utility to swing forward, but Arvo finds the kill. Mark 14s continue to reign true in a lot of these gunfights, and the attacking side is no exception. A follow-up there will lead it right back to this 4v4. A C4 comes through, but hits nothing but thin air and soft breach. And Kettering, whatever advantage they thought they had, now gone as Purdue completely encircles the site and has a whole lot of time to work with utility still on the board.
3 separate grenades, that could be a good way to make loads of space here for Purdue Gold, but again, that's if they have the info to work off of. Yellow most certainly does. He nets 1 frag onto Derp and a second one as well, getting the guy in the back of stock as well. A good play so far by the Sledge, but a 2v4, definitely not impossible, especially if you can maybe have the defense reclaim some of that top floor pressure, but Arvo waiting so keenly with that DMR is able to snipe down Bucka in the 1-for-1, now leaving just Amplify having to deal with not only this post-plant position, but someone directly above him, still playing by the top of that blue stairwell in his position, now known, trying to land the blind fire on the guy just feet above his head. Now forced to rotate around. It does seem like we will see for the first time Purdue Gold striking a win on their attacking half, but it did cost them greatly. 4 rounds before we saw this happen. Definitely is a bit concerning, especially if they cannot keep up the good tempo leading into that defensive half. Amplify just looking for some exit frags. He spots out one through the wall. Arvo now dropped dead, but there is basically no time left for him to cross the gap, get on that diffuser, and try to disable it while there's still 3 active guns. And Yellow, again, someone who I talked about being rather strong in this round, he proves it to be another focal point once again. He scores the last kill of this round. And like I mentioned, Purdue Gold, they're finally on the board in a good way.
Not only that, but they're on the board on the attacking side for the first time in this series. Kettering, to open up the second half of Oregon, were down
5 in a
4-2,
row.
and then won 7-4. Here, to open up, were 0-0, and are now winning 4-1. Kettering has a 90% defensive win rate in this series right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I'm going to say it a little bit louder for the people in the
interview.
back. Kettering has a
Gotta get a
90% win rate on defense. How?
I don't know. It's just the heroicism of Bucka. I don't know a better way to put it, man.
Bucka also died. Oh my gosh.
For the first time in this game. In this map in particular. Not the first time in the whole game. He died quite a lot in the first half of Oregon. But he was also like the first entry point half of those rounds, so it makes sense. Now he is being a bit more relaxed, and I really do hate to say this here for Purdue Gold, but maybe banning operators that are gonna, weaken your chances of, having a strong roam clear is not a good idea for your attack, since that has been the biggest struggle by them so far. Not even just, having the Jackal on the board, but just bring out someone to replace him that isn't just a Dokkaebi. A Lion is an incredibly strong substitute. It is the same ideology there with, Arvo on the Dokkaebi, obviously, because, you don't hear anybody. When a logic bomb calling off, that position is clear. But the line, you can be a lot more proactive. You still have, the Gone 6. You still have those secondary EMPs. So still a lot of utility clear as well on that line. But it's just, you get a lot more bang for your buck. Unless you really love having chip damage with a DMR. In that case, I completely understand. Because the DMRs are really good currently in the game. People just don't seem to know it completely. But for Kettering, they've been really good in this first half. So DMRs or not, doesn't seem to matter because they still already have 4 rounds in their back pocket.
Well, they have had a DMR in every single round in the Kettering defense.
At least they understand.
DMRs available for the defensive side. Purdue, also in a similar situation. Arvo's been picking up the Dokkaebi, which I like, and off the back of that has found a decent bit of information. You were talking about it, though. I think that Purdue, the fact that you don't have the Jackal hurts you more than it hurts Kettering. And to the point where your attacking side just basically hasn't existed because of those, lacks of roam clearances. Yellow, on this Solarium window, still looking to play aggressive. Bucka, looking to aggress out. Just jump out, Bucka. Do it. Find the kill, get down, and then go get picked up. No, you totally get down. But Bucka's just going to wait. Find 111 damage onto Yellow, who's very lucky to be alive, much less above half HP, and barely is any longer. The nade caught by a magnet means Amplify is still safe on the backside of the Master Bomb chassis, and is still getting aggressive. Yellow does take Bucka out instead of the nade down the Solarium stairs, but is only on the window. And by the way, this is still a kitchen dining defense. Purdue is wasting so many resources on the top floor just to continue to die, and Swouse is on 1 HP, albeit as is Amplify on the other side of that.
No way.
The nade, he gets all 8, what? No way he finds it. He does that as well! Amplify takes out Yellow on the Solarium window, and then swings right off the back of that on towards Swouse, who had absolutely no idea that the Aroni had gotten out of dodge safely at that, with a nade in hand and on 2 HP. Kettering are going to win this round, and Purdue should have had so much more of an argument towards it.
Oh my god. And Swouse had him dead to rights. He's like, oh, you're on the window? Perfect. He's stuck in Master. I'm going to nade him. That's a free kill. 3v2 execute. Easy. And we have top floor control. And then he dies. He just hops out the window and dies. Oh, that's so tragic. And Marcano can't do anything about it. Oh my god. Amplify, the most, I don't even know, the most saddening triple kill I have seen as Purdue. The phrasing I use on Oregon is they had the right idea, but the execution of it just didn't work, and we see that perfectly illustrated on that round. They assess the threat, they know what to do to deal with it, but the timing and the coordination against Kettering, it falters, and they are swiftly punished for it. And that is that type of veteran leadership and just knowing what to do in those kind of positions that can allow you to capitalize on those opportunities. As Kettering now, on one of the most attacker-favored maps, Dan, need 2 attacking round wins, and they get a 2-0 victory, and they advance past the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and by the way, for all of you who are new to the game of Rainbow Six Siege, when you play a site, it's locked for the following 2 rounds. So even if you win every round you should on your primary and secondary bomb sites, your final site in that rotation, commonly known as tertiary, considering it's the third past primary and secondary, that's usually your weakest site, of which is the easiest for the attackers to pick up, and you'll have to play it at a bare minimum twice, assuming you win your other 2 sites on a consistent basis, and cleanly so. So Kettering really only needs those 2 opportunities. That's why a 4-2 split is so common, by the way, for an attacking or defensive side, because of that commonality around secondary/tertiary sites going the way of the attackers. And at this point, by the way, considering Kettering will not play on the defensive side unless either A, this goes to a map 3, or B, this goes to OT, as of right now, 90.9% defensive win rate. 10 of 11 rounds through 2 maps of play. I believe the definition, as my other monitor says, curb stomped has the Purdue gold attack.
Ow. And you can really visualize it too with this round count just being so one-sided too. Purdue have just not been having their day today. On Oregon, they look good at the beginning. You know, again, 4-2 split. Sure, it's default, but at least you're winning a majority of your rounds. You adapted, you overcame adversity, and looked good heading into that second half. But then it just turned into a big upset, having so many late round conversions just not go your way, whether you had the advantage or not. And you might be faced with that same issue moving down into the second half. Purdue Gold just holding on seemingly well so far from both Master and Piano. Several different bodies playing around the back of Piano from both that bathroom doorway and the rotate hole made by at least someone with an impact grenade earlier on. And Marcado still playing rather aggressive over by that Master half wall. Nets him that first opening kill. A grenade is there to sail past him, but for the most part, he does evade a good chunk of that damage, so will still survive. Same thing, though, applies for Verdant, as he's able to dodge most of that Nitro cell, keeping himself alive for the time being, now having multiple entry points to maybe deal with this mute. He tries to swing wide, now very low on HP, and will take another gunfight. And at this point, he knows he's as good as dead. He's just looking to take someone down to the trench before he ends up falling there himself.
Prismo holding this long angle across, though, means Mercado's basically stuck for the time being. Amplify wants to swing, but is unable to do so cleanly. Mercado's still taken out of contention. Swung onto Verdant, of whom is on a sliver of health. A well-placed sneeze from anybody on the defensive side would take that Flores out of contention, but it's still a 4v4, still a gun in hand for the Flores, and still the advantage gone for Purdue Gold. Any semblance of one they had prior, now, fortunately for them, back on the board because of Baja's vertical play down through from that kitchen position. But this top floor roam has wasted so much time for Kettering. I'm getting some deja vu from the first half.
Hard Breach gone as well, So limited options here for Kettering in this 3 versus 4. Still tons of info being gathered with the red pings. That could maybe allow Swouse to work off of that and net another kill on this top floor. But Bucka seems like he heard the guy pass the wall and he just instantly downs Swouse. The poor guy not having any backup up until now. Is Yellow still here as well? He finds a double kill, almost makes it 3, but Verdun will stop him right before that goes down. But it might be a little too late here for the lone Flores, as he's got no time left in this round. No HP either to walk past those toxic babes. So off the back of that vertical, like you mentioned, having the ace dead and still holding that top floor, it did leave little to no options there for Kettering. And if we continue to see rounds like that by Purdue Gold in their defensive half, then maybe things could get a bit closer perhaps. But like you mentioned, it's going to take a couple of tertiary bomb site picks to really prove that point if it's true or not.
Not only that, but successful rotations, of which are so difficult to consistently come by, which shows how dominant Kettering were, considering they won their tertiary bomb site once on Oregon, and did so twice here on Chalet. They actually lost their secondary bomb site rather than tertiary, as is expected on that single occasion. But now it's Kettering looking to shut this out very quickly. Bottom floor, first time we will see it, so we have seen all 4 defensive sites on Chalet. Purdue Gold's preferential secondary site is this basement setup with snowmobile garage and wine cellar. I like the decision as well. I'm not a fan personally, but if you have a setup and you want to play confident around it, a lot of Chalet is really down to preference. Going kitchen dining to open things up and then down to the basement for snowmobile garage and wine cellar as a follow-up. It's unique, but unique's what Purdue Gold need right now. Kettering need to be thrown off their game and have some semblance of chaos sent onto their camp if Purdue Gold want to have any shot at bringing this back.
And also a good site option overall, I'd say, for Purdue Gold. Kettering, they had the similar issues that Purdue Gold did on their attack, which was just not really trying to diversify their clears. With the site being on the basement out of Snowmobile, you have a lot of room to roam and just kind of do what you want without too many issues, so long as you have some sort of fallback option for the mid-round if you need to evade the attackers trying to clear you out. Seems for Kettering, they want to deal with this issue as fast as they can, already stacked up by Library, entering in from that portion of the map, and also beginning their way in from main balcony. So they've got a good half of the top floor cleared out, but there is also info for Purdue Gold to work off of. So if they feel a bit too pressured back, they could maybe retreat down below and still waste a ton of time. And hopefully if that dining hatch is opened up as well, that could allow them to get back into the bomb site almost instantaneously. But if it is open, you probably want to hold it for a good chunk of time as a defender.
One weird situation is the fact that Amplify, playing on Thermite, is on the top floor west balcony. And not the west balcony towards Library to even try and any semblance of control on that side. Derp, walking into Solarium, takes out the default camera, has, however, heard somebody on this other side of this. Walking down the Solarium stairs, no way you get out alive at this. What in the world? Yellow's able to make it out alive in that situation? That is, that shouldn't have happened.
Good fallback, though, I would say. Definitely figured out he overstayed his welcome. And like I mentioned earlier, you've got the dining hatch to retreat away. Amplify just in the middle of fireplace.
What?
Doesn't die! Swouse had
No
that in the
way.
bag, but no, there was natural cover of the wooden beam, and Bucket just knifes him. Oh, that's
No
so
way.
unlucky. That would have been the kill to maybe save the round there for Purdue Gold as well. Swouse did such a good job of staying alive and punishing the Thermite for being out in the open, but he had the grace of God. They simply willed the Thermite to stay alive. That is so tragic for Purdue Gold.
Amplify, pray to whatever deity they do indeed believe in. Some divine intervention required for them to still have a health bar, much less a weapon in their hands, and not be a corpse lying on the ground inside of fireplace. Mercado towards blue, their shield taken away. Derp here for the aggression, the G36 in pocket, but there is still help for this Echo. The Jaeger there for some redundancy. Boom is now swinging, but straight in towards this G36. A double from Baja on the C4. Yellow a kill of their own. It's down to just Derp in a 1 versus 4. Finds the first, continues to shoot out the Prisma as Mercado's playing behind it, but the refrag is there from the wine cellar door, and Purdue Gold win back-to-back rounds on the defensive side.
And for Purdue Gold, the way they won that was basically if you had Swouse killing Amplify, because he didn't open up anything as the hard breacher there. Maybe he got the hatch opened up by Connector. Maybe. I didn't quite catch that, so maybe I'm a bit dumb in the broadcasting booth. Wouldn't be the first time. Quite known for that. So maybe he got that open. That's fair. But for a snowmobile attack, and I think the main reason why Dan was very shocked as to where Ampli was playing in the early round is because his job as the only hard breacher is to probably get that snowmobile wall opened up off the bat, so you have it for the late round. And on top of that, you can then rotate on the other side of the basement floor and get either the boiler wall opened up, leading to default plant, or you get a long cutoff angle established so no one can play by connector. Unless you're fully committing to snowmobile, then you want to get that connector hatch opened up so someone can like maybe drop down there late round if you're going to plant behind the cabinet, for example, in the boat. But anyways, Amplify did none of that. He wanted to be active and help on the roam clear and have a cutoff angle, which completely fine. But because you're forgetting about your primary job as the hard breacher, that costed Kettering because they have to funnel down these two staircases of blue and snowmobile. And with Purdue Gold, A, realizing that, and B, not having any other pressure point to worry about, they just start throwing out C4s, and they just, they just kill everything with those C4s in those gunfights. Simple as that.
What explosives can do in close range engagements when you know for a fact somebody's going to be there. And honestly, Amplify, I'm not even worried about the west balcony type of thing. Maybe they're just trying to pressure over towards the backside of Wine Cellar and get the boiler room wall open, or even the long hallway wall open. But then they go to Fireplace, in which they took a crap ton of damage, and then inevitably led to their downfall later on. That combination of decision-making, playing Thermite on a bottom floor attack, that is where I'm curious. Anyway, Kettering still lose the round and still have some time to pick up two of them. Purdue Gold, however, are closing the gap. While Kettering needs 2 to win, Purdue only needs 2 to tie us up, and at a bare minimum, guarantee that all of regulation is required to either send us to OT or decide a winner on Chalet.
So far, Purdue Gold still able to keep afloat for this Rome extension. Kettering just now beginning to poke into that. Use the Gemini to burn through the Syria gate. Of course, you can just recharge those gadgets over time for the Ayana, so not a big concern as of right now. And they've got info that there's a couple of, my magnets placed over by Top Blue as well, which they've got all the utility in the world to deal with that. Funny enough, we have seen Flores so many times, yet no one has brought out a mute most of these rounds. It just seems odd, because in a snap of a finger, press of a button, the shield's gone, and now Yellow has to be a lot more concerned as to if he should fall back or just stay here and just play for his life.
Plus is still alive, and honestly they haven't pressured all that much. Yellow, however, has. Decent bit of damage done across onto Derp with at least a bare minimum of equalization return. Derp still looking to swing this thing. Mercado the first one to fall. The spray towards what they thought was a frost mat ended up not actually being the case, but Bucka finding the follow-up. Swouse playing from below as they've dropped out of the library position, but are now looking to play vertically through the hatch towards the library double window. It's Purdue Gold's defense really being condensed upon. Well, yes, there's 30 seconds left over, and Dirk has now walked straight into the frost mat. Possibilities are still there for Purdue Gold to pick this up, considering how long it's taking for this attacking side to set up.
Ooh, and the Rotero drone to make sure no one swings on the guy getting revived. That's a pretty nifty idea by Verdon. I gotta commend that one. Yeah, now that's a confirmed revival. Maybe not correctly timed, but who cares? It was really cool put on paper, but now your case player's gone. But honestly, Dan, I don't think it matters. Swouse the only one alive, and yeah, they know where he is. Kettering, a bit of a, loss of breath, I would say, in that execute, but they still do fine, all things considered. And I think that now puts us at match and series point. A bit of a odd way to end that run in particular, but hey, they still get the win.
It took them a few extra seconds and odd engagements to pick it up, but hey, they pick it up nonetheless. That is the tertiary bomb site for Purdue Gold. So, if all things go as expected, either A, Purdue Gold will lose 7-5 after picking up both kitchen dining and then snowmobile, garage, and wine cellar, and then following up with an unfortunate loss on bar gaming, or Purdue Gold hopefully switch things up. Don't go bar gaming again and look to pick up master office. Or C, none of the above, and they just get trounced in one of the first 2 rounds, and we see things end a little bit prematurely.
Dining room back in contention, though. This was a very strong site for Purdue Gold, as they wasted a lot of time against the roam clear attempted by Kettering, and they also just didn't fall off the roam. So Kettering really made no headway that was going to properly secure them a round win. On top of that, adding insult to injury, adding salt on the wound, their hard breacher died from vertical holes made by Baja. So even if they clear up the top floor, rotating down below to fireplace is just, it's not going to happen. That just isn't going to work. Even if you get the 45 door opened up, you're just going to funnel into a doorway and die, simply put it. So they were very strained on options, being not only at a man disadvantage, but not having the right tools for the job in that conversion. So Kettering, now expecting probably the same kind of aggression attempted by Purdue Gold, they might be able to change up how they adapt and play on this attacking round. I think they're already doing so by having Prismo on that potential cutoff angle with the Osa. Pretty common spot in particular, and seems like the rest of Kettering are just opting for the same library over clear too to help assist.
They're trying to play horizontally before trying to drop down vertically. I like this decision for Kettering, but remember, last time around they just took too dang long, and all they had left was Verdant in a 1v3 with about 2 HP and no diffuser in hand, and 10 seconds to work with. Not the easiest position for a Flores that is remedied this time around. Already Selm is expended onto the Master Office main wall, and Dirk finds the opener. So some of this room already taken care of. A nade prep to try and reflect on towards Mercado, but a return in explosives as Mercado drops down the Uno reverse card and a very well-placed C4 to find a return kill. Still looking to aggress around that half wall, but Verdant's on this close side and removes the head of Mercado. Overall, a 2-for-2 trade in the round, however. And, most importantly, everybody's on or very dang close to full HP, so all in all, it's trades of manpower, however, not so even trades of utility, considering who's dropped for both sides.
Vertical, being attempted here by Amplify, wants to try to spot out those mute jammers to break away anything stopping him from getting those back walls opened up I mentioned earlier, and now trying to get aggressive as well, double checking to make sure everyone has fallen off of that roam, and it seems like Purdue Gold just about now have done so, allowing some Mortero drones to come out. The soft hatch will be opened up there with the help of that explosive device. So for Kettering, their attacking execute is forming up to look pretty good. The only issue they might have is if there's no info on Arvo. He is playing a little bit closer towards blue stairs. That could maybe be a good way to flank to make sure that back wall just isn't going to be a major focal point here for Kettering if there's no one to play off it.
The last Selma now being used. Verdant sets up a vertical angle down, but nobody's in the general vicinity of this site. You have one around towards that 45 angle, the other west main, and the third all the way on the backside of Trophy. They have yet to deal with Arvo, of whom could become a massive focal point in this round should they activate at the correct time and most importantly possibly drop that diffuser. They need to be able to find something. Baja takes the opening lick of damage, but a flank now being established as Verdant looking to drop down from behind. West main still occupied, but the swing into Trophy will lead to their demise. Arvo falling all the way back towards site, but will allow that bomb plant behind the bomb chassis. Can they be protected, though? The spray through not landing, but they get downed? What
saw his
just
foot
happened?
Right past the bomb chassis. He saw him just a hair.
Oh my god.
And that's what gets him the round win. And okay. I think for Arvo there, my key. Okay, I don't know what that. Oh, my A key. Never mind. I'm sorry. I can't read. Arvo, I'm so sorry. Anyways, pause being called here by Kettering makes sense. I think Purdue just won not 3 rounds in a row, but they did win a couple of rounds quite consistently on their defensive half and could maybe bring this into overtime. Biggest thing there, I was going to mention, why did Arvo actually decide to not be on the flank anymore? I think there was just a drone nearby him. So after being spotted out, he just rotates back to site, goes for the safer call and doesn't want to play into that gamble. And it actually paid off because he killed the guy planting. And Purdue Gold able to hold on by a thread, still get that round win. Now Kettering, sure, they need one more, and that's the game over and done with. But Purdue now only need 2, and they're heading back to Wine, which again was a site that they did pretty well on, all things considered, because they figured out the only 2 attacking points that Kettering really had, which was both Snowmobile and Blue Stairs, and they had the right utility and guns to make sure Kettering couldn't walk past either 2 of those staircases.
Yeah, 2 notes, by the way, completely unrelated to the previous round, because I feel like you've wrapped it up fairly well. Number 1, Arvo typed, my A key is not working, while using his A key to type that his A key is not working. So obviously, you're a liar. Thank you very much, Swouse, for calling that one out. I was going to do so about 4 seconds before you did. Secondly, completely unrelated to the game itself, nor any of the players, you know how when you like talk about an object, you're like, oh, I have my Stream Deck or a Stream Deck in front of me. It's as in A, the letter A, right? I saw somebody on Twitter last week say, I have a gripe with somebody and spelled UH.
Huh?
Yeah. They, like, while identifying an object with what was supposed to be the letter A, they used UH.
I thought you were going to say, like, I have a grape with somebody.
No, gripe.
And that was going to go, like, yeah, I know. I just thought the typo would have been grape instead of gripe. That would have been just as funny, but I like the outcome of that story instead. Anywho, Kettering.
Back into the game. Back into the game.
Yes, I want to know what they're going to want to do to actually improve their attacking clear. Seems like they might just ignore more of the top floor than what we would expect from the beginning, because they have no one to really play vertical except maybe like Baka. But you're going to probably want to save some of those, you know, explosive lifelines for the shields in the bomb site and some of those breaching charges for like maybe the late round if you want to actually clear out for some vertical, not to actually go on a proper roam clear, as you've got the Nomad to deny a lot of, you know, those retake positions there by Purdue Gold. So instead of risking your life and maybe dying off the bat from that top floor, you want to just be direct in this round. And I don't think that's a bad idea, especially since Purdue Gold have put a lot of stock in playing on that roam game.
Needs to pay off sooner rather than later, however. Derp already on the outside of Wine
Derp
Cellar.
could just walk
directly watching this. Yeah, I was about to say, Mercado's in there, but not really watching it. Derp's about to make noise as Verdant there for the assist. They should be able to get things open here. It shouldn't take them all that much utility to do so. Mercado's just sitting in blue, however, on top of their yokais. Arvo attempting to watch, but not safely so. They should be cleared out of position here. Very well placed flashbang as the ADS doesn't actually pick up the opening. Follow-up nade will drop the shield, so Arvo will have to transition to the opposite side of that center island. And with an impact EMP being utilized on the attacking side, they've taken out that boiler room mute jammer and now taken out the entire wall off the back of it. Very good start for Kettering. The issue, they still have a roam to worry about, and a flank, most importantly, with Amplify falling right off the bat, and still verticality to worry about just the same. They can get on the site, but really not stay here very long.
Nice spray down there by Baja. Did they even get the other wall opened up as well? Is there not even a cutoff angle here? No. So this is a pretty risky spot for Kettering, but as they convert to the middle floor, they win a 1-for-1. Baja, though, still clean as ever. Make sure no one can enter in. And here comes Bucka, like I mentioned, that top floor presence, and Yellow can't do anything about it as he's concerned trying to pivot against both these attackers. Verdant as well, getting a little bit closer into the site as well, trying to force back Baja, but he takes an off angle, almost wins another altercation with just that SMG-11, but thankfully for the Nomad, they will survive the first gunfight, and now Baja looks to close the distance. The Nomad on her cam, but Baja just barely falls back into the bomb site, but now in a sliver of HP, finally killed by Prismo. It took him long enough, but now it's just Marcado in a 1 versus 3. Mostly for Kettering, they have everyone on pretty high HP, but the Yokais could still be a threat, but Marcado cannot get on them in time. Verdant confirms that post-plant position, but Bucka swings out past blue stairs and gets himself killed by the hand of the MP5 suppress. Now 1 versus 2 here from Marcado as he's forced to play that retake, and Kettering are playing as disciplined as they can, all things considered. Sure, they don't have the cutoff angle, but they've got 2 separate positions being locked down to make sure that this Echo has a really tough time trying to play against them. And there it is. Well's done by the Nomad, gets the final one for this position. And Kettering, they lock out the game quite closely, but still a 2-0. So looking at it from that perspective, pretty well-earned victory for them.
All things considered, it was also down to consistency for Kettering. 7-4 on their own map pick of Oregon. They figure, we'll replicate things just to make it a little bit more fun here on towards Chalet. It was Kettering to drop it and drop away, as Purdue Gold don't have all that much of a say in it. And it's down to the question of, can Kettering keep that consistent? In the next week, they had to play the number 1 or the number 1, or the number 1 or the number 8 seeds, not the number 1 or the number 1. I mean, It depends on how dominant you think the number 1 seed is, but it's still down to can they keep that consistent. And playing well on the default maps, yeah, that helps, but you need to be able to play the more back-end maps, of which we've seen them do, but can they do so against the top talent?
Saying, taking a look at the bracket once again, if we can, Brad, I do want to just double check to see, who exactly is in what position. Obviously, we cannot edit the score right now, but Kettering now advancing to see if they play against either Illinois State or Bradley Esports, and then you've got the rest of the rosters that we were talking about earlier. Barton CC against Fisher. Still don't know how that game's come out yet, but I'm sure I could really pester Beezer about it later. Then you've got St. Mary's versus UBC Esports. But besides that, Kettering looking to be pretty good so far in their Legends division. We just saw that 2-0 victory, and that was against, one of the former top dogs of collegiate here for NECC. So even if they go up against the top seed of Illinois State, I'm sure that could still be a pretty impressive game.
Fellow, would you be upset at me if I just made a full prediction for the rest of Legends Division?
Not really.
You ready for this? Okay, so Kettering just beat Purdue Gold 2-0. I foresee Fisher winning against Barton Community College. I like Barton. I think Fisher's better. 2-1 over there. St. Mary's is going to beat UBC. UBC, not the greatest showings thus far this season. So it's going to be Fisher and St. Mary's, and then Illinois State's going to beat Bradley. I know a couple players on Bradley, but Illinois State's like one of the better teams in collegiate at this point because of how dominant at least they've been over here in the NECC. They haven't flexed it across towards other leagues, but I still think they're going to look pretty good. I also think they're going to beat Kettering. As much as Kettering has a flexible map pool, it's not going to beat Illinois State. It is going to be ISU versus Fisher College in Grand Finals. That point, I'm not going to guess, because I'd like to cast that game. For Grand Finals teams, if you'd like to schedule your game for Tuesday at 7 p.m., you should totally do that. Just to call out, because I happen to be casting on Tuesday, December 6th at 7 p.m. with that guy. But you should totally do that. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's an interview, our first of the season in Rainbow Six Siege. Hopefully, we'll see you after that. A 2-0 victory for Kettering as they send Purdue gold packing and out of the single elimination playoffs for the fall 2022 NECC Legends Split. I'm Time Delight, joined alongside me as fellow, and in for an interview with us, ever so graciously joining us from the Kettering University roster, is Bucka, the fragger in the final map, finding 18 kills on Chalet alone. Fellow Bucka and the team, let's start with Bucka because, he's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Actually, hi Bucka, and
how's it going?
Nice non-sponsored energy drink. Let's make sure that we can hear Bucka really quick. Can the stream at least hear Bucka? Hopefully.
Hello.
Okay,
Oh, there we go.
Bucka,
Yeah, now we can hear you. All right,
there we go.
There we are.
Okay. Hi.
How's it going?
Well,
Hello, fellow.
I mean, for you,
Nice seeing you
probably
again.
fairly good considering it's back-to-back 7-4 victories. What do you think?
A lot better than I expected, to be honest. Because I was at work and I got the text from our main player, Illusion, and he said, "Hey guys, I got the stomach flu. I just threw up again for like the fourth time today." So he was gone, and we had to pull in Verdant, who's our sub, who I'm high school buddies with, and he showed up and he fit right in, and we were able to get the job done tonight, which is incredible.
Fair
Well,
enough.
it looked fairly good for you guys. And starting off with you specifically, individual performances. Map 1, a little bit chaotic, but you still showed up. Map 2 is really where you started to shine. I want to talk through Map 1 to open things up because chronological order is kind of important when telling a story. You started off a little chaotic. The first half was, I'm going to say mid, but as expected considering defense versus attacking splits. How did you feel about it, and how did you feel about the transition to the defensive side?
I think going into our attacks, we knew our attacks are strong with the normal roster, but with the sub-in, we had to make some adjustments to make sure everything was running right, which obviously was a little sketchy here and there. Obviously, 2-4 not the best, but when we got the defense, we're pretty solid on that. We were obviously able to make some impacts in make some good plays and really fit in there, and obviously able to close out the map quite easily.
All right, well, heading back a little backwards, go through some backtracking now to kind of nullify Dan's point, because I hate him. With the map bans, I was actually a little shocked to see you guys not pick Theme Park. That is one of your stronger maps. Sure, you guys are great in Oregon. I think you guys proved that today pretty darn well. But what was the main reason for just kind of not even trying to think about Theme Park at all during this best of 3?
I think we kind of wanted it to be more of the decider map just in case, because that's a safety pick.
Fair enough.
But Verdant obviously has a lot more experience in Oregon with what our academy team runs, because he plays on that roster, but they're not playing in NECC. So that's why he's a sub for us. But since he has much more experience on that map compared to Theme Park, it is much easier to mesh the two rosters together to get the job done. Which I think that was one of the more prominent reasons why we went with Oregon instead of Theme Park.
Now, after your pretty high success in the defensive half for Oregon, did you think that was going to transition as smoothly as it did heading into Chalet? Like, did that potentially correlate with how you wanted to defend on that map? Or did you just kind of think of it as a reset map, maybe expecting to even lose it because, it's your opponent's map pick and they should be theoretically better on it?
I thought Chalet was going to be absolutely horrible, and I thought we were going to get wiped off the map. We had scrimmed a couple times, Chalet a couple times before, and it did not go the best. I don't know if that was just whatever people ate that morning or if they just did not sleep the night prior. But that Chalet that we played there is probably some of the best Chalet I've seen, even with a sub, which I am quite impressed with us.
Well,
makes
considering
sense, Dan.
Chalet and moving forward from the end of map 1, beginning of map 2, I brought this up and chat was also talking about it a little bit. 90.9% win rate on the defensive side. That is 10 of 11 rounds between the second half of Oregon and the first half of Chalet. The defensive side seemed to be your strong suit, especially towards even this later stages of Chalet itself. Talk me through, especially with a substitute, how that can flex, because of course initiation's a little bit more difficult when you don't have that set in stone team cohesion, but tell me how it's a little bit different on the defensive side, especially for a team at your level.
I think we really knew our strats and how they needed to be ran and how they needed to be played, and I think we kind of really relied on the roam that we had to really emphasize what we needed to do. And during our warm-up, we made some key notes that were, we need to focus on this. This is what needs to happen. And we made those adjustments going into our defensive halves on Oregon and Chalet, and definitely made some impacts.
Well, my final question for you before I throw it over to John is individual play. It has been a staple of Rainbow Six Siege since its inception. It's always something that helps, but never something you want to rely on. You, as an individual, found 18 kills in 11 rounds on Chalet. You popped off a decent bit on Oregon. I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but it was still fairly good. Talk me through how that individual play plays into your favor, while also still not relying on it as a full squad.
Well, I wasn't counting, so 18 is quite a bit for me. Secondly, Derp and I had played Insurgency Sandstorm. I had been running around with the M1 Garand in that and going off, and got to Siege, and I was like,
sense now.
M14's the same gun. It's the same thing. And then I proceeded to ace the first round. And halfway through that first round, when I was on main stairs, looking all the way to West Main, I was complaining I couldn't see him because I'm an old man now. And then I proceeded to finish it out with an ace, and I don't like myself.
Well,
I don't like
200
this.
IQ from Bucka. Just play a different game to warm up for Rainbow Six. I've been doing it wrong the entire time.
That is not the first time I've heard that either as well. Well, Bucka, I think we've held you here for long enough at this point. Again, congrats on your win, but if there is anyone you want to give a shout out to before you depart with us, feel free to do so. Spotlight's yours.
So to start off, obviously the coaching staff, they're always putting in time for us and helping us to be what we need to be, even with a substitute. Secondly, the substitute himself, they're not coming in clutch for us. It was kind of short notice, and I know you didn't know if you're going to have power or internet, but you had both, and you had the skill we needed tonight to get the job done. And then third, my parents, who are probably watching, and fourth, my girlfriend. Hey, hi Haley. And yeah, just the boys themselves, because showing up day in and day out, putting in the work that they have, we've just gotten so much better over time. especially with the new roster, with losing Anomaly and Papa, it's just been a grind again. I feel like I'm starting from square one, but we're moving along.
Grind seemingly going very well in your favor. The support staff for the squad and the support squad for the individual. Always nice to have an interview. And Bucka for the first one here in the NECC. I don't know about the B stream or not, but at least here on the main stream, thank you very much for joining us. And again, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Well, John, 2-0 Kettering, 7-4 between Oregon and Chalet. They will move on to play either the 1 or 8 seed in the semifinals in 2 weeks' time, because as a reminder, Thanksgiving's next week, the NECC is off. What are your thoughts as they move forward into the semis?
Definitely tough competition, I'd have to say. You even thought that they're actually going to end their journey in the semifinals. I think it's going to be an Illinois Fisher College grand final. I beg to disagree. And also, if it were to be Kettering going to the grand finals, it'd be a bit of like a redemption potentially for Fisher, because they played a best of 3 against Kettering in the past and they lost it. So I think that would be a very exciting game to watch, just personally, because we have more experience casting both Kettering and also Fisher College. So that would probably bring a bigger smile to my day. Nothing against Illinois. They're the top seeded team for a reason in the Legends division, and they're probably well more deserving to get that win. But, it's just a, personal preference. Caster bias. It's always there, right, Dan?
Caster bias is there for the storylines. That's the only
biases
we have on the board. Speaking of casters, by the way, Corbeck and Binks will be taking you through the second series. It's the Fanshawe Fuel taking on UTD Orange in our second and final best of 3 of the evening turned night. But for all of you looking for more action across the NECC, of course, League of Legends tomorrow, Overwatch Thursday, Rocket League on Friday, and as a reminder, Thanksgiving is next week. So for all of you friends from the States, happy Thanksgiving. For all of you who are not, have a nice Thursday off. We'll see you next week. Actually, no, we won't.
Welcome to the NECC. My name is Binks. I'm joined here by Corbik, and we have a riveting matchup of Rainbow Six Siege coming right towards you guys.
Yes, a riveting matchup indeed. That's certainly one way to put it, but I think this one actually will be quite interesting. This is a matchup between two teams that actually hit each other back in week 4. It was very close when they hit 8-7, 8-7. It's the Fanshawe Fuel versus UTD Orange. Now, last week, you and I, Banks, we saw the Fanshawe Fuel in action. It was a bit of a rough game for them, but this is playoffs territory now, right? They're deep into it. They want to get some wins here.
Yeah, if we can just go and look at the Fanshawe Fuel roster, we can really understand exactly what each of these players bring to the table. So we have Perza, Brendo, Mike, Tucker, and Mason. Last week, we saw these teams come, and they did show a lot of potential to contend. They are the 3rd seed, after all. They weren't able to pull the win up against Murray State, but they did manage to prove to us that they have a lot of structure within their team, and that when they actually formulate a push, there's no stopping their momentum. It's just about finding that hole and making sure they can support every single flaw or any attack that comes their way.
Yeah, it's a good lineup. They put in some serious work last time we saw them, and they were the victors of this previous matchup back in week 4. But again, both those maps won 8-7, 8-7 against their opponents. Let's take a look at the roster for UTD Orange. That is the University of Texas at Dallas right there. 3-4 on the season, the number 6 seed, but honestly, not a lot between these two separating them. They were very close last time. You have Earthquake, you have Caspio, you have Crusader Combat, Cherries, and Skillip right there. A younger roster too, 1 or 2 seniors in this lineup, but in general, freshmen and junior sophomores, they're making up the core of this. So a pair of kind of interesting and young lineups going at it tonight, and I think actually probably leading towards a pretty equal game, all things considered.
I'm really looking forward because, like you said, the last game that both these teams played went as far as it possibly could. Of course, we didn't get the third map because Fanshawe Fuel was actually able to pull ahead in both those maps, winning 8-7, 8-7. But there's no arguing that game couldn't have gone a different way. It so easily could have gone to 3 maps. It so easily could have gone on the way of UTD Orange. So it's going to be a great show for us to see if both these teams have both developed at the same pace or if one has actually outpaced the other.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about 2 8-7, 8-7s, that's close. That's a lot of time playing with another team, right? Even if you didn't go to a potential map 3, that's pretty tight. Like you learn a lot about your opponents in that. I mean, it was a couple of weeks ago, so maybe some things have changed, but in general, I think there's a lot of experience in that. Let's take a look at the map bans, actually. Let's see where we'll be playing. And I mean, I already know what they are. You already know what they are. And I don't think either you or I were particularly enthused about this map pool, Binks. It's pretty standard. It's pretty vanilla.
Yeah, I think Cafe is probably the biggest variation we have. Last time we saw Fanshawe Fuel play, they played on Cafe. And they had a great ability to rotate around the map, and I believe that was the pick that they won. I haven't seen them on Clubhouse, but I imagine it's going to be that same thing, just making sure that they're actually properly able to formulate their attack is going to be their biggest concern throughout the entire matchup. Then moving on to our decider of Oregon, I personally think that it's one of those maps where I think you could probably agree to this. Everyone's comfortable in Oregon. And it's just about the variations that you're able to bring and the flaws that variation has. It's a big game of rock, paper, scissors most of the time.
And of course, it should be pointed out that the Fuel, they got a slight edge in all of that, right? They take the defender side on both Cafe and on an eventual Oregon. If we should get there, those are both defender-oriented maps. They are in most scenarios, right? So I think we should probably expect them to have a little bit of an early lead, all things considered. But I mean, we don't really keep track of statistics like individual side wins and individual player statistics here in the NECC. So really, I think it's just genuine speculation on our part. But I think you make a very valid point, Binks, that Cafe map from the Fuel was probably one of their better performances that we saw last week of the maps that we did see. And that should, I think, give them a little bit of confidence here, starting that off on map number 1 and on the defense.
Yeah, I actually want to diagnose a few parts of Cafe that I want to see the Fanshawe Fuel really capitalize on. We've always talked about that cookie cutter or gingerbread cutter, if you want to call it, because it is Cafe and Christmassy.
Fair.
How it's always top down. You have the head of the of Cafe, which basically oversees everything. When you're on that top level of bar, you can create lines of sight that look all the way down towards the feet, which would be inside of kitchen. So like any logical approach, you want to have the high ground. We learned that in Star Wars. If you don't have the high ground, you're not going to win it. As long as you take control, you're going to be limiting the roam. You're going to be making sure that every single person is actually capable of getting into the building safely, and you're not having pesky roamers constantly hindering yourself. Now, once you move down to that second floor, it's a pretty standard clear because you could just have to close off two main staircases to get up top, and you don't have to worry. Now, once you're clearing the second floor, it's a lot more difficult because we have 3 ways to get up. You have, I believe, a bar staircase, white staircase, and red staircase. Once you get through all of those, you just have to make sure an air jab, gridlock, claymore, everything works really well for people to hinder any defender from getting up. And then you can rain vertical destruction on any sort of kitchen site. And you can basically rinse, repeat that for anything. Okay, I want to get to the second floor, clear the top, vertical pressure onto any second floor bomb site.
Yeah, it's very valid. I mean, the standard take is what we will see, I think, from both of these teams. They're I'd probably comfortable with that sort of style of setup. The defenses are often a little interesting on this map. I think we've seen some fair amount of variation in how players want to play this. Just the other day, I was commentating a game, literally yesterday, where they ran a pixel defense, which is that corner, and we'll probably get a look at it when we get on the map, but his corner, by the white third floor hallway, they put up a shield, but they didn't actually man that shield. They actually had somebody playing out of the bathroom with a peek hole and another shield set up. So the shield was almost a bait. And I think those kind of like, the pixel shield, I should say. And I feel like those kind of strategic innovations, those tactical innovations is maybe a better word for it, I think is a fun aspect of this cafe map. And a map that usually is a little bit sedentary. I mean, you gave a pretty good explanation of how it is traditionally done. Every once in a while, you'll see a straight horizontal push right through the bakery onto the basement, the third floor site. Stuff like that, I think, is very entertaining, and it really adds another dimension to this map. And I'm trying to think back to what we saw out of the Fuel and whether we saw anything particularly creative out of them, and honestly I just cannot seem to remember. I do seem to remember that we did see some definitely interesting and kind of maybe more off meta ideas coming out of them at various points in time.
Stuff that really makes you scratch your head, but if my favorite logic that I like to apply: freeze the game, question the player, what were you doing and why? If they can't give an answer, shouldn't have been doing it. But if they fully commit, sometimes committing to the complete wrong thing is honestly the right thing to do, because if you do it in such a wrong way, they won't expect it. It gets you the kill. It gets you everything you really need. I actually want to go up to that pixel spot that you're talking about on third floor. So that's just in Cigar Lounge, right at the corner. You can see it from the window. Right as we get into the gunfight, right into the band phase. Did the team actually clear it out, or did they end up going around it after droning?
Oh, they definitely cleared it out. Yeah, it just took a little bit of a different, I think, style of clear to account for the fact that there was actually not a gun behind it, but slightly sort of off to the side of it. So it was interesting. It's fun to see people take a traditional defensive setup and play around with it. And I think that's one of the things that you're more likely to see in collegiate than you are in a lot of other tiers or areas, I should say, of the Rainbow Six Siege scene. Taking a look now, Fanshawe Fuel coming out with or I should say UTD Orange coming out with a ban on Nook. Nothing particularly surprising there. Thatcher going second. Thatcher used to be the ban boy. He's not been so much anymore. And interestingly, this will leave Flores in consideration here. And Flores can get you a lot of value on a util heavy site like third floor, like kitchen. So that's a major oversight there in the offensive bans that both of these teams are going to have to account for. Valkyrie going out, I think that's a lot more self-explanatory here, Banks. Valk is a incredibly highly banned operator because they give so much intel. Of course, with the Mira ban following in there, that's a zombie on the board as well. So at least two very strong operators left in this setup on both the defensive side and the offensive side.
Yeah, I was really interested in that Nook ban when I first saw it. It feels targeted because I'm almost positive we saw Fanshawe Fuel making good use of that Nook last week when they played Cafe. So great scouting from UTD Orange to ban out that Nook. And I think it is a viable ban because it makes sure you can't hear stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Do I think there's better ones? Potentially. I would not have complained about seeing a hard breacher go initially, or if you want to get really crazy, perhaps the sledge. Which would make their castle a lot more powerful. It's not just banning to hurt your opponents, it's banning to help yourself based on your setup. You get rid of that sledge, and all of a sudden your castle barricades on the window have a lot more potency. So
the Nook is just I would say a genuinely quite a powerful operator in this day and age, though. There are so many, I think, teams that don't want to run into a Nook if they can avoid it. And that's something that a lot of players are starting to ban out more and more now. She's really become, I would say, quite the meta ban pick. Speaking of meta things, though, this defensive setup here from the Fuel is a little unconventional, in my opinion. Or no, I'm sorry, not from the Fuel, from UTD Orange is a little unconventional. The double wall electrified both in bathroom and leading out into the lounge. That's a setup you don't see an awful lot.
They have used, okay, I want to check to make sure they've used all their reinforcements. They got a roamer down in Shrine, What I'm expecting to see is they're playing entirely for denial, and the problem with this is that sometimes the moment you have someone get an opening kill like Brendo right here on debate, you're basically opening up an entire flaw within your lineup. Now, we are going to be able to see that Scallop is going to be able to refrag onto the Nomad, so flanks are going to be a large possibility, and that will also allow the Pulse to remain undetected downstairs, because you will most likely not see it clear, and they can use that cardiac sensor late into the round.
That castle's position is incredibly vulnerable, by the way, in White Hallway, because there's no rotate back into Freezer if they start to take a lot of pressure. Caspio as well, I think this is a pretty aggressive position for them to be in. Masonlet, though, the one who picks up the kill onto Cherries, finds it pretty early on here as well. The Kaid, I mean, he's a defender that you probably can stand to lose in this particular part of the round, but still 4-3 is not a particularly great situation. And I think Caspio down there, their life is measured in a pretty short set of minutes. I don't know that they're going to be able to get back up to a better defensive position. Meanwhile, you've just got Tucker sort of slamming their way in here and not a lot of ability to shut that down.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem when you set up in a way just to play for the post plant or deny the plant after time. You have to get down to those final seconds, and perhaps Fanshawe will wait to those final seconds on their push, as we've seen before, but it seems like they're being quite aggressive, and it is a good look for them. So the minute to go, we have Caspo just waiting, and this cardiac sensor should be able to spot out a lot of these players, but they're not aware of any player like the Ayana who's made their way down towards train. So a little bit of an awkward interaction. Nade being thrown out, Tucker taking a crucial amount of damage. Nade is going to get thrown out, no hit points done.
No.
Scalp is able to quickly capitalize on that, eliminating another player from UTD Orange, and Nade will balance out to a 3v1 as Earthquake's the only red defender remaining.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation here for Earthquake. I don't think they're probably able to pull this together. Can't even get on the Yokai to use that as a potential denial for this bomb plant. They're just going to have to try and do it gun in hand, and that is not a favorable situation you want to be in. Even with these castle barricades, I think providing you with a little bit of ease here. Has to pause right there for the Lion, and it's a well-thrown grenade by Masonlet. Just wings it in there through that tiny little gap and pretty much lands right at the feet of the defender. So a good start here for the Fuel on the attack.
I was a huge fan there, Corbeck, of just the way that the Fanshawe Fuel were able to really isolate every single moment of that defense. Where UTD Orange, you can say that their entire game plan was to sit back, stay relaxed, and hold key parts of the objective. The problem is if you don't extend to at least stop UTD to some extent, what you're often going to have happen is that they will take a lot more map control than you initially wanted. And without the proper operators, the proper precautions to stop them from doing so, then you'll wind up right back at square one. And this is probably one of the biggest problems I had when I used to play all the way back on console. That a lot of my setups, I'm like, oh my goodness, I saw this clutch play the other day. They had the Echo. I want the Echo. Oh my goodness, I saw this clutch play. There was a Valkyrie C4 from down below. I want the Valkyrie. So I was playing largely for information, but unless you can play with a proper roamer to make sure they don't get in, or with a proper anchor like a Maestro that will properly shut down an area, then it's not going to work as efficiently as you want. And a team like Fanshawe, who's taking the Sledge, taking the Ace, taking the Nomad, they will constantly be able to just rip through every single line of defense.
Yeah, and I do think there's something to be said for, continuing to run a castle even when there's a Sledge on the board. I mean, castle obviously still has some value, right? Like those barricades can be good, especially if you get the Sledge early. But I always feel a little bit uncomfortable when I see castles in the lineup with a Sledge because it does invalidate it so much. Masonlet there, by the way, taking an unhealthy amount of damage to start this off. Looks like they're trying to get an early track in here. I think they're going to pull on the Jaeger for that. Fortunately for the Jaeger, they already hit the bricks right there, but Bait is still caught looking. Couldn't get away fast enough, and that is sometimes the case. Masonlet now creeping up the staircase here is going in for another quick feet peek, and he'll find the Kaid this time, who is on that second floor and is genuinely in serious danger of being cut off right here. This is a really bad position to be stuck in if you're Kaid.
Yeah, he's just waiting. You also have the faint footsteps. One ping to go. He's
Wow.
actually get caught running by Caspo. You can't be doing that, especially when you're doing a roam clear. Regardless, 3-3 as Tucker's also able to get rid of Scallop. C4 being tossed up. It should be good. The Lion has moved out of the way. Pulse, why have you not detonated it? That is a free kill that has completely gone unnoticed. This Lion does not know that they are walking on current fire. Meanwhile, Kespo is able to capture a triple kill as he takes out Tucker Earthquake. She'll fall into the down but not out stage. Whether or not she's revived, she's all the way back in Cocktail Lounge. Kespo has to find the ace. He has their 4th. Just looking around, they can go for the res, but they are going to have to contend with the line of Apollo first. Just narrowly looking around, Apollo situated inside of Cigar Lounge, making their way into Cigar Lounge now. This is a free res onto the Echo, and this could make a difference in the round. 2 gun barrels is a heck of a lot better than 1 as Apollo makes their way down to White Corridor. The proximity mine will be able to let them know exactly where this line is coming from. They have no EE1Ds left. They have 1 pocket EMP, but it's not going to be able to do much against these 2 remaining defenders. Caspo is going to be able to take out their cardiac sensor, try to confirm any location. But with 40 seconds to go, Apollo's just looking for the right angle, and Earthquake will be able to find a beautiful headshot onto the line, and that will be a good retaliation round for UTD.
A good retaliation round. I mean, UTD played that, I think, a little bit better. I still think that there are some issues, especially on that second floor room. I just keep thinking about, Kaid basically getting out positioned down there. Very lucky to even survive for as long as they did. And part of it was just because, they had Caspio, who was just completely unmarked. So the one thing that I'm still trying to figure out on the backside of that round, Binks, is why Caspio did not detonate that C4, the nitro cell, perfectly positioned. They clearly threw it with intent. I mean, it wasn't like they just threw it, they clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do with it. And if they had detonated that nitro cell right then and there, I think that would have saved them a lot of headache, in the later part of the round. So a strange choice, and one that I don't think I'm ever probably going to get a lot of insight into. But regardless, UTD, they come back, they take it down to the first floor here, so they're playing, the second strongest bomb site. Nothing particularly surprising in their defensive lineup, I would say, and nothing particularly surprising in the attacking lineup, if we're being honest either.
Right, it's been a while since I've seen someone actually reinforce the exterior. I didn't even notice the setup that they're going for.
That's a weird setup.
No, so I can actually explain this one. I love this. I normally used to play with a vigil, but you can also do it with the mute. So the reason why you actually set up on all inside of Christmas tree, just by the first floor bar, is that you isolate all of those white stairs. If someone wants to come down, you actually have an angle advantage. If they want to try to pressure freezer, you also have a pixel angle advantage. It's such a key part of the map where, yes, you're isolated from the site, but by holding white hallway, you allow yourself a way back, and it allows you to just maintain a lot more map coverage for a lot later stages in the round. So for a map like Kitchen, where that vertical presence is so heavy, if you go for that vertical presence, half the time it won't net you nearly as many kills because there are enough hiding spots, and you aren't actually able to get to the site because it's covered from that white hallway. So making basically a micro objective that they have to contend with before they push in.
I mean, I don't think my objection to the setup is whoa, Perza takes out a drone. I think it might have, was it jammed? It must have been jammed or something. I don't know why they would do that otherwise, but I think that my objection to that setup is not, hello, watch your feet. You're about to lose them. Walking on stubs for the rest of your days. My objection is more that it's weird to leave the freezer wall kind of unreinforced with the big jump in, because you really are. I mean, that's the minute you lose whoever's defending that position. Thank you, Observer, for showing it. Yeah, there you go. I was expecting something like that to come along. So they'll play it momentarily and then they'll jump back out. Now that makes a lot more sense. And I've definitely seen this white Christmas hold before. And it is, I think I agree with you, a very sensible positioning here on this map.
Yeah, I believe that if they were to go for an aggressive push and they were to jump through that hole, then they are immediately vulnerable. It makes it a lot harder for them to capture any kills through that hole, and of course you are vulnerable later in the round to the vertical pressure that this ledge is now showing. So a very smart choice, and look at that, there's going to be a hole regardless as Ace's Selma breaching charges are opening up. I believe the hatch of possibly something, was that not a friendly Nomad device?
Oh, I actually don't know. Regardless, I mean, they've got vertical control here, which is going to be hugely beneficial for them in terms of how they want to assault this site. But this has been a very slow-paced round, 5-5, and still 40 seconds left to play. There's been hardly any engagement. I think only the Mute has lost the tiniest sliver of health. And the problem here is that UTD has really surrendered the high ground without much of a fight. Finally, we get a little bit of violence here in our violent video game. It's Bait who picks up a kill, but immediately the trade coming in there as well. So Brendo is down and Cherries is down early on. Brendo, I think, had already used their air jab, so maybe a more acceptable kill. Less than 10 seconds left on the board. Caspio picks up one. Bait finds another. 2 wide swings there, costing bigly on the side of the Fanshawe Fuel. Mason, like, getting a good kill right there, begins to push in, but with a handful of seconds left, it's for nothing but the glory there at the tail end, and UTD will pick up a second round.
I like that push, or sorry, that hold from UTD, because it was very calm and collected. But it wasn't UTD's superior planning that actually gave them that round. It's largely in part to Fanshawe Fuel's lack thereof. I would have really liked to see that Fanshawe was a lot more aggressive with that push. They had the ability to take a lot more map control, especially with the Jackal. You don't have to drone as much. They're not taking a Kavera. You don't, every single footprint, unless they're crawling, is going to be tracked. This gives you a lot more freedom if you go for more of an aggressive push while getting in. That vertical pressure is not there to net you all these kills and then win you the round. That vertical pressure is there to leave one player up there while everyone else is just collapsing on that site. Because as they're running around, nowhere in that site is safe, and that is the power position of the vertical inside of the kitchen site. So going over to the second floor, I want to see the exact same type of push from Fanshawe, that cookie cutter, but instead they have to make sure they go aggressively taking this top floor, clearing out Pixel, so that they have the ability to have vertical control before a minute and 30 seconds. That's my golden zone. Golden zone, like best case scenario, they need to have it in the first minute. Worst case, have it around 1:30, and that gives you 30 seconds of just breaking the floor, and then another full minute of just assaulting the site. If they can manage their time properly for that, this fireplace and reading hold should be a very easy one for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, right, like, part of what happened there was Fanshawe Fuel just hoisting themselves by their own petard, right? They get up on top deck, they have all the places and positions that you need to start a convincing push, and then just no gas, no injection, nobody wants to be the one to kind of kick it off. So I think that's probably something that they'll, pick up on. I hope that they'll pick up on here and maybe make a little bit more of an aggressive play. Certainly a third floor hold been set up here by UTD Orange in the I would say fairly stereotypical style. Cherries is they? No, I was gonna say they're not up on the third floor hanging out right by that wall. I was gonna be like, there's no way. They're not that brave or foolish. The two are often intertwined, I'm afraid. Earthquake, she is up here though, and I think this is that's a little bit of a nervy situation to be the sort of the sold Pixel defender. But it's Caspio who actually goes down first, though the Pixel is certainly under assault.
I don't know where that kill actually happened, and I might be blind. Our server might be oh, thank you very much. I'm used to looking for the body still, but regardless, that is a pivotal position, and if Fanshawe actually presses on that wound, it could be absolutely detrimental. Meanwhile, Cherries is able to find Brendo. There goes your roam clearing Jackal, spraying out. It will be the bearing 9 in the hands of Perza to be able to find that kill. Now even out at 3v3, but Apollo is taking an absolutely critical amount of damage from, I believe, Bates, who's just still playing up on Cocktail Balcony. They'll make their way right towards Heaven, sit in a safe little corner, and just hope to survive the round, go undetected, and that could result in a whole flurry of kills.
Could indeed. About a minute left in the round here. Still the 3v3. Again, vertical control mostly in the hands here. Okay, now pretty much in the hands now because the Jaeger has fallen back. So the Fanshawe Fuel have secured the upper deck yet again here, Banks, but they have to make plays off of it. This is the thing that they struggled with last time. They have the spots that they need. They have the men in motion. They just need to actually commit here, and that is something that they seem unwilling to do. You cannot hunt for kills for the remaining minute of the game and not really get anything. That frag grenade, for example, I don't even know what we're doing right there. That's like dropping depth charges on a submarine, trying to see if you can hit it. And they're just stacked up down here on UTD Orange. They're not even being put out by the vertical control. So it'll be a real challenge here for the Fuel to break this one open, and that's not a good way to start. Skelly P picking up the first kill there onto Perza. Now Masonlet dropping down in, fires a couple of rounds, got 2 shots. Masonlet picks up 1. Masonlet steps forward into the breach. Masonlet picks up 2 and turns it into a 1v1 based on pure gun skill. But again, the 6th man, the timer, Banks, it goes too quick.
I don't think it goes too quick, Corbeck. There's more than enough time. Let's look at where they could have lost a few seconds. Once they have control, and of course it takes a few seconds to know it, but that's when you need those pre-placed drones to know those obscure angles, whether someone's holding them. Why you need to have your designated drone. The Habana was still alive, meaning that she's already droned people in. The people that were droned in, they were killed. I'll give them that. But it's a simple matter of if you clear something, secure it, hold it down, watch for the rotate. And you have to communicate with your team, and that's probably the hardest part. That's something that doesn't translate well into ranked, and it's almost a completely competitive concept. That when you're going for your clear, you have to say, I'm covering this, you cover that, and that's the biggest part of an IGL, Corbeck, and that's the biggest difference we see. And the difference maker in that round was that UTD Orange had a clear set timeline within every single one of their maneuvers. They said, okay, we're holding upstairs. We lost someone. We got our kill. All right, no need to keep holding that. I believe it was Bait who was playing the Jaeger again last round. Bait, you don't need to hold that. Rotate back and play safety. Just by rotating back, it is a huge difference maker because you are taking that much more time from Fanshawe, who has proven to be very slow on their pushes.
Yeah, they have proven to be very slow, and I mean, that's good for UTD Orange, and I'd almost be thinking about, like, how can I possibly make it so that they take longer? Like, what can I set up here to make their life more difficult? And honestly, hey, you know what? Castle barricades, yeah, they can be real annoying. A zombie, really annoying. And I'll even give it to the yokais as well. They can be kind of annoying in certain situations. That said, I mean, Caspio playing a very aggressive position right there. Once that run out will find it, that's dangerous because that's a far run back, and they got the wow. Actually, Banks,
that's how you do it.
They prepped it. I was wondering what the plan was with Bait right there, and you know what? Credit to UTD Orange. That was well done.
You know that Bait knew that they could hear him, first of all, and you know that Bait heard that there was an air jab and was definitely calling that out for his teammate. Even if he didn't, that's a good spot, and that is a huge frag going into the round. That's your Nomad, that's your flank watch, and that's a lot more freedom for UTD Orange in this matchup. And most importantly, that was your repel player. That's a hole in Fanshawe's defense, and now Casepio is just easily able to sit on piano. Free shots, spraying out, is able to light Perza up almost to a detrimental amount of health. You know that they're going to be scared for the remaining of half of this round, but just spraying it out. 3 players staring, stuck, stalled out, looking at this piano player. Casepio still sitting nice and comfortably, waiting for a swing. They also have the assistance coming from the Castle Skeppy right on Pixel. So all of these different factors are just adding up as 4 players waiting to make their way into Cigar Lounge. Second EE1D will cook out, and just a long angle held from Mason. This is an absolutely critical amount of time because with a minute to go, Corbeck, they haven't recovered any bit of ground. And finally, Mason takes out Casepio. Oh, make that 2. Hold on. He finds Skellip. And that can easily turn the round entirely on its head. Bait does have to find this kill into the Sledge of Tucker. That will not happen, though. So we do see a 4v2. The 2 remaining players, Earthquake and Cherries. Both these players are in that anchor position, holding white, spraying out with the TCSG, isn't able to line up a single shot. They're lit up, but Perza is down on the ground. Nade will be thrown out. They will spot the down player inside a bar. Spraying out, trying to find the line. You have 8 shots remaining with 30 seconds to go.
Wow.
It will be a team kill for Mason. I don't know what happened there. Earthquake's also able to find Apollo. Regardless, we're down to a 1v2. Mason's been huge in being able to find their kills thus far. Now they just have to make their way onto site with 15 seconds to go. They constantly trip this proximity mine, giving away everything away. Earthquake is definitely going to be sitting on their yokai if they have it available, just waiting and ready. But no, it's the TCSG that will be able to win that one out. All from the hands of the Kaid and those key positioning in the late seconds from UTD.
I'll be honest with you again, Biggs. I think it's timing that really contributed to Fanshawe not doing better there. I mean, it took them a really long time, I think, to get in a position where they felt comfortable with the push that they needed to make. And by the time that they were in there, things just got, a little bit desperate. And you can't be relying kind of on the gun of Mason-led, basically Mason-led, to win you out rounds. Like, you just can't be relying on it, right? It's not the best way to be playing this. So This is an important round for the Fanshawe Fuel here. Round 6, they need the win on this one. They do not want to go into, round 7 on a 5-1, take over the defense, especially considering, how close these teams were when they met earlier in the season. I think it's really important that the Fuel pick up a W here on this kitchen dining site.
Yeah, they have to at least go in with a 4-2 split, not just for their mental, but just statistically as well. 5-1 does not bode well for them, especially with UTD Orange being able to go on the offense. They know exactly what site they're going to be going for. There's no need to waste any drones. They'll only lose one in the prep phase, which is a little bit upsetting, but regardless, they did have the repick available, so they were able to change out who they were playing. I like the pick of I was going to say Flores, but not anymore, as Casepio has a key pick that will allow all the players inside of both Coat Check, Bar, as well as Christmas, even Bakery, just to sit nice and comfy, cozy, because there's nothing that's going to push in, not to mention the fact that it is actually Flores, who's probably one of my favorite counters to the Azami.
Yeah, it's true. Flores is really good. I'm surprised that this is the first time that we're seeing him, and unfortunately dies very early on, which, okay, that's going to happen, especially with a more horizontally oriented basement take, and I was just going to say that's going to happen too. That flank is not secure. Perza, at least has the forethought to pick up the equal kills right there. Perza doing more than just equaling it. Caspio watching this flank. How many people need to die from that flank before you're like, hey, wait a minute, there are guys in there? Like, there's a gun in there, Binks. They need to watch out.
It's not just an onlooker. It's not just a camera. It's not a proximity mine. It's Casepio, 8-3, the top frag from UTD Orange that's been single-handedly winning the rounds. A triple kill inside of prep, finally taken out by Tucker, who's going to have to find 2 more in 1:34 seconds. This is the best amount of time we've seen from the side of Fanshawe Fuel. They'll be able to make that a double kill as they find Earthquake. She's relegated to the bench for the rest of this half, I guess we could say. And with 1:22, it's going to be the smoke of Scallop, who has 3 toxic babes to be able to win it out. Actually, Scalp won't even need them, because with a sliver of health, that SMG-11, a single one of those shots, even from long range, will win it for them. And UTD Orange is going to go up 5-1 on their half. And might I add, Corbeck, this is not their map pick.
Yeah, I know. And man, I guess the Fanshawe Fuel better hope that they've got a heck of a defensive half in their tank right there. I'll be honest with you, Binks, watching that one, that's just frustrating. Like, there's no other word for it. That's a frustrating round. There's guys in service. You already lost one player there. You pick it up and then you just ignored it again. If you're going to execute an attack like that on the horizontal, you have to cover the only, I guess, technically 3, but realistically, the 2 major flank angles that you can get shot from, which is small bakery and service. And they don't cover service at all, which just allows somebody to play for free out of that. I don't have good words for it. I think that's a glaring oversight on the side of Fanshawe Fuel and the kind of mistakes they can't be making in the playoffs if they want to carry on. They just have to clean it up. Also, a lot of traps, by the way. I just noticed that.
Yeah, we saw this last time as well, primarily on Chalet. I don't think it worked out too well for the Fanshawe Fuel. Both these teams are going about very different ways of delaying for time. One of them with plant denial, and other ones with, well, yes, you can count Legion as plant denial, but it's weird to look at. I like that they have the Jaeger. It is a good choice, but you also have the shield from Perza, which gives you the frost. C4 prep from Brendo on the mute. Everyone else is going to be a trap operator. Now, if they time this properly, C4 prep, it's going to do a lot of damage to Earthquake, as well as Scallop is off the board. That is your Nomad equivalent, meaning that you're not going to be able to deny any flank. You have to leave a player or a drone watching it, and you will have to deal with the consequences if you don't use a Claymore. Corvic, I'm not the biggest supporter of a trap orientated lineup, but in this scenario, it seems like it could work really well from the way UTD Orange just really wants to get into the site.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Fanshawe Fuel, if if they picked this map, they picked it for a reason, right? So their attack wasn't very good, but maybe they have a pretty solid defense that they're happy with here. And it looks like it's working out. I mean, Masonlet just kind of peeking the pixel right there, goes ahead and gets the kill. And it's taken a while here for the UTD side to really get in a comfortable position. And they are bleeding bodies. Cherry's goes down as well. And here comes the drone in. Okay, good drone placement. You'll destroy the pixel shield, but kind of at what cost, Binks, at this point in time in the round? At what cost? I mean, you've lost 3 of your team members, and you can't even win the gunfight against Tucker. So now it's a 4, and you've got 1 member left. It's poor Earthquake stuck up here on the roof, gonna have to try and make something happen. But again, much like in the attacking rounds last time, it's just you're playing for pride in the 5v1, realistically.
She has a few options. She can try to take the tactical timeout. She will be able to find Tucker, so no flawless round. But a tactical timeout, you're 5-1. You can talk about what went wrong with your team, but oftentimes this is not as critical. It doesn't feel as bad. So just having to look for those angles, and you know that people are going to be watching the more obscure spots. They feel the ability to be a lot more spread out because they know you're still on the roof. So you know people are going to be watching it. They'll be able to find a second one onto Apollo. 40 seconds to go. They have a lot of health, which does mean that it's winnable, but Perza will be there waiting. Once again, those obscure angles that you wouldn't normally expect, and they'll be able to easily win that out. Biggest key takeaway in a 1v5, they got 2 free ones. They could have easily gotten a 3rd free one had they had their gun up and gun ready. Especially in a 1v5. That's over-aggressive from Fanshaw, sacrificing too many lives. But hey, you do what you do, and at the end of the day, it got them the round.
It did get them the round. Credit where credit is due. I mean, they got what they wanted out of it. I was going to say it was getting a little bit worrying, actually, that they just kept challenging it. I mean, that sort of scenario, you don't have to do that, right? Like, there's nobody being like, you must attack. You can just hang out and force them to come to you. But anyway, I digress. Going back down to kitchen, dining, it's a good, solid defensive lineup. I find it interesting to see an Oryx added in here by Masonlet, who I do think, based on the 10-to-3 kill ratio, Binks, that's the deadliest player on the fuel side. So they're going to be mobile and they're going to be scary. And that's something that the UTD Orange side is going to really have to demonstrate, that they can deal with a roamer like that. They hadn't really had to deal with that challenge on the last site, mostly because they all died before it really became too much of an issue. But the other one is Tucker. Tucker's interesting. Maestro's cool on here. I like it.
I agree. He's the 2nd highest frag, meaning you have a lot of coverage. But I'd actually like to ask Max, can we get a big center onto Mason? I know that I want to see the way UTD Orange is approaching, but I want us to keep a nice little side tab exactly how this Oryx is planning on dealing with his approach. Because currently there's nothing he can do as all 5 players are on the opposite side of the map.
On the wrong side of the map.
So this request is like really not working out for me. So I think we might actually go back to the attackers until they make their way over towards him. But this is a very single-sided attack, and this front is almost entirely playing into the hands of the Maestro, which you pointed out that all does perfect for ripping them to shreds. Max, you don't have to keep going back and rubbing it in my face that they are not challenging this Oryx.
They are not challenging the Oryx at all. They're going for the horizontal take too. Apparently that's the flavor of the month today here, and they will go ahead and get that EMP in before they start opening up this wall. It will not be denied by the Kaid. And yeah, that's a little spicy right there. That's a difficult position for Perza to be in, but Perza's been a decent gun here. He's the 3rd highest gun. Now they're just sending in, again, this is why I was surprised Flores didn't get banned. The Roteros come through, they're clearing a zombie util, they're forcing you into that battle, but Tucker hits a wicked nasty shot from one bomb site to another. Apollo, though, unfortunately dying to bait right there, so both teams putting in some early gun work. Those flanks, though, I mean, are they secure? I think that's the question you really have to ask. Caspio here trying to force the Kaid out of position. It doesn't quite work the way they intended. I don't think Caspio has anything really that they can use to make this even worse. Bait with the quick plant and the quick fire gets whacked on the other end of it, though. Masonlet coming back into the equation as quick as they possibly can.
This has been a great push so far from UTD Orange and a good adaptation from Fanshaw. resulting in 3-3. They'll make their way through prep, lighting up the Maestro who's just sitting on the ground, or Cade who's sitting on the ground. C4 will get tossed out, not detonated. Kissapo is able to find Perza. Now they've made their way into sight. Tucker spraying out from the other side. Mason's also pushed up, leaving it all left up to Earthquake once again. 1v2 plant is successful with sprays. It's a triple kill for Mason, and it looks like I was eventually right, as Mason did have a huge impact on the round, but not for Oryx's abilities. Him and Tucker will clean up that round in a very dominant fashion, Korvik.
Yeah, dominant. Sure, I'm a little bit. I'm
saying if we focus
squeaky
on those two
that they
players,
got that close. Yes. If you
I'm
focus
saying
on those two
from
players,
those two. The other, I like the Cade positioning. I believe it was very risky. I would have liked to see that C4 go out a lot sooner, even if it didn't hit anyone, just guaranteeing that you'll be alive when it goes off. And yes, you got to use your game sense. If we look over, that was a beautiful shot that was hit onto the Jaeger Tucker, who was inside of bar. Well, no, it wasn't Tucker. Sorry, I can't remember who it was that was inside a bar. Regardless, it was an out of rotation. You shouldn't have been swinging it so wide, trying to get the angle, especially once you hear those Osa shields. You know that they're going to have a see-through advantage, just like a little personal Montang. But I still wasn't opposed to the way that they were playing. I just wanted them to be a little bit more conservative, the way that we saw both Tucker and Mason play.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I mean, obviously, they're the gunners right now for this team, and they'll continue, I think, to gun in that way. And picking the Rook, actually, and bringing the Rook into this, I think, is a very interesting choice from Fanshawe. That's a pick to me. I mean, obviously, the entire defensive side gets a boost from, having the Rook armor down, but I think that is specifically geared as well towards the idea of enabling your gunners to stay alive and gun more. Perza getting hit really early on. Caspio wasting no time getting in. Comes roaring up the white stairs, but it's Apollo who dies first. Apollo's been having a rough game so far. Breadstick and look at this, a bit of a rush in here from Bait. The Amaru always used in such circumstances, and now they have to be very careful because there's a significant presence on the bomb site. They're already going to go for the plant, and I don't think that Fanshawe, well, I was going to say they don't have a good way to respond to this, but they've got Tucker creeping up on the backside. Still, the diffuser is down. Tucker gets one. Tucker looks for another. Won't quite find it. Just spamming gunfire down range, but it's Cherries who picks up the kill, and then a bit of a lull.
36 to go in this defuse. This round has really gotten a jolt of energy. Swinging up Mason's trying to find one playing stuck inside a train. Great use of that positioning. Cherries is also able to find Tucker, pulling out the pistol, the German pistol, not able to find any kills. Mason through the wall is able to find another one. Just constantly collecting kill. All left up to Bait, who's stuck on the rappel. They hear the defuse being hit. They don't know from where. A beautiful window angle. Brendo, you beautiful man. And they'll be able to capture it as the Amaru is not able to capture anything on that defuse. A beautiful long arm.
Wow. Oh boy. I'm taking the longest side right there, the farthest line you possibly could to defuse that. I mean, it was a really good plan, honestly, from UTD. They executed so well, and then it all just kind of fell apart in the post-plant phase. So I feel a bit rough for them, actually. I feel a bit rough for them. And also, every time I see that picture of Smoke, I just do not picture him being that attractive. Do you see that picture of Smoke in the roster?
That's actually the first time I see it, Korvik.
He's ridiculously good looking. Not what I expected at all. I'm just gonna throw it out there. He sounds grizzled. You know what I mean?
He sounds like he'd have a scruffy beard. And yes, I know that's supposed to be him when he was younger. And yes, it fits with like, oh, he was I don't want to say problem child, because I can't remember his backstory. But like you're carrying around that toxic smoke and like, it doesn't fit. It does not fit.
No, I agree. Far too sexy. I don't know what to say about it, but here we are. Anyway, back to the game at hand. The defensive lineup coming out from Fanshawe Fuel, not as trappy as the last time that we were kind of in this position, by the way. They're still keeping the Frost, but they've sort of dropped. I think they had a Legion and a Cap Can when they were up here last time. They're not going to run in with that. Like the pick of Brendo on the Smoke, as much as we talked about the Smoke, it's always good to have a Smoke in your lineup. Interested in Mason Let's choice of the Aruni, if I'm being honest with you here. I just don't know necessarily if the Aruni is is super useful on this site, though I think you can certainly get value out of her, though Mason Led already taking a significant amount of damage on that Aruni, so not having a particularly good day. Tucker really low down on the roam here as well. Banks needs to be very careful working their way back.
I like this push thus far. It seems like there's a lot of little sneaky potential. But look at all these players that are just waiting on the roof. You know they're ready for the run out. That is something that UTD Orange went for, but it does not appear to be the case in this scenario. As with 2 minutes to go, I don't think anyone's actually gone into the building. This is cause for concern. They've stalled out before going in, and I don't know if that's as a result of the Sharia not yet, of Aruni's barricades, but regardless, they have stalled out Korvik, and if they don't start to pressure something like Pixel soon, and if this Flores Rotero drone does not make it, oh, that's actually very good. I wasn't expecting it to go the way of UTD Orange, but they immediately have sprung the trap and are able to capture Persa as well as Pixel and eliminating that angle, honestly turning the round up on its head.
Yeah, again, I mean, the Roteros have been really valuable here for UTD Orange. They've actually done, I think, a pretty significant amount of work for the Orange side. It's just that they haven't necessarily been able to follow them up particularly well, right? They're creating the openings, let's say, in the defensive lineup, but I feel like they're never doing it in enough of a way that they can really take advantage of it. This is obviously leaning very heavy in here towards this kind of lounge side. You've already gone ahead and you throw your Gemini into it. You're still rolling out Roteros here to open up more space, open up more holes, and allow you to push in. The good thing about this for Fanshawe, though, is it's taken so long for them to set up Banks that really Fanshawe can respond to this with the maximum amount of time needed. Earthquake didn't see the little hole in the wall. That is unfortunate indeed.
They do have time to crawl back, and with 30 seconds, they should be able to get this revive. Very aware of the hole now, but with 30 seconds, this is going to be an all-out bloodshed fire, just an absolute firefight, Korvik. With 20 seconds to go, Skellop is going to be able to throw down her gridlock track stingers down behind them, pushing up on Bar. Basically the first to contend. There goes Apollo down to 3v5. It's just a fiery storm of orange. This is all left up to Brendo, and it won't even matter as Bay just honestly walks through the site like it's his own home. And it's going to be a flawless round for UTD Orange going to match point.
I'll be honest with you. I actually thought that we were going to see a better performance there from Fanshawe. They had, like I said, so much time to set up that defense, right? So much time to respond to UTD Orange's push. And instead, UTD, they just kind of brute forced it right there. And Fanshawe backed off and fell before them. So a little disappointing, in my opinion. I think they could have done a little bit better. But we're now back on this kitchen serving dining site. I mean, they like this site. I think they feel quite comfortable here. I'm curious to see how Orange adapts, right? Because last time we were here, Banks, we saw a very, straightforward horizontal push. There wasn't a lot of verticality involved. In fact, neither team really engaged in verticality on this site. So I wonder if we're going to hold to that, or if UTD is going to try something a little different in terms of how they want to clear this out. Just looking at the lineup as it stands for the UTD side, I don't think they're going to go about this any differently than they did previously.
I want to start seeing someone like a Mute or a Mozzie. Of course, Mozzie's not as relevant, I guess, in this case. But I really would like to see the Mozzie or Mute just to deal with this Flores. Because Cherry's doing a great job of staying alive and having all four of those RCE Rotero drones do exactly what they're meant to do and blow everything on the defensive side up from a good distance, a controlled distance. And he's been completely allowed to do that. We saw Pixel that was given away to a Flores drone, and once again, Prep is proving to be the downfall of UTD Orange, as they are stuck with their backs against the wall. They don't have room for errors, as Persa will be the first to fall inside of Prep, and they don't have the zombie this round to play inside of Prep. I am honestly rather concerned. I don't know exactly what is happening.
You don't know what's happening. I sometimes wonder if Fanshawe Fuel knows what's happening as well in these moments. And look at that, just rolling Roteros right in right there. Fanshawe Fuel playing a very standoffish defense compared to last time. If you remember, they had an Azami in that area, throwing up Kiva barriers and stuff so they could play off of them. Not going to be the case today. Caspio up on the top deck, and that's an interesting choice to send up on that roam. I guess the Iana is maybe the logical choice, but Masonlet needs to be very careful about what they're going to do here, because they're on a collision course with Caspio if they're not careful. And sure enough, there's some bullets coming in. Masonlet survives. His kneecaps might not, but the operator still gets out of dodge. And that might have actually secured them some verticality here should the UTD Orange side choose to use it. They don't have a lot of tools to do it, though. They've got no sledge. They only have a Nomad with flat pack charges. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful about how they want to do this.
They're also very short on time. Bait's not the right person. A PDW is not going to do any help or give you any help with breaking through the floor. Brendo is also defying Caspio, so that's no more infinite droning capabilities with the Iana. So 4 to 6, a minute to go, and things are looking up for the Fanshawe Fuel as they are just sitting tight on site as well as bar waiting for any sort of push potential from UTD Orange. Of course, Mason has made their way back. The Rotero drone is just outright in the site, just waiting, and they'll finally be able to get... No, they won't be able to get rid of that Kaid charge, so that will stand strong, and it looks like they're going to have to force their way in through prep, and with a Maestro there just waiting and ready, that should be an absolute bloodbath for Beck. Scalp is going to be the first to contend, swinging out, trying to check this window. This is probably the scariest angle to play in the game, both as a defender, but primarily as offense. They'll start to burn out every single ADS charge that they can. Bait has made their way towards double door. Brendo to find one. Tucker on the other side of the site to be able to find the other. 4 to 2, and it's just going to be a push in through prep. Rushing up. The Nomad will be able to make their way down to go as the scale up. Earthquake is able to find 1, 2. 2 more remaining from Apollo, but no, it's the down player to block them from getting into the site as the Fanshawe Fuel hold on.
Oh, just a little bit of a misinformation call right there. I don't know exactly how they got back in on the flank like that, but you hate to see it. I mean, it was a good, actually, late round play there by UTD Orange. They took a little too long, I think, to set that up and really fully take advantage of the positioning that they got. But Earthquake did a great job there of leveling the gunfight as best they could. I think the most interesting thing about that round for me was that, you know, the Comets, they got up on the second floor, right? They took control mostly of the second floor, but it was all kind of in vain. They couldn't shut down the room. They couldn't open up the holes in the floor that they needed in order to maximize their positioning up there. And it felt like kind of a boondoggle, just a big waste of time.
Going into this final round, I don't know that I like that they went all the way back up to this third floor site. They still don't have the mute. The flaws that were present in the previous round that they lost here on this top floor bomb site have not been patched outright. And a lot of them could very easily make another appearance. You can easily see that on the side of UTD Orange, they slowly pick away. They use those Rotero drones to just constantly force all the players of Fanshawe Fuel out of their comfortable positioning.
Yeah, I think this is a challenging pick here as well, but I think honestly probably given the choice between playing this bomb site and the secondary, or I should say the tertiary site, I think I would take this one, Biggs. I genuinely would. So it's definitely a bit harem-scarum, though, and I think we'll see that probably illustrated here soon. I mean, they're already getting the hatches open. Caspio already has a nasty angle that they can play off of right here, and it's a pretty bunched up set of defenders. They're not really spreading this out. I don't know that they had somebody on the pixel, so they're giving up a lot of ground here, I think, to UTD very early on. That said, still a powerful roam presence in the form of Mason-led. I mean, that's something that you have to keep in mind. And so far, UTD Orange has kind of struggled to shut down roams, I think, in a lot of situations.
Very slow here. And if we look at the perspective of Perza, one of their Echo drones will be taken out. Those yokais are an absolutely pivotal part of any defense if you're looking to deny. They also have the Maestro cams from Tucker, so a very hands-off approach, I guess. Well, hands on the controller, hands off your cameras in this scenario. But they're very spread out. You have someone playing on white, and once again, UTG Orange getting a little bit more caught up with actually jumping in. They're collecting as much information as they can, figuring out exactly where players are. They know that the Malusi's in the hole, so they've also learned from their mistakes and forcing these players to rotate out. So once UTD Orange finally does decide to go for their pressure pushes, then they will largely have to watch. Bad use of that Maestro Chem is it will be shot out from just shooting that floor as shooting out the actual floor as person. Not the smartest use, Corbic, and with a minute to go, UTD Orange is setting themselves up, but will they have enough time?
Well, Bait sounds out yet another Rotero there. That one sticks to the wall and opens up a bigger area, and that'll allow them to push forward more aggressively, but they got to be very careful about how they watch these angles. Earthquake here trying to double back, but it's Tucker with the Alda who strikes first, takes Bait out. So Fanshawe, they're playing for that overtime. They think they can get there. And a quick check down from Tucker above. That's actually going to lead to the smoke grenade. And Tucker drops all the way out of dodge. Caspio now prepping the frag grenade, looking for a target. Won't quite find it. Rolls it over the top of the skylight. Nobody there. Another smoke grenade set out. That'll delay Caspio on the approach. Caspio has another frag grenade they could pull on if they need it. Earthquake now stepping up into the bar, and 10 seconds left on the clock. Earthquake's going to start going for the plant here, and I don't think the Fuel realize what's going on. They're in for some very bad news indeed. If they can't stop that plant from going off, they don't do so. Tucker gets one. He gets caught right back in it. Mason Let trying to even it up 2-2 now on the board. 35 seconds left in the round. Skelly P finds Mason Let and gets a team kill. That's the worst possible time for that to happen. So it's all now between Brendo and Skelly P here with everything left to play for in this round for both of these squads, pushing up to the diffuser as carefully as possible. Brendo needs to be so careful here. Goes for the plant, the defuse, tries to bait it out, won't find it, pushes back in and sees, I think, Skelly P underneath. Skelly P pops up, fires a couple of rounds, won't find it, goes back for the plant. He's out of time. He's already made a mistake. He doesn't have enough time to do it.
Skelly P, you know they must have been shaking. If if the Fanshawe Fuel were able to win that round, the mental would have been chalked for absolute certain. But no, UTD Orange will prevail on a round that honestly looked like it should have gone to the way of the Fuel, but they definitely made it close. Regardless, Corbic, I'll digress on this one because there's a lot to discuss, but more about the holes and the flaws that are just not being utilized by both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams are making mistakes, and every once in a while they find some ways in and they capitalize on them. I will say, I mean, 7-5, it was closer than that scoreline I think would necessarily entail. I mean, we very, very, very nearly saw overtime right there. We were seconds away, right, from a Yokai drone getting into position to deny that plant, which would have, I think, completely set off a different kind of cascade of events right there. So this is not one that I think is over by any stretch of the word, right? We're not looking at a team blowing out another team. I think it's entirely possible that we go to our next map in the lineup here and you know, Fanshawe comes out and wins and we go to a map 3. It would not surprise me in the slightest if we saw a map 3 here tonight.
Well, on that note, we are going to be taking a quick 5-minute break. So go refill your water, get yourself some popcorn or some Mountain Dew, and we'll see you back in 5 minutes. It's time for Clubhouse, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NECC Rainbow Six Siege Challenger Quarterfinals. Fanshawe Fuel, this is not their map pick because they just lost their own map pick to UTD Orange. And Corbeck, that was a match that could have gone either way. It was extremely close, although half would not have suggested it because it was a 5-1 half favoring the defensive side. So I'm curious to see if that sort of pattern will continue inside of this second half of UTD Orange's map pick of Clubhouse.
Yeah, you know, I think it's entirely possible. And I said this before we went to break. I do think it's entirely possible that Fanshawe Fuel come running back into this, right? Rocketing back in. Maverick ban, by the way, kind of interesting. That's a good one for Clubhouse. That changes the dynamic of some certain aspects of this map. Obviously, the kite and the Thatcher removal means that neither of them are really valid. But you think about a site, you know, like a CCTV cache, where you have the big wall battle. That's something that everybody always kind of focuses on. And having both those operators out, including the Maverick, that does change things a little bit. Interesting, by the way, both the Zombie and Valkyrie will remain in the context here. So that's worrying, I think, on the side of UTD Orange, considering they're starting on the attack. Valkyrie can get miles of value, absolute scads of value here if played correctly. A Zombie as well. You can already see Brendo picking a Zombie up so strong on this map, like genuinely very, very good. Completely changes the dynamic of a couple of bomb sites, including this one, because you can use those Kiva barriers to protect your backside from any sort of assault coming in from the window off of highway. Really, really effective at that. You could also close off the drone hole if you wanted to and prevent anybody getting in through that. So this is an interesting defensive lineup, but one that I don't necessarily know that I buy into here, Banks. I'm not sure if you need the Capcom really, but hey, sure enough, if you can make it work, you can make it work.
I think even one of those entry EDD, entry denial device. If even one of those detonates, I do believe it to be quite worth it because it's basically them taking a gunfight with themselves and losing it. A lot of times it slows them down. Every single barricade needs to be checked, and if they don't, they normally pay dearly for it. I did not see the type of placement that Apollo was doing. I commended them last time early on in the game for having very good and calculated Capcan placements where they would put it actually on the right side of where you want it on the door. And other times it seemed like they were entirely missing it. And look at that, it is going to result an early round with Ace getting in, and hopefully this Capcan will actually have an impact on the round, as the first opening first blood will be bait onto Brendo down on the first floor.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, a little bit of a difficult bandit trick right there. Didn't really pull it off, I think, quite the way that they wanted to. And I mean, that's kind of the mini game right there. It's not particularly easy to win in these days. And this site I've often referred to as a bit of a poison pill. Certainly not one for Apollo, though. Great kill onto Earthquake early on. So you take the hard breach route, but more importantly, I think Brendo's death here, you lose the Azami. I don't think the majority of the Kiva barriers had really been deployed. That said, a lot of them going into this position up here to just make it easier to hold Garage. And with that kind of defensive setup on Garage, Banks, I think they're going to have no choice here on the side of UTD Orange, but to make maybe a more aggressive play either through that breach or up the stairs. What are you doing, Skelly Peas? Just getting fed kills like a fat kid at a buffet. Eat. Perza, the only one left alive. Perza steps up and picks one out, and that could be a bit of a bitter end to this round. Perza, though, keeping the dream going, picks up another kill.
He's going to swing out. Nope, there's Casepio on the Ying, able to find a quick headshot. Summing up, you made me feel like something's going to happen. I'm like, no, just going to get a shot.
That's why I turned it back over to you. I thought we were going to see a thrilling, like, 2v1 clutch right there, and instead, no, it just gets shot. Bit anticlimactic.
Honestly, it's like you're getting up to the top of the roller coaster, Oh, no, I was just on the train. I have to get off? Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, see, I thought you were going to say
get to go down.
You don't get to go. There's no drop for you. No release. No catharsis. Anyway. But yeah, Binks, I don't know what to make of that round. I mean, the Fanshawe Fuel, I actually think their defensive setup here is good, but I just don't think this bomb site is really... I think this bomb site is bad. It's bad. I don't think it's very good anymore. I just don't think it works the same way it used to do.
It's definitely not the same. I feel Bedroom has a lot more depth to it because of the extension. The problem with this site is it's still one of the only sites in Rainbow Six Siege left. Of course, there used to be more, where you can get directly into it from a exterior wall. There's no buffer rooms as you'd have in like Villa, for example. Before you get into a site, it's one and done. You're in the site, you're ready to go. I've never been a fan of that mechanic to defend. On an offense, I love it. It makes my life a lot easier because I can just go right from the outside and play with something that is my advantage. The defenders can't contend with me while I'm out there for the most part. But you see UTD Orange is almost directing all of their assault towards Garage, down below inside of Blue, as well as the bottom of Red Stairs. And then they'll even just focus everything towards the wall. I don't even think that CC window was broken last round, Corvic, and that's simply unacceptable for your UTD Orange not to. It's an angle that you got to make your opponents wary of. And for Fanshawe Fuel to not play around that, that's also another misstep.
They're entirely focused on the CCTV wall, and I mean, it's actually kind of working out for them, so I don't think I necessarily am going to be super critical about the choice right now, but I agree, you could only do better, right, by playing multiple angles. Oh, no-y. That can't work.
It does work.
Alright.
You okay, Corvic? You're breaking up. Dude!
Okay. Mason gets caught out there very well.
Is it going to be able to confirm a second kill after the negative somehow miraculously works? We'll talk about it later. Tucker has some choice words and will actually be able to collect a kill onto Bait. Kacepio, who actually has taken control of Garage, has those Candela grenades ready, and they will be able to flash out. Why are you checking a window that you didn't even break open? Second Candela will be thrown towards Red Stairs. Earthquake has made her way into the bomb site and will get ready, but it is going to be a C4 kill as the Thorn gets the kill. Perza is killed from a friendly C4. What is this round, Corbeck? Skelly P is also down. Tucker on a triple kill. He's on a rampage. He'll eventually be taken out by Cherries, who's the final defender left. Finally, Brendo setting up everything they can. Thorn won't work, but Brendo has all the audio cue they needs, and I didn't even notice that Thorn was on the board, Corbeck. I was so distracted, but it worked wonders that round.
I just feel like I'm in crazy land at the other side of that round. I don't even know. I mean, obviously, like, look, I don't want to be too critical of anyone, right? You're collegiate players, you're trying your best.
This is why I'm glad you have color this round. I could not.
Yeah, you're learning the game. The problem there is it's a fundamental mistake in the setup. And I think what I was so shocked by is that it was such a fundamental mistake, right? That position up there on the top deck, yes, 100%. Hold it. You need to deny Garage, but you need a Wamai up there. You need a Jaeger. You need somebody with ADSs. If you marry the ADSs with the Azami barricade, you prevent exactly what happened right there. The Thorn, valuable pick in that round. Not going to deny it. You're right. It totally came in clutch there at the end, Binks. But you shouldn't have lost Thorn so early on. And if you had played that more normally, you wouldn't have. And I think what took my breath away right there, took my words out of my mouth, was just I would expect Fanshawe Fuel to know that they really need a Wamai. I'm going to say that was probably a bit of an oversight on their end. Something that I wouldn't necessarily expect to see again from them. They still wrenched that round back, so at least in this case, their mistake was forgiven. But that's a heck of a mistake. Also, that's a heck of a mistake they just made right there as well. Putting the Malusi Wub on the same wall right next to the Capkin trap. I know why the Capkin put the trap right there. But either somebody's going to see that and shoot that off and destroy the Malusi regardless, or if they walk through and trigger it, it's going to destroy the Malusi just by the residual explosion. So just small mistakes, Minx. Just small mistakes that are causing big headaches.
You have to be a lot more aware of those, and we're going to see another micro fight here inside of Dirt Tunnel. It's been a while since I've actually seen this exact approach. Tucker will also get the initial kill onto Kacepio, and that is actually relatively big because it is the sledge, but you also have Skelly P, who's on the buck, who's going to be able to make up for a lot of those holes that you would have initially seen the sledge making.
Yeah, it's been a bit of actually kind of an interesting start here to the round for UTD Orange. It's almost like, in my opinion, they're sort of struggling with exactly how they want to go about this, right? Like, clearly you have the operators in hand where you could move into kitchen and you could do some sort of creative redecorating, but they haven't done enough of a roam clear. People like Mason Light here, who nearly picks up a pick and just unfortunately misses their shots, but you haven't really done enough of a roam clear where I think you can feel completely comfortable with just going to work, right? You've kind of neglected that third floor, and now I think you're paying for it a little bit with this dance that Mason Lit is doing.
Minute 25 to go. Mason staying alive is probably one of the biggest things that's hurting UTD Orange. Where yes, they can direct most of their attention back towards the site. It makes them have to constantly watch their back, and they're constantly not safe. And the moment they forget that, it could easily be their undoing. I'm waiting to see exactly how aggressive they go with a minute to go. Bates being shut out from Mason. How those are crucial shots to miss. And you know Bates not going to be turning back towards that direction. Goes right into the unwelcoming arms of Tucker, however, who's just sitting down in Memorial, getting ready to go into church. Regardless, Skelly P will collect onto them on that rotate, shoot at the Malusi Banshee that was just waiting at the bottom of the stairs to be shot. Ferendo, who rotated back towards gun case, has been able to take out Cherries, who pushed up in through dirt tunnel. And with 35 seconds to go, all pieces of the chessboard are favoring Fanshawe. Just look like they are moving to be in a checkmate position. Whether or not UTD Orange can squeeze their way out of it, where it is yet to be seen. Skelly P's made their way onto site. They have to make sure the Earthquake is able to get in. That way she can go for the plant. She'll drop from kitchen hatch, be able to survive it. Shots are not going to line up behind the smoke. Who's playing behind gun case. Here's the toxic canister. You know the Earthquake can't withstand many of these hits. Down to a sliver of health. They will fall 7 seconds, and it's going to be Perza coming from behind to collect on the 2 final kills. And Fanshawe Fuel will be able to hold on.
Good catch, by the way. I want to make the point that what I was saying about the Banshee and the EDD was pretty well illustrated right there. Like, the Banshee just draws attention to the position of the EED. Which is not really how a Capcan should operate. Like, unfortunately, I think it'll be a waste of time if I get deep into like Capcan trap placement strategy, because it's its own little like mini game in and of itself. It's kind of fascinating once you get into it. It's one of my favorite parts of Siege, actually. But I'm not going to get into it here. I think I'm going to just focus on the point. The overarching sort of thing that was going on there for UTD Orange was, I think, just too little roam clear and too much pressure forward, to the point where they didn't really establish much of an intel game. And this is something that we talked a little bit about on Cafe as well. These teams either seem to lean too heavily into intel, or they don't seem to lean into it enough, and they don't really show us the capacity to find a happy medium between those two, right? You shouldn't be getting roamers, causing you havoc that late into the round. Like, I'm going to go and say that Mason Led is a very talented player here, Banks, and is doing quite well in this game. Should have been locked down and killed far before you were in a position where you were actually pushing on those hatches. And the fact that Mason Let wasn't, I think, is really negative for this team. And Mason Let trying to set up actually to get cheeky again. If they're not careful, this could be a pretty good play for the Oryx right here.
Yeah, I like the Mason set up inside a strip because it does give him a little bit of a cheeky way back. Meanwhile, Casepio is playing on the Nook, someone who was actually not banned this time around, meaning that they are free to be played. We'll be able to cook out the nade, and this might be able to catch the Jaeger off guard if they are standing too close. It looks like he's right in the right position. Oh no, bottle. You threw it too far.
No, I think they were trying to get the mute jammer. I think they were trying to get the mute jammer.
No way.
That's just what I think. I think so.
We'll see.
Could have been a miss.
It's all yet to be seen. Speculation is a wonderful thing. That's why we have historiography, which actually discusses how things are actually looked at. But regardless, Casepio is very suspicious to someone being on the roam. Rightfully so. They're looking for the Oryx, and on the corner of their screen, they're about to see him. Nope. We're going to be having a little bit of a ring around the rosy as Oryx has made their way in through bar and is rotating around. Meanwhile, Casepio is right at the bottom of central main stairs, and they will have an awkward encounter where they don't even know that each other exists. Sorry.
Yeah, they're just two ships passing in the night down there on the low ground. Caspio and Mason Let not even really realizing. Caspio's still hunting, too. He's not giving up the ghost. But Mason Let, I think, is on to greener pastures at this point in time. Apollo taking an unhealthy amount of damage right there and not anything you walk into. Caspio just continues their slow crawl here, Hell Presence in hand. Brendo, though, picking up the early kill, finds bait. The sledge, they know that Caspio is there. Caspio can't bring the kill down, switches angles. Actually really good play from the Nook. The Nook comes sailing in. Apollo caught looking. Caspio nearly picks up another one right there, but Brendo is quick enough with the roadie to stop it before it gets out of hand. Now Skelly P walks into the gun line. Brendo all over the deck, and the two Ronies close it out. You love to see it.
See, now that's someone I'd want, but next to my bed. Right on the bedside, this guy didn't have to move, Corbeck. He stayed at the same spot and flicked around. He was playing Aim Labs.
He was.
Expertly so.
You're right. He was. There's no
His
denying
position,
it.
those micro movements is what I want to talk about there. His micro movements around that position to take it more aggressively or less aggressively, honestly, allowed him so much control in the bedroom, and it really functioned for him.
Yeah, I know it 100% did. I mean, like I said, it was close to getting a shot there at the one moment. Caspio maybe could have hit a headshot if they were lucky on the flick, but they just didn't find it. I mean, I want to actually point out, I think that round is a pretty good illustration of why Nook gets banned a lot. Like, Nook got deep into the defensive setup right there, got missed by the roamer, came in, nobody was really aware of it. The fact that they got shut down as quickly as they did, I think was a little bit of a blessing, honestly, for the fan shot fuel side. That could have gotten a lot worse a lot quickly. And the follow-up from the side of UTD Orange was not particularly good either on that initial set of kills, but that's why you see Nook, I think, get banned quite a bit. Is there's a perfect example of that. But looking ahead to their defense here on this site, you've got Brendo in, you've got Apollo back on. This site has just not been very forgiving, I feel, for the fan shot fuel. It was so close the one round that they won it. This is not one I would be eager to go back to.
Sorry, that Caprican policeman just hurts me.
It's a thing. I'm sorry, it's a whole thing. It really is.
If you go on a date and you learn that your date has bad Capcan placements, I'm sorry, get up and go. Don't even pay for the bill. Get up and go. It's on them at that point.
Heights. The ones that I love the best are the ankle biters. You know, when you put them right down at the bottom.
Those are the ones you don't see.
Those are the ones you don't see. I agree. You can hide them in barbed wire, too. If you put barbed wire on the door, you put a little ankle biter down there. Very few people are going to notice that. Anyway, Tucker, you noticed something because Caspio is dead, and that's the Ying gone at the start of the round. So some very valuable util deleted at the start of this.
Well, that's a great use of the Gone 6, as it will allow Bait to spring the trap but to take out the castle. He did not know that he was spotted out. Of course, he did capture his frag, so I'd argue that he did his job. Mason's also inside a bar, just playing a little bit slowly. Brendo, who was huge last round, is just waiting inside of this site, trying to find any viable way to get a good angle onto the CC wall, which has been breached once again by Earthquake. We haven't highlighted, although they are 0-4, she has done a phenomenal job of making sure that every single round that support role is accomplished and every line of sight is needed. Meanwhile, Mason is going to be able to take out two huge frags. Earthquake is still alive, and Mason's going to spring right up the hatch into construction, staying right in this gunfight. Cherries is going to be able to go for the default plant on CC, covered by Earthquake outside. All these cooks just running. It's going to be a jump from the Oryx, shot up from Earthquake, beautiful headshot. Cherries is going to be taken out from Apollo, unknown from where. Regardless, Earthquake has the line of sight, won't be able to win out with the angle, as Brenda will go for a quick defuse.
Just a pure reflex test right there at the end of the day on a peak like that. And sometimes you win those and sometimes you don't. And it's always a bit of a gamble when you get in a situation of that nature. Again, though, I do want to point out, I mean, they knew where the bomb was, but the intel game actually coming in negative there for the fuel at the end, it didn't cost them the round. But you saw in that initial kill on Masonlet that Masonlet just kind of jumped in and got gunned down like right away. I think that was because they didn't necessarily know where Earthquake was in relation to the bomb, which I think is a good illustration of one of the problems that the Fuel like kind of continue to have, which is placing their enemies. And it actually goes both ways. I've talked about it before, but UTD Orange I think also really struggles to place their enemies too. So the addition of an operator like Valkyrie here, Brendo on this Valk, that should really help with that, right? If you have somebody monitoring those evil eye cameras, you should theoretically be able to track a lot of your opponents quite a bit better. And I think that's something that would be really valuable to this Fanshawe side, because it would just enable them to make even better decisions than they are making currently.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I've been a fan of this entire approach so far from Fanshawe. It seems like they've done a great job of being ready for the offense from UTD Green, and it's turned the coin on the other side. It definitely flipped a new leaf, I guess we could also say. I can come up with a whole other different analogies, but it's quite honestly mimicking what we saw previously on the map pick of Fanshawe Fuel, except they're now on UTD's map pick, and you would never really know it. They're on the cusp of a 5-0. And hopefully, I didn't see if the Capcan trap was once again placed there. But perhaps Perza as well as Apollo were talking and were able to sort out their differences to figure out exactly what was going wrong. Regardless, they are going for a quick take through tunnel, not as much coverage from the Fuel down inside of Dirt, but there is also a lot less aggression from the Fuel and more from UTD Green. They are not waiting. They're taking a lot of control and just trying to get open this kitchen hatch. Great job by Earthquake, and if they do get it open with 2 minutes to go, I'd be happy. I'd be more than content knowing that this site is almost ready. C4 will be cooked out. No joy. As 2 minutes to go, Corbeck. Roam clear, well underway. The map control is enough.
Mason needs to be really careful right here. I think they might have a bit of an idea that there's a Jackal in the area because they're getting tracked. So they know that they're in danger. I just think they're getting pretty aggressive onto this, and I'm not sure that's what they want to be doing at this stage unless they can actually just confirm this kill. So a bit of an awkward standoff up there on the top floor. It's Tucker who gets caught out looking first, though. Caspio will pick it up, and there the Oryx nearly crept up on Bait. Won't find the shots either. They are playing to the knife right here. The two of them just can't seem to win. Bait firing through the wall, both of them firing through the wall, and Caspio, oh, the dishonorable third party coming into the duel there to ruin it between those two operators, and a 3-5 setup here for the members of Fanshawe Fuel in round number 6.
Nothing's supposed to be fair in this game, Corbeck, and I think that's beautifully demonstrated by UTD Orange as they are scratching, clawing, trying to find their way into this game with the final round on the half. They have the 5-3 man advantage. The remaining 3 players are going to be sitting down inside of both Armory Blue as well as Church, respectively. They will be able to take out Cherries, but the RC Roteros have done their job. Not sure what happened to Bait there, but he'll go down inside of Blue, trying to knife out a Capcan trap. Regardless, 35 seconds to go. It's going to be Brendo to find 2 huge kills, bringing them to a triple kill in the round. 30 seconds. Bait is down inside of Blue. All of them to Cacepio. They're going to have to find 3 with 20 seconds to go. We've talked about how nothing is predictable in this matchup, and this is a perfect showcase of exactly that. Cacepio will turn and luckily spot out that Capcan trap. 15 seconds. They have to make their way towards the site. Spraying. They have to find Perza. They have 2 more to find. 9 seconds to go. Jackal is out of this play entirely. Looking for the head of Brendo. Won't be able to find it. Capcan of Apollo sprayed. Not able to find the head. Brendo takes out the deagle and sprays, finding the shot and guaranteeing the 5-1 split for Fanshawe Fuel.
A good split for Fanshawe. They're going to be happy about this, and this is shades of what we saw on Cafe as well, where the defender got off to a blistering start right here. We'll see if UTD has it in themselves to drag this back, kind of like Fanshawe did over on Cafe. Certainly with the defensive advantage in hand, they could do it. I mean, it was just a rough ending there for Fanshawe. They just could not, for the comments, they just could not bring down their shots. I mean, at the end of the day, that was really what they were struggling with. And I mean, I would love to almost see that from the perspective of the Valkyrie just cleaning up kills. Brendo just finding shot after shot after shot with the MPX. I mean, it's a bit of a pea shooter gun, if I'm being honest with you. So I'm surprised that they got that ridiculous amount of value out of it that they did.
Well, if you hit headshots, then you got your kill.
Right. If you hit the headshots, they die. I mean, that's just how the game goes. Caspio, by the way, that's an interesting placement there of a shield. The alibi I like in that position, but that shield can be a little bit awkward for a defender who wants to easily rotate between those two sites.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Ticking down with this round 7, and Korbeck, I was waiting to see if we had any spawn peaks from UTD Orange as we saw it once previously. We will see Brendo taking the Ash. I'm curious to see how exactly they're going to be going for this approach. They're going to be assisted by, I believe that is the Sledge or the Lion that is on top, or sorry, the Jackal that's on top of CC, breaking it down, spraying. They will be able to get the kill onto Caspio, spraying around. They are flinging left and right. They'll be able to quickly collect. Regardless, Brendo is going to be making their way in through Blue Oil Pit. Also going for their drone, collecting all the information that they need. The key to a successful attack is knowing exactly where their defenders are. That's an ability that they don't have when dealing with you. They'll be able to spot out Cherries, who's sitting nice and comfortably down inside of a blue utility room right behind Jenny. So Brenda will be able to rotate down towards the hatch, which has already been open, and this allows for a lot more aggressive pressure trying to catch him on the rotate, and great use of team utility thus far.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job, actually, of really taking advantage of their util on the defense. And I think that Fanshawe bringing that over is a trait that they're going to want to carry through with, right? And going up 6-1 on UTD here would be a significant blow, I think, to the UTD mentals. So this is really the time where UTD Orange needs to kind of reach deep down inside themselves and make a stand, right? You can't let them do this to you. At the end of the day, if you're going to have a winning mentality, you just can't let them do this to you. Brendo's in trouble right there. Pulls off. What are you doing? Cherry's asleep at the wheel. Fortunately, the follow-up was there, but it lasts only a split second before Apollo drops in and takes a couple of shots and evens it back up. Now Mason Lib picking up one bait, having to play out of dirt bait, trying to fight it out with the SMG-11. There's only so many bullets in the gun. The smoke comes sailing over the top right there, but it will not deny a plant. Bait here stuck in the tunnel. Is he going to be able to make his way out? No, he's not. Apollo lights him up at point blank range, and that is a rough round for the Comets.
Match point for Fanshawe Fuel. That was a must-win round for the Comets, as you mentioned, and I got to be completely honest. The Fanshawe Fuel looked absolutely dominant on that attack. They showed that they were able to collect a lot of information. They showed that they were constantly in control and talking with their teammates about exactly how they wanted to go for this attack. What I don't understand on the Comet side is that they were very unwilling to give up map control almost to their own demise. Oftentimes, it's natural for the defensive team to hold a certain aspect of the map, but then fall back, a turtle strategy to some degree. But what I'm really curious about is that we didn't see that from the Comets. We didn't see that they were willing to give stuff up. They were stuck in one position, and that was demonstrated quite clearly from Cherries playing on the Wamai. Yes, I know that it's hard when you're 1-6 to have the confidence to take those peaks, to be able to play with that confident mentality, but it's just a mental risk that you have to take with every single half.
Yeah, I agree, and this is rough for UTD Orange. I'll be honest, I just don't think they deserve to be in this position. Their play has not been spectacular here, but I don't think there's such a skill gap between them and the Fanshawe Fuel that they should be this bad off. I think what we're seeing realistically here, Binks, is that these are both just very defensively oriented teams. At the end of the day, they both prefer the defense. I don't think either of them are particularly strong on the offense. And I think whoever starts on the defense seems to set themselves down with a massive, genuinely massive advantage. And it's just Fanshawe Fuel. Just got to knock it in here, right? Like, that's all they have to do. And I don't see UTD staging a big rally here, but looking ahead to our next map, maybe on Oregon, depending on if UTD starts on the defense or not, this could very much still go the other direction.
Time taken away. Casapio is still sticking it out. Right on top, using every single barricade she can. Impacts being sent out by Brenda won't be able to displace any player well enough for them to capture the frag, and it seems like Fanshawe Fuel has stalled out just at least a little bit on this their own map pick, which is rather concerning. That they haven't taken, or sorry, not on their map pick, on their opponent's map pick. They don't know exactly how to clear it out. Yet last round, Garage was given freely to them. This round, it has not been. It's been a very hard-fought battle, and UTD Orange has done a great job of just biding their time and waiting things out until they know that they'll be in the clear. Now, a different note is that Fanshawe is pressuring from all sides of the site, so once things start to break, they're going to really fall apart fast, or we could see the complete opposite, and Fanshawe could fold like dominoes.
Like dominoes, indeed. And UTD, I mean, they're trying their best here, and they've actually done a pretty good job of keeping Fanshawe out, at least temporarily. But positioning like that of Brendo, I mean, that's just a challenge, right? Very hard to break. You've already used all of your zombies to keep it barriers to reinforce the gantry, so you just have to sort of expect that somebody's going to be here. But I mean, 45 seconds left on the clock here before Caspio finally finds the first kill. This is actually not looking particularly good for the Fanshawe Fuel here on this match point round.
We're starting to see that they are very much looking like their old selves of being very slow for these executes. Pushing in Brendo, it's going to be able to just walk their way right on into sight, looking towards red, but nope. Skelly P is going to be able to capture that kill with that SMG-11 and a huge headshot. Perza next to spring on. They're going to be looking, surprised not to see someone on red, but they'll eventually find them, chasing them down. But nope, it's from the bottom of the stairs, from Bait, or sorry, from CC, from Bait, and they'll be able to capture the final kill from the Thermite just running in through Breach. And I don't like old Fanshawe, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think that was a bit sloppy from Fanshawe. They didn't really... All attacking, right? It goes through certain checklists, especially on maps that are well known, like Clubhouse, right? There's an order, there's things you need to do. And I think that Fanshawe Fuel kind of skipped some of that. You think about the way that they handled, for example, the garage, didn't even really bother with it, right? Just sort of accepted point blank, hey, look, this is something that's going to be held by UTD. We can't do anything about it. You look, too, at the way that they kind of pushed in there towards the tail end. Everybody focusing on one breach and CCTV wall. It's very one-dimensional, and I don't think it does them very many favors whatsoever. Now, they definitely had some aggressive plays in there to try and back it up, and yes, they did open up the window out to freeway, but there are other things that they could have done, namely the garage take, I think, being the biggest one that really would have helped land that attack.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Moving on to our, I believe this is our 9th round of play. What I need to see from UTD Orange for them to properly secure this bedroom and gym site is they have to buy their time properly and take calculated risks. Last round they didn't have to. They were able to sit comfy cozy, something that was their downfall in the previous map, but clearly not this one. Previous round when they were in basement. Sitting comfy cozy will not be an option here because you have buffer rooms. You won't be able to just wait for your opponents to just spring to the site. They're going to be trying to clear you out quite actively. To counteract that, you have to know when to push. You have to know exactly when you want to go for more of an aggressive peak. Now, Brendo is sitting just outside, waiting and breaking down this castle barricade. Meanwhile, there's no pressure from CC. Of course, that is going to be a big fear. Regardless, I'm going to be honest, Korvik, I don't know if I'm a fan of this setup on the side of UTD Orange because they don't have enough coverage. They've completely blocked off the window, and once Apollo joins that out, it makes Brendo feel a lot more comfortable challenging these windows and makes every single player playing on this ledge almost in a power position.
Right, Brendo here trying to get these walls open, or these castle barricades open manually, is a little painful to watch. But
they have a sledge, though. That's what I understand.
I know. They do have Perza on the sledge. Perza's over on the balcony doing frag grenade stuff at the moment, but it looks like the frag grenade stuff will at least here work. Tucker now trying to open a secondary breach right here, but it's Bait who actually took a significant amount of damage and had to run. Brendo swinging open wide onto these highway windows. I mean, just trying to find a pick of their own. It's actually a pretty good position here from the OSA. Got a clear tag up on a defender there as well, but it's Tucker who drops next.
There goes Skelly P. Brendo from the window finally be able to net some decent damage, I guess we could say, as they start to consider their options and possibly jump in towards Jim. Mason is also trying to capture this roam game as Bait is still at large, #1 criminal from the UTD Orange. but it's still that same slow. But as I say that, I am stand corrected as Brendo jumps in, gets caught in the frost mat. Brait is able to capture the hunter that was the jackal, and this entire assault from the Fanshawe Fuel has seemed to fall apart. Perza trying to capture the frost that was on the roam. They will be successful, evening things down to a 2v2. There goes Bait. Casepio is lit up as playing inside of bedroom. Meanwhile, Earthquake has also made their way to rotate right round, just waiting. One in bathroom, one in bedroom, holding very aggressive angles. Will be the Castle of Earthquake, not able to net themselves a frag, but I like that they were going for those fights. They're taking that aggressive stance because with 15 seconds to go, that's exactly what you have to do. Earthquake being very active, not knowing exactly when to hold their angle, but they'll choose the perfect time, spraying down. 7 seconds. This plant has to happen right now, but Casepio will shut it down with 3 seconds to go. Just left up to Perza, and a beautiful crossfire that was established by UTD Green will result in them staying alive for one more round.
UTD doing a really good job of fending that off. Great 2v2 play there from the UTD side. Even the shots that didn't really hit. I mean, I loved the pixel peek that was attempted right there on the upper hallway. Really good, clean play from them. And of course, picking up that kill onto the Lion there and shutting it down. I mean, you could not ask for a better performance from the remaining members of your team. I do also think that kind of does feed back into what I was saying, though, about the intel game, right? They just didn't have a drone or anything on a place where they could kind of get a good idea of where the Azami was on that site, which is why you saw Lion walk face first into a gun. But UTD, I mean, they're trying, Binks. They're genuinely trying. I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to stage a rally, but what this is doing, in my opinion, is really playing into my thought process that these are attacking teams or defending teams first and foremost. They are not particularly good attacking teams. Neither of them, through either of these maps, has looked particularly convincing on the attack.
I find it quite odd, and I think it's largely part to the inability to initiate. They aren't using their operators exactly the way I'd like to see. Now, Finko would have been a great choice for that. Same as Capitao, because I talk about initiating. You have initiators that are in Valorant, and I have been doing a lot of work with Valorant recently, and I've noticed that it's the fact that you can pre-place smokes. You have like such a specific position that you're able to put them in to favor you. And I thought, well, Siege doesn't have that besides Capitao. If you actually look, yes, there's Womai pucks that can catch any single one of those smokes, but it will oftentimes be that Capitao goes uncountered, meaning his smoke grenades will detonate and create such a interesting line of fight that can so easily favor the attackers. And I want to see if Fanshawe is still able to make that happen, or if we're going to easily just see that UTD Orange, from sitting still, will win it out.
Capitao is he's a scalpel type operator. There's a reason he doesn't get played a lot, and I think it's because he requires very specific organization and timing to get the most out of his kit, right? Otherwise, you're just not doing all that much with his util compared to what a lot of other operators can offer. In these sort of communicated setups, yeah, you can get a lot of value out of somebody like Perza here, depending on if they play this Capitao well. Big presence on the site for UTD, by the way. They really haven't engaged in a very significant roam game whatsoever. So that's something that maybe will be to their advantage here, in the sense that Fanshawe Fuel could waste a little bit of time hunting for roamers without actually really finding anything that they want. And well, again, they'll group back up in here. A little bit of shots fired, but nobody really too badly hurt. Here's that Nook going to work, by the way. A bit of a weird way for Brendo to do it, but still a very dangerous operator. And again, it's being illustrated.
Yeah, Brendo just sitting down at the bottom of main stairs. A great use of the Valkyrie cam from Bait. They know exactly where they might have to go for this C4, but they have to be careful because they know that there's going to be players contending from the bottom of the stairs. Just waiting it out. Brendo will be able to catch the alibi off guard, trying to push their way up, and that gives away their position. Nade being cooked, sent all the way down. You won't be able to take out that shield as it's sent right over, and I think that was not the intended purpose. 50 seconds to go here in our 10th round of play, and 45. Bait able to catch Brendo off guard. There goes your top frag, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got a matchup with UTD Green. Tucker's going to be able to drop into Memorial, take out 2 players on the side of UTD Green. Bait fights back, finds the headshot onto Apollo. Meanwhile, Perza also wants to get in on the action, takes out Skilly P. Now all left up to Bait to find 3 with 26 seconds to go. Spraying down, triple kill for Bait. They'll be able to find 1 onto Mason Lit. Meanwhile, Gunlocker, it's going to be Perza taking on Bait. Sliver of health remaining for Bait, just waiting, trying to find this gunfight. Doesn't have the coverage that they need. They have the pressure. They don't know a single bullet will take them out, and it's going to be Perza to win it out for the Fanshawe Fuel, and we're going to be seeing map 3, ladies and gentlemen.
We certainly are, Binks, and an intense round there at the end, by the way. I mean, good penetration from the Fuel, and I think part of that is in no small part due to that Nook you see featured right there. Brendo just cutting their way forward, really drawing the eyes of the defenders in one specific direction while the rest of the team pivoted around that point. It's why she gets banned an awful lot. So you saw it live on screen. As far as the back end of that clubhouse map go, I will say good effort by UTD. They did not get intimidated right there. You got the feeling that they were still playing quite fiercely right up into that last round. And going forward into our next map, I believe it's going to be Oregon. I could not tell you, Binks, who I think is going to come out on top, except for maybe the idea whoever defends first is going to have a significant advantage.
Yeah, I believe it is going to be Fanshawe Fuel starting on defense, so we'll see if the pattern holds true. But these are 2 close matchups, and this was the most either of these teams have ever won by, with it being a 7-3 victory. So great job by the Fanshawe Fuel. Very dominant performance on this, larger than we've ever seen before. So we are going to have map 3, which is going to be Oregon. A very well thought out map, and I'm interested to see if defense will still reign supreme with the vertical angles that we have. Don't go anywhere. This is NECC Rainbow Six. We'll be right back in 5. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After our extended technical pause, we are back for our final map between Fanshawe Fuel and UTD Orange. Now, on our first map, we saw that the Fanshawe Fuel did indeed ban Thatcher. Second map, they went for, I believe, the Thatcher once again, Corbic, I'm not mistaken. And now, once again, they are going to be going for the Thatcher. It is UTD Orange, where we've seen a lot more variation. First map, they banned the Nook, and second map we saw them change things up and ban out. It's skipping my mind right now, Quebec. I've completely lost it. I can't remember exactly who they
looks like they need a rehost right out the gate. That is unfortunate because we were just getting into it.
Well, it gives me more time.
I thought everything it throws it on my end for a second there, but unfortunately, I think it's just them. So we'll get a rehost here. We'll hop back into the match, and hopefully we'll see what they've got. Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah, welcome. I don't know, just waiting for the map to start here.
Honestly, it's
late night NECC. You know how
it's not late night. It's Banks and Corbic in the morning. Nights.
Yeah, almost at this point in time. No, it's late night. We're right in the late night hours. Hello,
I feel like I wish I had
late
more
night here at the NECC. Later on the call, witnesses to UFO sightings in Rainbow Six Siege. For now, though, we're going to have a discussion about. Anyway, I wish we could just do whatever we want.
You have a really good point there, Corbic.
Thank you.
I think we both have the perfect mics in order to actually capture every single aspect needed for late night NECC. It is at points like this that I wish I could have you guys call in and just talk to you guys about your late night Rainbow Six Siege thoughts. What keeps you up? Is the bank vault ever going to be closed? Are we ever going to see that Favela makes a return to competitive Rainbow Six Siege?
God, I hope not. No, we'll stop that right there. That's getting too scary. But looking ahead to our Oregon map here, in all seriousness, Binks, because this is a whole lot of marbles, right? It's quarterfinals. It's a big match for both of these two teams. Fanshawe starting on the defense, and I think that's probably the thing that is the most important aspect of this, right? Like, because in both the maps that we've seen previously, defending side has gone open on 5-1. Neither of these teams very comfortable on the attack. They haven't been able to find their legs. Now we go into our final map of Oregon. It's already a defender-sided map, and Fanshawe will start off on the defense.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about Oregon. We've talked about the attacking aspect where we saw neither team really looking for that cookie cutter attack on Cafe, and I think that was to their own downfall. But I'll digress on Cafe. We don't need to talk about that map too much, but I want to talk about the difference in attacking on all three maps. So we look now towards Club. It was a different attack each time. On the side of UTD, who started on the offensive end, they kept trying to go for very single-sided approaches where they just go right from the exterior wall right on into sight, not clearing as much as they should. And when they did need to clear, like on a basement floor, they had trouble connecting onto the roamers. I think I'm not going to forget is the Jacqueline, the Oryx. I think it might have been Mason and another player who were just playing Ring Around the Rosie up inside.
Up on the second floor. Looks like, wow, everything's going to pieces here. We've got Binks' camera DCing. Oh, he's back in. No, only partially. All right, we lost him. He was in a space outside of time there for a second. But the point that you were making is very valid. We've talked multiple times, I think, tonight about the intel issues that both of these teams were having, especially on the attacking side. Don't think we've seen a particularly strong use of drones, even in round. I think the drone usage has been a little bit minimal. A lot of drones that kind of just get parked in not the traditional spots and then left there. And I would also add, of all the operators that we have seen, the most useful one in terms of intel gathering has actually been Jackal, right? Like, that is the op that has probably gathered the most intel for offense this entire map. So I would hope that they actually use more Jackal to try and clean up their roam clears. And it's something that's going to be absolutely essential here on this map for UTD, because if they don't engage in that, I think they're just going to fall back into the same issues that really plagued them on our previous map of Clubhouse, right? Like you said, pushing in too quickly, not adequately taking care of multiple different angles. The only advantage is I do think the bomb sites on Oregon may be a little less likely to funnel them into places like CCTV, for example, got played an awful lot. That is a funneling bomb site for a team that is not willing to play a lot of different angles to push into that. And I think that often ends quite disastrously.
Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, and you previously mentioned that a lot of these players are, it seems like they're limping on attack, and when you have a limp, when you have a sprain, you need a little bit of a crutch, and I think that's exactly what Jackal is going to be for the attacking side should he escape the ban phase. We know that Thatcher was the first ban. Since we saw that, even though there's a rehost, I believe that has to stay true from Fanshawe. I don't really see them changing it. They ban him every single map. But
Yeah,
from
I
the
agree.
defenders, their roam, I think, is a really big thing. How exactly their roam actually works out. I want to personally see that they go for either a very tamed roam where they get back to site with a proper extension, or they just outright run and not even play for the objective. You're playing for picks and you're just looking for your opponent. And I believe Mason did a phenomenal job of that in the previous match, and I want to see him continue to do that and continue to toy with his opponent.
I feel like the roaming hasn't necessarily been very, I would say, like, cohesive roaming. It's often just been like, you know, one operator kind of out there lone wolfing it. And sometimes they wander into really advantageous situations. But we can finally kick out of late night podcast mode and kick back into game mode here, because we are back. The rehost has happened. Hopefully we'll avoid any further server issues or delays on this game, because I know that it's already getting pretty late for these teams. So, you know, we want to push it through and we want to finish it off. And of course, there comes that initial Thatcher ban out again.
Grenade launcher, have fun. Heart, okay. I thought I was missing a message there, Corbeck. It's tired.
No, I think they were saying the
conspiracy
GL.
theories
Yeah.
are creeping through right now, but
Well.
regardless, Flores is probably one of the
neither
best
of us
bands.
wearing our tinfoil hats, so it's problematic.
You're just gonna see me with scissors, just like you hear cutting, you hear crinkling, and all you hear just from my mic is, and then you see me wearing a brand new tinfoil hat. It will be perfect. But Warden, what? Am I missing something, Corbeck? Is that supposed to be a good ban now?
Is it targeted? Perhaps that's the only thing I could really think right there. An odd choice from UTD. The indication for me would be that they're thinking of playing Ying a lot. And certainly looking at bunker and maybe the third floor site, I think you can, or second floor site, I guess you should say, you can play a lot of Ying. That's would be my initial read on that ban. That's the only reason I think you would go out of either Smokes or Ying. And I think that's the only reason why you would go out of your way to ban that operator.
Locate and defuse bombs.
First site that we will be fighting on is going to be from Fanshawe Fuel's defensive pick of Bedroom and Bedroom. I like this as an initial site because it allows for both these teams to demonstrate their comfort level on Oregon. It also demonstrates the type of holds that we want to see. So if we go and actually diagnose this actual site, Corbeck, we can see that we have the Kaid that's setting up to be over on attic duty, as well as making sure that they electrify bedroom as well. Both of these walls can be shot out from down below, and now that's the next moment of contention where we want to see, will UTD Orange actually go and try to contend from those lower level angles, and how exactly will this roam game influence them?
Yeah, Brendo already playing, very aggressively, taking it kind of the fight home. This is sort of painful to watch here, but Brendo very hyped, clearly. Excited to be playing map 3 here of Oregon, obviously. Mason led on the realm as well, so they're really letting their big dogs out right here, right? These are the two big guns. They're setting them up for some roaming action, and Bait is going to be the one who gets the initial contact. Lucky there not to be brought down, actually, by Mason led. I believe it was the one who hit that initial engage, so both of them will kind of just waver off right there, and Bait's going to have to find, I think, a different way to go about attacking this bomb site.
I'm interested in these push so far. First moment of contention is about to come out. Spray from Bait, not able to find the Valkyrie in the first attempt. Second swing. Why would you go for that, Mason? They'll be down off the board, but you know what? Mason's happy. He set up some great cams, and he'll be relegated to watching it for the rest of the round. Meanwhile, Tucker's going to be the next to contend any sort of potential roaming gunfight as they leave Armory Locker or Gun Locker and made their way down towards the stairs. And it looks like right outside Master Bedroom, you also have the Ayana looking in. They know exactly where he is. Spray towards Gun Locker, and it's a drop down below. Tucker is going to be definitely fighting an uphill battle, and it's going to be Bait to win that out. There's their second on the round. I forgot to mention that the ace is also off the board, Corbeck, so any hard destruction is now out the window, besides the fact that, wait, that's not their hard breach. It's Earthquake who still is playing the Thermite, and there's still a lot of potential left.
Well, you'll see now Perza holding back tight on the wall here, just sort of waiting for the entry. Again, closing it down. UTD does have the man advantage, but they are starting to run out of time. It sounds like the breach finally being made here, so they do get their second hard breach or Earthquake up into position. Brendo has repositioned here as well, so they're trying to bring as many guns to bear on the critical angles as possible, and Earthquake needs to be awful careful slow peeking things like this.
Earthquake has the ability to just make an absolute impression on this match. Perza rotating around, playing extremely careful, not wanting to poke the bear that is the Thermite. Spotted out by the Ayana. It's going to be a swing from Perza. It's going to be a quick little trade. Perza be able to take out Earthquake. Earthquake able to take out Perza. All left up to Apollo, who's sitting inside of kids' dorms. Plant will start to go down. Spray towards White Stairs. Will be able to collect onto 1. 2 remaining. Skelly P as well as Casepio. Waiting. Ziana does not have her clone ready to be able to scout out this remaining player. Spraying towards Box. Going to be able to light up Casepio down to half health. 33 seconds to go. 7 seconds required for this case. There is a little bit of leeway. You have the Gemini replicator ready to go. The Nomad is waiting on top of main stairs. They'll win it out. Skelly P, huge shot, and that will let the Comets go up 1-0.
Well, it was a good round there for UTD Orange, honestly. They did everything that they wanted to, but most importantly, they were winning their gunfights. And I think that probably demonstrates to the Fanshawe Fuel that you know, obviously they want to let their big guns roam, right? Like 100%, they want Mason Lett and they want Brendo to be out there in the lead. Just because you have your high-class shooters, though, out on the front lines doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get the wins that they need to. Specifically thinking of, I believe it was Mason Lett who engaged with Bait, and Bait just, you know, outright won that gunfight. It was a little sloppy from both of them, and Bait won, and then you're down, you know, one of your best players in that setup. Brendo as well didn't get a lot of action in right there. So that's something that they're going to have to take into consideration. I think they've already made that change. Brendo switching over here onto the smoke, to me, implies that they're going to keep Brendo closer to home, right? And that, I think, is a good decision. He's a good gunner. Obviously, he had a spectacular last map. Keep him in a defensive spot where he can really bring that SMG-11 to bear in the most telling way possible. And I think that's a far better choice, in my opinion, than having them kind of lost and potentially cut off on the road.
Action phase now well underway for Fanshawe Fuel and UTD Orange. UTD Orange is most likely going to have to make the first move because, as we've noticed from Fanshawe Fuel's attacks, they like to take the back seat. They like to be more reactive than proactive. And I know that I normally use reactive as a very poor thing in Rainbow Six, that you want to be the proactive one, setting things up and making them happen. But a lot of Rainbow Six is learning and trying to figure out exactly what your opponent's doing. Tucker's going to get lit up to a sliver of HP. Just winning out there, that second aid from Bait will do the trick. Great coordination from UTD Orange. And that's the problem with being reactive. You're waiting to see what they do, and it's left you with a big gaping hole in your defense. You don't know how exactly you'll be able to make that one up. And especially with 2 minutes to go, that's a lot of map coverage taken by UTD Orange.
Yeah, they've got a good amount of like penetration here, right? The problem is they still haven't really cracked what I would say like is the second or kind of most critical line of defense, if we're being honest, which is this trophy master bedroom area. They're in positions where they can certainly do so. I mean, they've got the crossfire coming out of armory and what have you, but they just haven't really made the progress that they need to. And an interesting expansion of the attack here from UTD to honestly vary their positions up a little bit. Caspia just kind of waiting to see if anybody will walk into their gun sight down there, as it'll be, it looks like Skellip will be the one who will make the initial go, and Earthquake falls into one of my all-time favorite Frost Trap placements, actually. That one always seems to work, Biggs, I'll be honest with you.
They didn't even shoot at the one behind the bed. I'm interested to see if it actually will result in any kills.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
Mason running downstairs, escaping the hands of Giuseppio. Now pushing up, they'll be given the audio cue. Malusi of Apollo will swing out. Not fast enough, though. Giuseppio will catch them off guard. Skelly P also pushing up. Will be able to shoot out a Rudy clone. And it looks like, yes, that Frostmat was shot out inside of bedroom, so no need to fear because bullets are here.
Brendo's here too, holding up in the attic sort of foyer, waiting to see if he can maybe rip one off with the SMG-11. Brendo having a rough time of it. I think he might have actually lost his smoke canister there as well. So forced to fully beat the retreat, dropping all the way back to a position in kids where maybe they can get a little bit better angle off towards the main entrance. 20-ish seconds left on the clock right now, but it's Brendo who secures the kill, pecks up the already wounded Earthquake, and downs them with the smoke. Caspia coming in now, trying to find a wide angle up the dorm stairs. Won't find it. Instead, it's Skelly P who finds it. Skelly P brought down by Brendo, though. The 2v1 situation not good here for Cherries. Cherry swings out, hits the wrong target, hits the alibi, caught in a very deadly crossfire right here. The initial shots won't drop it, but Brendo will. And a dangerous situation there for the Fuel, rectified by some good anchor play here.
Great round there from Fanshawe. It was a very big difference from the first round that we saw, where they were able to isolate a lot of angles, isolate the cross, and use them properly. I do hope to see. Earthquake did tease out the Montang there. I think Montang would be a very smart pick. Of course, not with the smoke and Capcan on the board now. So in retrospect, yes, it might not be the best. But for a basement attack, you really want to make sure that you're able to walk in, take control, and make sure you keep pressure on that room. Yes, you might get a flank, but as long as you maintain pressure and properly watch each and every angle you can, then I believe, especially from a blue barrels push, you take pillar, you hold that. Stairs is always going to be your main concern. Gridlock set up on stairs, you know that when you're going to have to deal with a gunfight, and that pinch just became that much harder for you defenders.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm curious to see how they address this basement site. I mean, they've made some choices that I would consider pretty stereotypical basement defense choices, right? You've got the smoke on the elbow. That's a classic. But things like a Capcom and maybe the Mason-let Oryx, and you have a Valkyrie as well. I'll agree with that one. Actually makes a lot of sense. If you got Valkyrie, better player. But I'm not so sure about the Capcan, and they are really forsaking projectile denial here. Meanwhile, still trying to figure out what exactly the point of that Warden ban is, because on the most logical Ying site, UTD Orange does not bring Ying for a blue bunker push as well, Binks.
So basically a little bit of a prophecy being fulfilled right here. And I like Brendo playing on this smoke, mainly for the reason that it allows them to sit comfortably on site and basically be an influential character when they need to. I've noticed that a lot of times he's able to position himself in such a way that it forces his opponents to come to him. Now, Mason is going to be on the roam at the second floor big tower, and whether or not he gets spotted out, he's making a lot of noise, so you have to imagine that he's looking to have one of those attackers come his way. And then you could have someone like Tucker, who's playing a lot more of a quiet roam with the Jaeger, just be in a much better position to catch their opponents off guard, and that is ultimately the goal that we have in this scenario. But pillar control has already been surrendered to the attack of the UTD Orange, and they'll have a free line of sight onto Perza. Goodbye, you're relegated to your cams. Once again, you have to be aware of what control your opponent has, otherwise it will come back to bite you.
Caspio got a lot of penetration bait in here too. This is looking like a decent setup, honestly, from the side of UTD Orange, but it is very one-dimensional. I think that's the most concerning aspect of this, is the Fanshawe Fuel could get a pretty good read on this. The problem is they're being locked out by these angles as well. Earthquake caught by the smoke grenade, cannot get the plant in. You cannot just sit in that. You will go down. Earthquake drops, and that's a disastrous moment for UTD Orange because they had all the right pieces here, Binks, but they can't finish it off. Caspio now peeking, playing tight, looking down on that bomb chassis. He wants somebody to step out, but it's Skelly P who strikes and gets Tucker early on. Another smoke grenade coming in right here, just slowing this down. Exactly what you want your anchor player to do.
Oh my goodness, Brendo, just with a little tap fire will find the head of Casepio, and that's all it will take. Cherries as well as Skelly P are now looking to push in for both Pillars and Jenny. Whether or not they're able to find it is yet to be seen. They're both making their way towards electrical. Smoke from Skelly P is going to be thrown. Now they can recover the case. There is no more smoke canisters remaining. Spray from Cherries trying to assist the smoke. It's going to be Skelly P that's just lit up to an absolutely crucial amount. Now Brendo looking for the final kill. He'll find the fork. Hey, for Fanshawe to go up 2-1, all off the back of proper denial with Smokes' Toxic Babes.
That was a great play by Brendo. Yet again, the anchor really holding it down here for the 2 rounds in the Fanshawe Fuel, and that's exactly what you want to see from your smoke player. Like you literally, that's perfect, right? A little bit clumsy there at the end. I won't deny that is a little bit clumsy, but in the main, I mean, just really good play. I mean, honestly, compared to what we saw in round number 1, Brendo's playing like a man possessed out here. So he's hit his stride, Binks. I mean, he really has, and you can tell that it's really poured some firepower into the Fanshawe Fuel. Like they're inspired by this performance.
They're inspired and supported by it, where yes, you can be inspired by something. I'm very inspired when my friend does my project for me. Believe me, I'm very inspired to play a few more games of Valorant. But regardless, I digress on that one. I'm always very interested in looking at, well, yeah.
Oop. I think we've lost him. Technical difficulties again, but again, I'm still trying to puzzle out the Warden ban because, oh, he's back. There we go. Continue, my good man.
Sorry, Brendo just tried to DDoS me. He heard me saying good stuff. And all jokes aside, sorry, Apollo's just hating.
You're gonna have an aneurysm now after you lagged out. What's going on over there,
bud? It's the Capcan placements, Korvik. It's a simple concept. They are
genuinely quite rough.
It is a simple concept. You place it somewhere where they won't see, and then it will do a lot more damage. Yes, you hear them shooting them out, but when you place it that high, they can also duck under it. So I beg for your better judgment to please put a Capcan trap somewhere where, if you're peeking properly, look at this. Casepio will have it right at their eye level if they choose to go and look down this angle and push up, breaking the barbed wire. And the other thing, if you place it at knee level and you place barbed wire there, half the time when you're trying to melee out the barbed wire, you will hit the Capcan. He is not a bad operator when you use him in the exact right way, and it's not happening. And I'm sorry to go on a rant about this, but just please be cautious for those extra 2 seconds of Capcan placement.
Yeah, no, I agree there as well. I mean, it's a valuable resource. It's an intel gathering tool, and it's a damage dealing tool. And if you can use them correctly, you can actually really make a difference. But I would agree. I think that Apollo has struggled a little bit with their placement. Another smoke canister coming out right there. That's just going to slow the roll a little bit for the UTD Orange side. But they're going to go ahead and breach meeting here. And that actually forced, I believe it was Perza, out of position down into the basement. And this is a good drone placement from Skelly P. They're gonna know if Perza steps out of cover, and that's exactly what you want right there. All this stuff that seems to be going on with Brendo up on the top deck, that to me feels like a bit of a distraction right now, almost a bamboozle. And one of these defenders is going to have to, I think, rotate around, or they're in danger of getting the plant down. That's exactly what's happening. Earthquake's gonna drop it, but they can't have lost track of Perza. They had a drone covering it. Perza comes up the stairs, and here come the rest of the Fanshawe side. Skelly trying to repair repair here, and a huge intel error. Brendo pushing up aggressively into his smoke, trying to play off the shotgun, swings the corner. Brendo misses a point-blank shotgun shot. Earthquake here as well. She swings out of cover. Awkward fire there, but she'll bring Tucker down. That leaves everything on the back of Mason lit.
Mason has to find 2 kills here, 2 huge frags all in 7 seconds. He'll be able to find 1, 3 seconds to go. Holding from up above. Beautiful play from the Osa. Not a doubt in my mind that UTD Orange would be able to win that one. And you can see the expert playing. There was no chance for that Oryx to even get off of the defuse because there was no time remaining. That brings us to 2-2 in what is easily our closest match so far.
It was errors from both sides right there. Unforced errors too, Binks. I think that's the worst. I think that's the worst part. I mean, you saw, first of all, the fact that Fanshawe Fuel was able to get somebody up basement stairs and get in the back line like that. Perza should never have been allowed to get away with it. They had a drone on it, Binks. They should have known. And then you add into that as well, I mean, UTD, I don't think they played that post-plant situation particularly well. The person who I think did the best job was Brendo, who really just got aggressive on the breach. But even in that situation, missed the shot. And I mean, of all the shots for Brendo to miss, and he's been so online, that was probably the worst one that they could have done it. Now you're going back up to the primary bomb site, though. So I think that it's a good opportunity here for Fanshawe to keep it a little bit even, but they cannot let I just don't think they can let UTD get out ahead here. Thanks. I really don't think they can do it, especially on the defensive side. They need to maintain the pattern that we've seen across all these maps, or it's going to be way too close.
It's slow. This feels so slow. We have these teams who, especially UTD Orange, I expect them to be a bit more aggressive. But Fanshawe really likes to wait and come in at those pivotal times and not pressure stuff too early unless instigated by UTD Orange. Now, Casepia will spot out the roaming Jaeger of Tucker inside a meeting hall, and that gives him a lot of freedom to rotate right back. But he's also assisted. It's not a solo roam. It's Mason and Tucker roaming together, and those are cross angles you have to be a lot more aware of. And the fact that the Oryx can just jump through his hatches makes it for a lot more of a potent roam. So just looking at the placement of both UTD Orange, when they're clearly going for more of a master bedroom setup, they've cleared down below. It's just a matter of time before that pressure that is needed from the roamers is going to be either too little, too late, too often, or just right where they can just completely split this attack in half.
Yeah, and there is the roamers we're talking about. It's Mason, Let, and I believe Tucker are the ones who have taken up the roam. And the roamers have had moderate amounts of effectiveness. I think not as much as we saw on some of the other... Are you kidding me? They cannot be in the same room on opposite sides of that.
Oh my god!
And not even realize?
No.
Who's going to die here, though? This is like a... This is a 50... It's Caspio. No! Mason Lit still doesn't see the Caspio! Look to your left, brother! What? Oh my good, sweet, non-denominational God. I don't even know what to say on that one. That, hands down, Binks, that was one of the weirdest things I think I have ever seen in Rainbow Six Siege. No sound cue either. Both of them just sitting there within a meter of each other, watching opposite directions as Tucker picks up a kill but is down simultaneously, because of course he is.
I'm stunned. I don't know what to think of that, if I'm being completely honest, Korvik. But regardless, these players don't get to think, as Cherry's gonna be able to take out Tucker finally on that roam. They are still at a disadvantage. A man to be certain, but Earthquake will be able to capture a kill onto Persa as they are pressuring towards this site. Meanwhile, Cherry is still being pressured from a roam. Brendo finds a headshot onto Earthquake, and that's going to be Case now dropped right at the corner of site and master bedroom, left for the Nomad of Skelly P to pick up. He'll be able to find Masonlit. Meanwhile, Brendo is still caught behind. There's not many bullets stuck in the SMG-11. Not even Boss G. Oh my god, it's the Mossberg shotgun! He's going to come out with 2 huge kills from Brendo, as his positioning is always key, and he's not missing those point-blank shots. What did I watch?
By my record, Hi, there's a lot going on in that round. I'm going to be honest with you. There's going to be a lot. He did, I think, throw an ace charge at them. Our observers say he threw an ace charge, and I think that's what happened. That's a wild one. I wonder if we're getting genuinely. I mean, I think it's part of the problem, and it's a legitimate point. It's getting late. And if you're playing a pretty intense match, 3 maps in, you get tired, Binks. And I mean, I think
no
you start
energy
to do
drink is
things
going
a
to
little
help you
bit
with
weird.
that one, if I'm being honest.
No, but I mean, that's 3 rounds, I think, by my count. And you tell me if I'm wrong here, Brinks, but that's 3 rounds by my count that Brendo has pretty much saved Fanshawe Fuel. Like, legitimately, he's closed down all 3 rounds. That anchor position. I mean, anchors are impactful. Don't get me wrong. You usually don't see anchors being this impactful, though. And it has really, I think, bailed the Fuel out of a couple of very grim scenarios that they had sort of put themselves in. So all credit where credit is due right there. That 10-2, very much deserved. If you're sitting on the side of UTD Orange, this is not a bad lineup for you to be running into this. Skelly P has been doing some good work on the gridlock. I think that the Stingers have also been working pretty well. Good nade dump here from Bait to try and move into a position where you can get the Iana on station and maybe get a frag grenade down towards elbow. And there you go. The shield is down. So Brendo now has to face a choice here, Binks, whether they fight or flee.
It's Brendo. I feel like he's going to probably actually try to flee as contrary to popular demand. It's not that Brendo is just too scared to take a gunfight. It's that he knows that his utility is much too valuable and it's better used to live to fight another day. Now, Beta is going to be using their first adrenaline surge and will result in a lot of damage towards the side of Persia, but they'll still be able to survive with their life. Meanwhile, Bait is going to fall to that same member, not knowing what angle to be watching. Persia finds the kill. C4 trying to be cooked out, but he'll be down and finished off. Meanwhile, Apollo with a cross angle from Freezer Hallway is going to be able to catch the Iana of Casepio off guard. This entire push through Blue Barrels has come to a very big stall out as Cherry is left to pick up the pieces, and it will just crumble as Mason comes in for the flank, spraying, trying to find the ace. It won't result in any kills. Meanwhile, Skippy P also able to find Apollo. We're evened out at a 2v2 as Brendo and Tucker are stuck inside of sight. Tucker moving up from the basement corridor, trying to make their way and take back control of pillars, a pivotal spot in this defense. Meanwhile, Brendo is waiting, getting lined up to go for any sort of smoke canister charge. Earthquake is waiting, seeing if there's a way to get into sight, but since it is electrified on the end of elbow, they won't be able to get in. Earthquake droning out for Skelly P, looking for Tucker, not able to find him thus far, being very aware of these angles. This gunfight could decide the match. It's going to be long angles from the smoke that just completely throws them off. Tucker will be able to survive their life. Skelly P is now relegated to the bench as well, all left up to the Earthquake. Let's see if they can shake things up and make things happen. She's going to be spraying out from Blue Bunker, trying to find the kill onto Tucker, who's just playing on the side of pillar. But Brendo, constantly with these crazy angles, is just going to allow Tucker to swing around freely and find the shot onto Earthquake, and that will be the fuel with their 4th round.
Rough end right there for, I think, the Fanshawe, or for the Comets, I should say. Fanshawe Fuel, they've got to be a little bit happy of that. They didn't quite maintain the pattern of 5-1, but they maintained a pretty convincing 4-2. We'll see if that actually cracks back in here, though, and causes a bit of problem, because these maps have been close, Binks. They've been very close. Looking at the previous kind of tape of that round, I'm trying to consider what UTD could have done a little bit differently. And I think one of the reasons they sort of are struggling as an attacking team is they're pretty one-dimensional. There's not a lot of elasticity in the way that they're playing these bomb sites. And because they go about it really slow, I think they get to the point where you kind of get stuck in scenarios where your option range feels very limited or appears very limited, even if it's not. The thing is, I do think that there are times when the Fanshawe Fuel will fall into that same trap as well. So here, starting off on their attack, I think this is going to be really indicative of what we can expect from them. If they kind of get choked in those funnel situations, if they run down under a minute and they're still not really in a position that they like, that doesn't bode well, I think, for the long-term stability of the Fanshawe team here on this map. It could very well end up in an overtime.
I think overtime is very likely, now that we're finally switching who's doing what. Interesting to see Brendo switching to the ace. lots of versatility with this player and exactly what roles they're capable of. I like seeing the ace. I would have liked to see a second hard breach, as I feel like it adds a lot more of a safety net. But the only reasoning I can think for this is when you put a player that you know can frag on a support operator, it oftentimes will allow them to force themselves to do their job and then get those late round kills that everyone knows to be so very impactful.
Well, here comes Tucker firing in, and they're getting very aggressive with this attack positioning to start us off here. You got Perza on the IQ. It's a bit of an interesting choice. Obviously could be hunting for those bandit batteries, and I think that might have been the explicit purpose right there, as they did manage to get the wall open. Playing that sightline very long as well, as Masonlit runs a Gemini in here. Gives them a good idea of what to look forward to, but not enough perhaps to give them a distinct advantage. Masonlit is throwing a grenade in, but I think they miscounted on the ADS system that's right there as well. By the way, the Kiva barricade at the top of the dorm stairs, that's a decent position for it, Binks, but that could be as much of a hindrance as a help at a lot of the times. Oh, they've got another one set up on the other door. Oh, that's quite something.
Oh my goodness. It works regardless. Bait is going to be on the opposite side of the map inside the second floor big tower. They'll be able to capitalize on a kill onto Perza, which was playing on the IQ. Meanwhile, Brendo's going to be able to refrag on a kill with Earthquake, as nope, you are not going to be able to use that shotgun, the SAS shotgun, to the same extent that Brendo was. Bait is also able to take out Tucker on the side of the offense. There goes your zero, a lot of the information game. Meanwhile, it's going to be Brendo collect the second one. Mason also to find Casepio. Meanwhile, it's just Skeppy and Bait all left. You know, Bait was initially off site. They made their way back towards Armory, and Brendo is just hiding in a corner and hopefully not inhaling any of this toxic gas. Bait makes their position known. All the players on the side of Fanshawe Fuel know how pinched they are. Skippy rotating around towards Armory. And here's a huge flank for Bait. That's a triple kill, moving into their own friendly toxic smoke. Meanwhile, Bait will get their quad onto Brendo. All that is left is Mason. They need to recover Case. 20 seconds to go. Will Bait be able to recover the ace and make this a 4-3 game? 15 seconds to go. Bait, why are you running? He's making his way all the way down, and you know this audio cue is going to give Mason everything that he needs. Bait's making their way. They're going to have to contend with their own barricade that's been set up at the top of White Stairs. 3 seconds to go.
What?
Why have you not planted, Mason?
Operators, you are out of time.
What?
Why are you throwing the game away?
All right, calm down.
No.
He's in a soundproof room, ladies and gentlemen, if you're worried. He's good. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, Binks. That is a spectacularly curious. I'm trying to figure out what I really want to make of that. Why did he leave? Okay, so there are two odd plays right there, right? Obviously, one is the Jaeger on the rotate, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but I thought he was going to come up and maybe use a vertical shot up through where the bomb was left. But then you pick up the diffuser and you rotate around. I don't know. I think that harkens back to what I was saying earlier about Intel, like just an Intel issue where they have a lack of Intel and they can't keep track of the defenders. Not saying that in a late round situation, Binks, you would necessarily have the Intel there to tell you what the Jaeger is doing, but 1 or 2 flank drones, that would have been enough for you to identify that the Jaeger had left the building there and make that plant more viable. A rough round, honestly, for both teams.
5 seconds to insert.
Small loss for words on my end.
Must locate and defuse the bomb.
I think both those players did a great job. I think that Bait did a phenomenal job of being able to operate within the holes of the Fanshawe Fuel's offense. One that was largely in part created to Brendo being lit up and then stuck behind a smoke canister, allowing him to not be in the position he was looking for. That when Bait started to push up, he was so pressured, so concerned that another toxic babe could be thrown. It was more that expectation, that fear that really allowed for UTD Orange to take control. So great synergy between the two UTD players. On the side of the Fanshawe Fuel, they had a great initial attack, as you mentioned, and we're starting to see that same sort of trail of cookie crumbs being set up here. However, we're seeing a very similar thing with Bait being on this roam game. The alibi of Casepio also setting up a different rotate hole. So I like how aggressive they are getting, but I also love the fact that we have Mason going for this hunt. Now, what I hope happens is that he doesn't actually go and start using all of his tracking capabilities. He'll actually follow the footprints rather than scanning, because I feel like that does a lot more detrimental harm.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Bait up here, I think, unmarked, actually. So there's a kill. Mason playing on that anti-roam, and this is a problem these guys have had all night on both sides of the ball. They just are not very good at picking up roamers, and it's demonstrated yet again. Perza might actually be in serious danger here as well if they don't play this carefully. Oh, Perza! You stopped and looked! And then Bait hits the air jab. So unfortunate right there. I mean, the air jab positioning was okay, but unfortunate that it came in just a few seconds too late to really save the life here. Apollo with the EED trying to slow things down as Brendo steps up in here. Apollo coming from the opposite direction. Can he play like a god, though? That's the question he's got to be asking himself in a critical situation here, Banks.
Minute to go. I think he might be able to get it done. Korbic. Brendo just spraying out. I thought that was him that got the kill. Regardless, Skelly P will be also be able to find a nice headshot with that SMG-11. Meanwhile, Earthquake finds the head, and as well as Bait. And UTD Orange just clean up around as every single angle seems to go their way. And I love the fact that they were so perfectly spread out. You know where they want to take their gunfights, and it really showed the control that UTD Orange had, and they evened it up 4-4.
It's another rough round right there for the Fanshawe Fuel. I don't think they could really quite find what they wanted to do right there in terms of their attack. And you know, I admire them trying to get it on a roam clear with the Jackal, but you know, he can only look one way at a time, right? So they got caught out 100% on that one as well. And now, of course, UTD gets a slightly better, or I was going to say they have to go to a slightly worse bomb site in the tertiary, which I think will give a bit of an advantage to Fanshawe, because the aggressive style of play that they really like, and they do like an aggressive style, I think that's been shown here on this Oregon map. The aggressive style of play that they like, Binks, will favor this site, I think, to a great degree. So looking at their attacking lineup, I don't think it's necessarily a rush composition per se, but somebody like Brendo on a Nook, I think they can get a ton of value on this first floor site.
I think they just have to find the way to operate in the holes, because their roam clear has not been as proficient as needed. But if you're not going to go for roam clear, might as well just take the site in as much of a dominant fashion as you can. Now, Casepio going for a pretty big, loud approach on this, on the garage side, and it's very spread out. Earthquake, I don't know what the plan is here. You are vulnerable to a lot of destructible walls. We'll see if they can go unnoticed, but that is yet to be seen. Regardless, Korbic, very slow start, but Brendo has made their way in sneakily, really using the fact that Nook makes zero noise, really using that fact, because they have creeped their way all the way in towards the site, finding a triple kill, operating in the hole. The Brendo is just sitting nice and comfy, cozy. Meanwhile, Vigil has made their way down to the bottom of White Stairs. He's looking to do exactly the same. They'll be able to find one. Cherry also able to collect onto Brendo. Meanwhile, Paulo is going for the plant. It's down to a 2v2 as Tucker's also been downed in the process. Down inside a living room, potential for a revive. With how late in the round it is quite unlikely. Masons made their way back towards Small Tower as Cherry confirms the kill. And that's just a fiery red storm, even out to 1v1. I'm sorry, Cherries, but that is way too far if you're actually going to go and try to hit it. Mason has to get up. They're going for the defuse. A little bit of worry in my heart there. I'm not going to lie, Korbic, but Mason makes it up just in time to secure the Fuel's lead 5-4.
Wow, another very close round here for the Fanshawe Fuel. Didn't bother that one, UTD Orange. I mean, they kind of got a little stuck, I think, in an ugly rhythm right there, trying to attack that bomb site. And I did say that the tertiary site would probably be the best one here for the Fuel in the overall rotation, because it favored the way that they wanted to go about it. And I think they did hit that quite aggressively. Now, though, you got to go back up to the second floor again. This has been a challenge, I think, for the Fanshawe side. Looking at what they're bringing bringing to the table, it's an interesting attacking lineup. But I mean, you bring along the Zero. He's an interesting pick. I mean, he's more of a flank denial operator in this day and age than anything else. You'd almost wonder if they wouldn't bring that Nomad back instead, but they seem very comfortable with this choice. You can see too that there's I think a relatively large imbalance in terms of kills on the side of Fanshawe, and that is, I think, a bit problematic, though I will say UTD Orange is a little top-heavy as well.
5 seconds to insertion.
Definitely have a point there.
Attackers
Attack phase is now well underway. UTD Orange on the defense, I like the way they've extended thus far. It's been able to help them out. No surprise that tertiary bomb site just did not work out for you. Now, Casepio, I want to highlight his play so far. It's a good choice because playing the zombie, you're able to throw down your barricades to help you out, especially on a roam, and stop the attackers from really going after you. So regardless, Casepio sitting quietly inside of the small tower. No contention, of course, not too much contention on big window, meaning he's not going to be able to make as much of an influence. Turning our attention over now towards master bedroom, it's Perza looking to make their entrance in, maybe even go for a drone, because you have both Apollo, who is setting up for the throw, and look at this. We forgot to mention it, Corbeck. But Brendo is still on that nook and is creeping up the stairs, looking to make a huge impact on this round.
Yeah, it's exactly what I warned about with the Nook, and in the hands of a talented player like Brendo, it's probably the most dangerous thing on the map. Very close to getting caught there as they came down the stairs. Actually, incredibly lucky that that wasn't the end for Brendo. It is, though. It'll be Bait who steps back out. Bait has been stepping up to the plate here for his team at a critical moment. Bait with a triple kill. Wow. Is Bait the hero of this UTD team in the same way that Brendo is for the other side? I'm beginning to think so, but Mason let driving it home. Bait's going to get a quad. Bait does get the quad. Little tap to the foot right there, and it's a 1v3, technically a 1v2. Great play from Bait, who nearly gets another one into the pocket. He's playing for the ace here.
He's swinging around, trying to find his angle, playing very carefully here in the Storm's main hall, because he knows that if he gets too kill hungry, it could be the end for his team. Earthquake still down on site. They could act as a human drone if need be. Apollo playing in the walk-in closet, trying to find a free kill, trying to find their 1 minute for them to play with. It's all left up to random chance which player is going to peek out more aggressively. Apollo's going to have to shut down the ace from Bait, turning it into a 1v1 effectively, as Earthquake is almost guaranteed not to be revived. Cherry stuck in a tight situation. Apollo looking to make their way into sight. Cherry knows exactly where they're coming from, but look at this beautiful play. They're going to be able to set up a drone that the entirety of the team can watch. Both Mason and Brendo waiting to give the call as Apollo now slowly makes their approach into the site. They don't know exactly where the Swamai is, and the fact that he's aiming all weirdly is even more worrisome. That you have the drone strike, he finds the headshot. Apollo from the Fanshawe fuel will increase the lead that much more towards match and series point.
Woo! That is a big headshot right there. That's about as big as you could ever get. A clutch situation for the Fanshawe Fuel. Apollo has had, some rough maps here tonight, but man, they did not bottle it when the chips were down. They could not have asked Apollo to do anything more in that scenario, and unfortunately, Bait's heroism just vanishing at the end there, and that's the way it goes in Siege sometimes. 6-4 now is the count. UTD Orange, they're trying to keep themselves in this, and they are giving a good account of themselves here, Banks. But these close rounds are such a toss-up. Like, they're just such a toss-up. I mean, honestly, I don't think that Fanshawe Fuel played particularly well on that last round. But at the end of the day, it came down to a 1v1, and Fanshawe Fuel won it out. So that's just how it goes.
They'll be reattempting the second floor bedroom, and I don't know if I think that's the right call. Bait has been coming out absolutely huge. It's the battle of Bait and Brendo, both for top frag match overall, but just in general, Corbeck, and I feel that it's It's a worrisome fact when you realize that these two players have been able to just properly maneuver themselves in the way that these kills are almost handed to them. And it does come down to movement. And it's something that both these players have to be very proud of. And for the players that are dying to it, it's just a matter of finding the calm in the storm, the clarity that you are possibly missing in times of chaotic messes. A lot can happen in 15 seconds in Rainbow Six Siege, and it's just about how you are prepared for it more than anything.
Oh, I thought that was the nade kill. It isn't. It's bait striking again. Oh, Skelly does nearly get caught out right there, though. Has to run back and reset the lines. Scary start for the UTD team. Scary start for the Fanshot Fuel as well, as Perza loses their Twitch drone there, unfortunately. Earthquake playing a very challenging position here, kind of trapped in between Trophy and Master, but it's Skelly P who does get revived there, so they will keep their smoke alive for a little bit longer and maintain that 5-4 differential. Caspio loses the straight up gunfight to Brendo, but that also robs the Nook of some of their surprise right there. And if Bait plays this well, they might actually set up another huge flank again. They're in a really good position here. Brendo, though, I think is going to try and force the matter. Brendo pushes right up to the doorway. Bait gonna get hungry. Bait finds him looking. Brendo caught off guard there, and Bait continues to be an absolute menace on the Jaeger.
Bait's done a phenomenal job of just finding those pockets, knowing exactly the way that Brendo is going to be pushing, as well as the other players of Fanshot Fuel. This also gives them the freedom now to rotate towards White Stairs and have another cross angle for their teammate. Meanwhile, Apollo will be able to find Earthquake. They're off the board. No more mute C4. Skelly P is playing on White Stairs, is able to shoot through the destructible wall. That's Case now down in sight, Corbeck. And with a minute to go, it's going to be a big fight from UTD Orange to make sure that it is not recovered from the two remaining players, Perza as well as Mason. They are both playing in very particular scenarios. We have Perza who's stuck inside a trophy, not knowing which angle is going to be safe for them. Smoke of Skelly P is just waiting on the top of White Stairs, as well as Cherries, who's inside of Attic, waiting for the swing, but it's going to be Perza to win it out, as it's just a micro placement. A second headshot from Perza, looking to put this one to bed. Meanwhile, Bait's pushing their way in. It's going to be another clutch scenario for them. Triple kill from Bait. They know where to spray for it. Reload with 4 bullets, 15 seconds to go, no Case. Sliver of HP, he has to catch Perza off guard, but they know where to look, and it's going to be Perza to win it, and the Fanshot Fuel win this one, 7-4.
Yikes. That's a wild ending right there. I think that Fanshawe Fuel probably just got by with a thing that they maybe shouldn't have got by with, because those are 2 rounds there that were that's about as close as it can get. And I mean, honestly, good play from UTD to battle their way back into it. I'm sorry to see them go out. Both these teams, I think, put on a pretty interesting and engaging performance. An exciting match, Banks. An exciting match. At the end of the day, Fanshot Fuel, they just rode the lightning, and they were the ones who came out on top of a very close set of maps.
Yeah, I was very much surprised by the outcome there, and I think there's a lot of questions that we could debrief and talk about in the interview, such as formations and the way players are positioning themselves. So we're going to be hitting you guys with a quick little 5-minute break, and we will be back with an interview from one of the Fanshawe players. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. My name is Binks. I'm joined here by Corbett. We just saw a riveting matchup between the Fanshawe Fuel and the UTD Comets. I was really happy with their performance in that matchup, the Comets that is. But we are now joined by Purza of the Fanshawe Fuel, and they'll be able to give us a little bit of insight into what exactly happened during that matchup.
But I was hyped as fuck. I'm glad I stayed.
What's going on, Purza?
Pretty good, have you?
Pretty good, thank you. Pretty good, thank you.
Well, personally, it was a good match from you guys. Pretty intense stuff right there. But I just wanted to look at one thing, and it seemed like you guys were having a lot of trouble with flanks, especially on the tail end rounds of Oregon right there. Were you guys doing anything to sort of adapt to that, or was it just sort of a drive at home mindset and not worry too much about it?
So as for Oregon, we really didn't think much about flanks because mainly we were just focusing on like winning our gun battles and everything. As for pretty much all of that, we didn't know that they were going to be flanking that much, so.
Okay.
So in regard to first map to second map to third map, it seemed like everyone was constantly changing roles. I don't know if you're the IGL or not, but from a team comms perspective, how does that shake things up? Are there different pairings between players of who needs to talk to who? And how did you guys manage that?
So as for our IGL, that would be Brendo. Really for most of the rounds, is say if someone's not playing well on their champ or they just want to try out something new, we're always open to like kind of discuss on, you know, what players to go and all of that. So as long as, you know, they're pretty much doing their own roles, they're pretty much fine on that end.
So is it Brendo's call for who switches what role, or because I noticed, I think he embodied my dream player of he was on the Ace, Nook, Ace, Nook, Ash, Nomad, you name it. He was covering that role. Does he play more of a flexible position within each side of the roster on each map, or is it more wherever he like? How exactly does that role selection happen?
So Brendo pretty much does what he wants to do in the end. He's an insane player. He has the aim to back it up. He has the movement as well. As for flex, he could pretty much play anyone and be good at him. So we really just let him do whatever he wants.
Now one final question in regard to the three maps. On Cafe, on your attacks, it seemed like you guys were stalling out a lot of the time, and it was a theme that continued out through a lot of your attacks, especially on Clubhouse. In rounds like that, when you get down to those final seconds, how exactly do you guys try to account for that time loss, and how do you restart the engine, restart the motor even?
So as for that, we really just like reset, kind of just talk to each other. Say you know what we did wrong, try and find a solution on that. Definitely on attack you do get a little bit nervous just because it is sometimes a little bit harder to attack on pretty much every map. But yeah, pretty much we just talk to each other, calm down, and then go for the next.
Okay, I have a one final personal question. I'm sorry to ask so many questions. Who on your team plays Capcan?
Capcan, so that would be Apollo. That would be Apollo.
Tell him to fix his placements. He's irving me.
Oh, yes.
That's just a personal note.
That,
I'm really stretching on that one, but regardless, you guys played a great match, and I'm glad to see you guys moving forward and Canada represent.
So I'm curious what you guys are looking forward to here in the playoffs. How far you think you guys are going to go? Anything you're worried about in the future?
So as of right now, we just pretty much want to win it. As for team-wise, we're definitely looking to go against Murray State and Arcadia. We kind of just so in the preseason, kind of just in like the actual season, those are the teams that we lost to. So we just want to get our revenge.
Fair enough, man. And before we let you go here, thank you so much for answering all these questions. But anybody in the organization, on the team, you want to shout out here tonight based on the back of this great quarterfinals win?
Pretty much everyone. The player that I do want to shout out the most would be Brendo. he's really insane. Like I can't say anything, too much, and said, he's pretty brazy. So he blows my mind every game.
Oh, fair enough. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your victory. Look forward to seeing you guys further in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Absolutely great to see Fanshawe move on. They are hailing from London, Ontario, so very close to actually where I am, funny enough. Regardless, I do want to thank you, Quebec, for being a great host to be with, as well as the rest of our production team here at the NECC. But I think that is it for us. There's not much more for us to say. It's 1:27 at this point. If you're a student, get to bed. Hopefully you don't have an 8 a.m. class like I do.